Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin. I've been told that I have a tendency to be dramatic. I don't understand what those people are on about. Hello. It is a weird thing that I'm here right now because I had no idea that I was going live. It sounds weird, I know, but well, there is a explanation to this because I figured I wanted to test something out. I want to try something new. I'm just gonna have to check if the sound works. Also, guys, tell me if there's anything wrong with the stream. Looks like it's all right. I was sitting here, right? I was thinking, I want to test something out. I want to see if I'm able to create while creating without even being aware that I am. I will explain. Don't worry. It's like hard for me to explain something that I'm currently experiencing. But as I was doing something in OBS, and for those people who are interested, we can share a lot about OBS, but it is basically just a program that can use to have videos and live streams just like this. And I wanted to create something that looked better. So this happened, right? All of a sudden. Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. See, I was adding the sound after, so I don't have the whole control over that yet. But I wanted to have something that looked more engaging, something more on brand, if you will, because everything is around a campfire, right? So I started to just dabble in OBS, and then I figured maybe I have other images, because everything that we have inside the Legacy Forge has been taken, recorded, photographed, all that stuff. It's by the people in the Legacy Forge or by me personally. So I always know that there might be some fire here somewhere, or I have a river or whatever. I want to create an element. So as I was doing that, I found other images and videos and memories and journeys and adventures and everything. And I was enjoying that experience. So I shared a little bit. I was like, oh, that's cool. Seeing that video there so many years before. And here we are doing exactly what I said I was going to do in the video. It makes something happen within you. And all of a sudden I lost track of time. That happens, right? And while this was happening, I had a conversation with a friend of mine. We are Unity from the Discord server. It was an epic conversation. I had other people reaching out that I could, enjoy getting to know a little bit to see, interesting. I wonder what paths lie on the other side of this conversation. And so I started to think and I got excited and I sent a message and I sent a few coordinates as we do. And all of a sudden I realized that I had forgotten what I was supposed to do. So as I was creating all these things, I started to think maybe it's smart to just start talking about these things, to have the conversations and just having more live streams and be more in the moment as it's being created, right? And not long after that, it was like 4:40 p.m. and I had apparently set the schedule on the stream on YouTube that I had forgotten about to go live on 4:45 p.m. I had 5 minutes and I had forgotten that I was going live. So I go in and I put together a little music thingy. I was like, oh wait, I don't have to do a lot of this because I did that yesterday. It's like that we're talking about this all the time in the core. You know, we're talking about creating things and we're talking about how to make insane experiences happen. And then oftentimes it's like you get into that flow again, that energy again, and you remember what you remembered last time. You re-remember a experience, a vision, a thought, an idea, and all of a sudden it's like, but what if we do that and blah blah blah, and you don't really remember that you already did it. So maybe years prior, that's what's been fascinating on my journey because I have year old videos and experiences and pictures and all that stuff that is to the word, you know, creating or thinking about what I'm trying to create now. I've had videos where I'm watching and I was like, can I use this now? Is this relevant? And then past me goes in to talk to future me and I have forgotten. So I was like, oh shit, this got personal, right? I've had people here while that happens. Like I've been thinking about how I'm creating the video and then for the purpose of sharing that video with someone and acting the part of the other conversation or the other part of the conversation. So there was one where I was like, so I know how you think, apparently. And because of that, you know, if you're watching this right now, you could just go to this link and remember that we have already done it. And I do. I follow my own CTA basically. I'm like, all right, I'll click that link. And I do. And there is it. There it is. There is the literal fucking system that I'm trying to figure out how to create on a conversation now. So all of a sudden there's like, wait, guys, actually, I think we have this already, and I can send the link. And then, you know, we collapsed time before we even knew that we had to. It's just all of a sudden we brought the future closer into the present because we had already done something in the past. So the past got us to where we are right now, so we can go further into the future. It's a weird concept, but it is extremely fun to be aware of. And now in the last week, actually, let's go for the last month. This month has had many other people experiencing the same. So in the experience, this is where the freaking song is so much more special than most people realize. The song was written in a notebook that I have here. I have to have props on my adventures. Everyone should. If you don't have props, where's the fun in it? So I have this leather notebook, which was supposed to just contain the things, the thoughts, not just any thoughts, not like the pads I have here, but the thoughts that was meaningful. They felt like they had more. And so I did. And I wrote down a experience. I wrote down what we had done on the mountain that weekend from start to finish. And this is when AI first got released on the market. So I thought, what if I take this whole messy thoughts, all the thoughts that I just poured down on the page, and I put that into a system that could make sense of it and arrange it and put it into a narrative. I was like, that would be interesting. So I said, can you make this into a song? I had no idea how to create songs. So I was just trying to figure out how to do these things. I didn't even play the guitar. But as many will understand and remember and also agree with, sometimes you just learn things differently while on this whole adventure. And I was currently trying to learn how to play the guitar. So I picked up the guitar, I looked at the lyrics, and I have this on tape. This is where things are so multidimensional because everything that we're talking about, we have that documented in a video or in a conversation or a photo or everything. We're talking about what we did, not what we want to do for the people coming to us, right? I'm standing at the kitchen bench and I'm looking at lyrics and I just start to strum, right? Gazing at the cabin, nestling in the trees, and I had no idea how to go through the flow. But I did it. The song was already created, right? So I didn't record it. Rarely people actually take the moment to realize that this is a big moment and record it. But this time, a person did. And I just want you to know this would never happen if it was not for you. So if you've been paying attention, I'm happy for you. Because as I said back that day when you did that, your life will change because you did the whole thing that you did. We're going to talk. There's a lot there, I just realized. But so the song was recorded on a raw, first time in the moment, real thing that just got created right there and then. I didn't really think much about it for a long time until there was another tool that came out that was able to take the lyrics, or you can create songs, you can create music. And I'm not a musician, as I said. I did not play the guitar, even though it looks like it, because currently I was connected. But I didn't manage to continue that whole journey of creating the song. So I put in the lyrics and I said, can you create this into like an epic thingy? And I got the legacy song. Or as I think I'm starting to call it more and more, the cabin. Gazing at the cabin. Or here by the cabin. Or something. There's something about the cabin. Because it's just one freaking story from one freaking experience or adventure. And we have so many of them, it's kind of overwhelming. So I thought, instead of going back and just figuring out how to organize 10 years of data and like terabytes of videos, maybe I should just continue to the trend. Now knowing how I would preserve it, how I would do it, how I would recreate it, I can just take the lessons I've learned, apply that to the things that are going on, and then it's just going to be faster, more efficient. Got that proved yesterday. I posted like 40 different posts yesterday. A video an hour on several platforms throughout the day. How? I'm not going to tell you. You got to get into the Legacy Forge. If you're in the Legacy Forge right now, we're going to learn a lot of cool shit. But what we're able to do right now is beyond what you can comprehend. What we're going to do right now with everything that has happened is beyond that even. Yeah, I'm going to pace myself because, I just went live and I have no idea what the plan here is. All of a sudden, I'm going to be talking to people as it always happens. It's Thursday and I have been told to chill out on these days. So I'm going to chill out. I'm going to simply sit here and flow. And then if you want to join me for that, great. Great. Use the carbon field because it's amazing to have that dynamic back and forth conversation as well. That rarely happens, which is weird. But I shall go in. Oh, should I be worried? Should I be worried? No, it's just not doing the thing. Okay. I'm not very used to going live like this. It's been a while. But I will just play. All right, I will sit here and I'll try to create more in terms of this whole thing, and I'll just play. And if you want to join me in the creation and do anything in terms of commenting or communicating or jumping on a call or whatever have you, there are many things. I'm actually considering to game tonight. I'm not sure yet. Tomorrow I have a location which I have sent coordinates to that I have to be at, which is going to lead into the next adventure. It was I said I was going on a new adventure on Thursday. It has already started. This is what's magical about this as well, because the adventures, they start way before you even start to consider doing anything in terms of plant medicine or likewise, any modality of spirituality or anything you can imagine. It starts by you simply thinking, oh, that's interesting. That's it. And then, start to dream and just do what we do. Do not do what we say. Try to do what we do. And if you don't know how to do what we do, ask. It's very simple, to be honest. But I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna sit here and enjoy this because I think a lot of things are going to happen now. So many things are already happening, so it's kind of just following the same thing that has been happening for quite some time. But I'm excited. While I rebalance myself, I'll just put on one of my favorite songs. You will probably remember it because I've been pestering people with it lately. It's a song that I talked about. Listen to the lyrics. Really pay attention to the lyrics because those are the only thing that matters. Could play the video too, but I'm going to do that later because I don't know how long I'm going to be here, so I'm going to pace myself.
Gazing at the garden, nestled beneath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where plant medicine's guidance, all spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine in this quantum dance. The universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's one ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time, get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to the mansion so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey on the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forged, we take it all in stride. Mystical moments, smells of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. Challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound.
Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, You have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin.
Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant missions guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast. Embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come one day. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
I don't know if you were singing along, but I do like that song. It does something to me every single fucking time. Because it was created like it was. I'm gonna stop talking now and just continue after I have boiled the water that will create my coffee. There is something that I want to mention. Because I need to have some new music created. But not, not the lyrical music. Something that can just be played in the background for engagement, and I don't have that. 3 hours, 33 minutes, are you kidding me? Okay, but is it... God damn it. No, I can't play it. I should actually wait a little bit with speaking because I think that YouTube will just chop that little portion out. This is where we have to talk about copyright. That's a hard thing. Creating things for the internet, copyright laws, everything that you can't do because all the things, right? But I will have a conversation today. I'm not sure with whom. You didn't hear that, or you didn't see that. But as I said that, whom, I got a message in the core. If you'd like to join me, I was just mentioning in it, so there's a kind of a good timing. If one was to believe that those things are coincidental. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Whoa, that was a chippy. Normally, you're the one who has that. Hello. The calmness. How are you doing? We're currently live. I'm currently testing some stuff out, and it's working brilliantly.
Oh, hello, everyone. I'm glad that everything is working out brilliantly. I am stable,
That's a good term.
so to speak. The energies are realigning, rebalancing.
Yeah.
Oh, sipping on a beautiful coffee as well.
About rebalancing. So, would you say it's from the positive or the negative end of the spectrum? Because I think that it goes for both. If you have a too overly stimulated positive experience, you also need to integrate and just take a time to rebalance the energy.
I fully agree.
Yeah, it's like
In my case, for today, it would be a negative origin.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but, this is life.
Yeah. But you're doing exactly what you can do. It's beautiful.
Taking a sip of coffee, taking a look at the walls.
Yeah.
And
I can almost picture you sitting there doing just that, taking a sip and looking at the walls.
the walls are so blank.
Mm.
One thing that I feel in the now regarding blank walls is I'm taking a look at these walls and I'm thinking, myself including a lot of people, do have these moments where life turns out to be a blank wall.
Mm.
A lot of people simply just look at this and say, okay, well, it's surrounding you, it's providing you heat, it's providing you shelter, providing you comfort, or just providing you structure. On my end, I'm thinking about this wall and saying, I want to draw on this wall. I want to completely fill it, turning it from a simple blank canvas into a piece of art, leaving no blank space behind. Now, of course, that doesn't mean having the presence of, that doesn't mean excluding the presence of negative space within art. But to fill in this wall with as many patterns, as many colors, as many illustrations as I can.
Yeah.
Before I get to the floor. And I can already imagine what that image would look like. It's calming to an effect.
Like a mind map.
Indeed.
That was just a loud thought, sorry. But I was picturing you doing the whole psychedelic doodles on the walls and floors, and it's like everything has a meaning and a journey, and it would be like a freaking immersive mind map.
An expression of my soul.
Yeah.
whether fueled by emotion, fueled by thought, fueled by creativity, passion, idea.
Yeah.
It does not matter. What matters is the process,
Yeah.
the experience throughout,
Agreed.
and having that soul not only be illustrated, but to resonate alongside it.
Yeah.
And that makes me happy. And that calms me. It
Yeah.
soothes my mind.
Yeah.
I would equate it to the feeling of receiving a warm, comforting hug from a loved one. That is the feeling I get.
Nice.
Oh, so beautiful.
When was the last time you got that feeling from an actual loved one?
Quite some time ago.
That has to change. Yeah. Hmm.
I cannot claim to know what the future holds. However,
I feel I can. I have experience. Almost. Yeah.
for now, in the now, I can look at these inanimate objects. I mean, all that is, it's brick, it's mortar, it's paint.
Yeah.
But for now, I can comfort myself in knowing that at least that is there right now.
Yeah.
The rest will come. It won't forever be an inanimate object. It won't forever be a stationary, ever present wall.
No.
But for now, it feels right.
Yeah.
My apologies. This is me doing some inner work.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I'm. It's an honor to be part of it, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. How are you?
Doing pretty epic. Feeling pretty aligned with everything. This is literally just. Yeah. Everything has happened in the now. So. I'm still in it. You know, I'm feeling really inspired, energy, elevated. I feel called, and things are happening as a result of it. So I just had a whole bunch of different small, tiny actions, like talking to this person about what we're gonna do tomorrow, having another person call me about something they thought of when they thought of what we do, basically, and everything
Ooh.
that happens when we go through the documentation of where we come from, what comes from that, and the whole thing that is being just created in the moment. Like this live stream right now, I had forgotten that I published it. So 5 minutes before live, I was like, oh shit. I just it has followed a flow that is almost fucking predestined so far. It's weird. But it's not really weird because it's what we do every single day. It's a lot, but it's good. It's epic.
Very epic.
Yeah.
Sounds like a very good day.
It sounds like a Thursday. It's just another day in the office. My ass is actually hurting, so it's not that like I want to get out and just walk in my face in the grass and just do a scout. But then again, I'm gonna do that tomorrow, so I have to be really conscious about the fact that no, today's freaking Thursday. I said long ago that I would use these days to do whatever I felt called to do, and whenever I do it, just completely surrender to the absolute flow of everything. Something happens every fucking Thursday. It has become one of those announcement days almost because on those days I will post 40 videos on all sorts of platforms. I will talk all over the place. I will be live. I will create. I will do everything that I feel called to do, and I will just. Singe just sent me a DM. So
That's why
everything.
it's called Tools Day.
Yes, that's why it just feels so. God damn it! The fact that Singe sends the first message ever online into my phone. The guy was sitting across 3 tours, and was also just sharing his story about the tour who tours, and they're just it's Tours Day. So I've become fond of this day, and everything is magical on Thursdays. God damn.
It's the most important part,
Yeah.
the magic. And if you think about it, a day at the office is a day anywhere in the Legacy Forge.
It is. Speaking of, Singe is currently halfway from Paris back to friends in Amsterdam. So I have time to explore what you have made here and the access of my spark key. Ah, you are in for a fucking treat. I'm gonna have to add the magic link on the spark page because now these right now currently I don't know, have you seen what you're part of right now? You should check that out, bro, because right now we are in the magic of the fire. Literally, visually, we are literally in it. So it's like fucking so in flow that one cannot help but marvel. It's beyond what I thought was possible.
Beautiful.
And this is just the start. Ah, goddamn.
A lot of people are going to get a very big surprise
Yes.
once they see,
Yeah, and many
once
have,
they go through it.
yeah, many have started to ask, which is the first step, right? What is this? Or is this possible? And seeing them pop up so much. It's like the whole howling thing. One person does it. All of a sudden, the people that has been sitting around waiting for that first person is like, yes, and then the floodgates open. It's like,
That's the beautiful of that. That's the beauty of the campfire.
yes, this is.
I mean, we
yeah,
spoke about this last night.
yeah,
The
exactly. By the
campfire
campfire.
that was made.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah.
One person came, then 2 people came,
Yes.
and 6 people came.
Yes.
Before you know it, you have 250 individuals going through an experience together.
Yeah. That I don't think that's gonna take a while. I think that I want to keep it to like a 5 maximum almost, because it's so overwhelming that I think that if you had 250 people, because it's fully possible, right? 1,000 people,
Yes.
10,000, but if you have everyone aligned in the context, I don't know. The energy could be intense. So I think it's wise.
Might be a little too intense.
Yeah, exactly. As I said earlier, like it requires the same balancing act after the positive experience and the negative experience. Regardless, when you're
100%.
going back to balance, and where you find that balance, that's also key. Like what is the level of awareness, frequency, or energy containment at the moment, and then being able.
And
to
I'd like to mention that as well.
Mm.
Rebalancing after the positive experience, in my opinion,
Mhm.
I would say it's more important. It's more
Yeah, it heightens
not
your
only more
awareness.
difficult, not only more
No.
difficult, but it can have the biggest effect.
Yeah, because by that you're surrendering to things that was not really present in fear. It was just it's there, but you don't really consider them before you have to. And there's like shit. There's a whole new layer and adventure and journey and limitless possibilities from each of these. Like all of a sudden, I have to accept that if I was going to do anything, I have to say what I want. And I have to be freaking disciplined to do what I say that I want. And to not care about others, what they think about what I want and how I do that. Like there are so many things that goes into those different types of integration. Because surrendering to irrational fear or just accepting that, oh damn, this wasn't that scary as I made it out to be. That is one thing. But to say, oh shit, well, now that I don't have that limitation, then I'm able to do any fucking thing that I want. And there's no fucking stopping that. It's inevitable if I just continue to do exactly what I do. And that's where you have to contain. I think that's also a place where people could go a little bit too far, because it will go on full force. You have to kind of leash it in the beginning so that you're ready for the next levels that come in. Unless it's going to be one of those, you get $1 billion into your account and your life is fucked because you were never ready for that amount. You know? Fuck.
Agreed.
Yeah, the steps
Agreed.
of the journey.
It's to have that leash, to have that, not hesitation,
Discipline.
discipline.
Yeah, because you know
That
you
pure
want that.
discipline to say, I'm not going to go overboard with
Yeah.
this. I'm going to let it come to me,
Yeah.
to keep it consistent and then slowly add more.
Yeah.
As I can handle more, I will add more instead of just adding.
Yeah.
And chasing that feeling to a point of destruction.
Yeah. Because that's the whole thing of, you don't do it for the destination. You do it for the journey, and the journey is the destination. So don't rush it. Yeah.
Indeed. And a lot of people go through that and they lose their way.
Yeah.
They lose their way in that specific method you just mentioned.
But I've also lost my way several times. Well, maybe it depends on how you see it, because I lost focus on what I was currently doing, and it ended up with me coming back to that same focus and discipline after seeing that the alternative didn't work, and coming back and seeing that I was so sure of it the first time around that I already created it. So I could just pick up on where I left off, and often it was just done. It was just my level of belief in myself that limited myself to actually put it out there. For instance, if it was a link or whatever. So just knowing that there is going to be those failures all the time, but it is not failures. It's just those lessons along the way where you see, I experienced that. I know that doesn't work, so I'm going to do that other thing that I seem to have done all along, and then just becoming more and more aware of where that is, and then just do it.
And being able to identify those lessons along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people just simply see it as failure, and it brings them down.
Yeah.
And it comes back to my -1, +1 discussion. My -1, +1 exercise that I do during a jumpstart.
Yeah.
It's simply how it's perceived. And once you are able to identify the lesson within this quote unquote failure, it is no longer a failure.
Exactly.
And it turns -1 to +1.
Yeah.
I won't go into that now. If you want to learn more, legacyforge.com/jumpstart.
Yeah. Or, because right now, if we went into the habit of just sharing magic, so that we have one place, because everything is magic, right? And in magic, they can find Jumpstart, they can find the adventure, they can find anything they need, because that is the most efficient way to the current thing that we're currently doing as of right now. This live stream even, it goes granular. Yeah, but I also recommend everyone who has done one of these recommends Jumpstart for just clarity and the experience. I just talked to We Are Unity, he was sure that I'm gonna actually not share that on screen. He loved it. He fucking loved it. So if people want to experience that as well, it's also kind of like a psychedelic experience, because you can't set expectations. It's an experience, and it is not something that it can be just rationalized and put into logic if you haven't had it.
Oh, it is extremely personal.
Extremely, but in a good way as well. Because if people are, it goes back to the whole surrendering part of, the growth towards the positive side. When people come in and they are vulnerable enough to share what they have experienced, to go into those painful, maybe sometimes even not painful, but just those things that is deep, that they don't have the ability to talk to other people with, because nobody asks ever.
Yes.
this is the place where you're actually probed. Like the whole thing is going in there and organizing it, getting the thoughts into a map, following the map, and then seeing for yourself. It is beautiful.
Without dealing with judgment.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And that is the true beauty. Through any of our experiences, any experience in general,
Yeah.
to
Completely.
realize that those who judge are afraid to express themselves as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It becomes extremely simple to also shine a light on it. You know, the response to people who's projecting their pain is vastly different than people who are just consciously being toxic or not understanding the thing that they're talking about yet. Everyone has their
Agreed.
journey. So just everything is love. Because if people are direct and just honest and not in an offensive or destructive way, when you're just putting people down based on their own ignorance and is like, oh, damn, yeah, you're right. Thank you for pointing that out. That can be a life-changing event. Just that one sentence allows a new perspective that just takes on an energy of its own. And I think that the
It
jumpstart,
shifts people. It
it
shifts
shifts.
people away from that mentality of everybody wants to speak the truth, however, they don't want to hear the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Shifts them away from turning that into both speaking the truth while hearing and accepting the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then utilizing that in order to better themselves, their projects, their mindsets, their emotions, their life. And that in and of itself is an experience
Hell yeah.
on its own.
The experience almost.
Almost the experience. And why do I say almost?
Mm.
We'll leave that as a cliffhanger.
I would say because it's different when you experience something that is going to take your life into new routes. It's like you're going to a festival. You're going to go for the experience. You love the experience, but you think it's a festival. It's not. It's
Yes.
the energy that happens at the festival. And if you just see it as a memory of you being at a festival, then because that's when things are almost materialized, right? If you go to a vacation and you just spend time in the tourist traps, you go to the hotel, you go to the biggest review in Yelp, and you find all the other neighbors of your freaking street back home in the same thing on the other side of the world. It's just not deep enough. But if you do something and have an experience that wraps a bow over a feeling that you have yet to explain, that really just makes sense in terms of, dude, this is actually more me. I didn't even realize I had this in me. Then those, they're almost the same, but it is an experience of life that is creating life, more life. And that is special. I think we're getting to a scary good degree of communicating what we do. That I am very fucking happy about because it used to be very hard. You know, now it's like, yeah, but if we don't know, we're still trying to learn, and that's what we've been doing. Like we've just simply been doing the things and sharing what we have done and helping people finding their own truth. Truth in the experience, just having their own experience so that they can start their journey. Flipping the script a little bit. As you said, instead of just saying the truth, try to hear it. And then, if it resonates with you, say your truth. Yeah.
It's so pretty. It's so pretty.
It's interesting.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy about this conversation.
Right. And now, like
this nails exactly what we have been trying to communicate for so long.
Yeah. And it came through his song, bro. It was Kim. Kim, if you're here watching right now, you should be in on this call right now. Because I said to him, dude, do you want to jump on? I'm going live. I'm going to stay live for a few hours. I'm going to just see what happens because we're going to basically prove the thing. And then if me and him met for the first time ever, because we've never spoken to each other face to face, then that would be a magical experience, and that would kind of paint a little picture as to what one could experience in a tribe experience, like in an event, an experience on the mountain. Because after you've gone through the experience, this is where everything just it clicked before or during this live stream. So we were sitting on the porch after the experience with Harold and just looking at or with Kyle, looking at the sky. And I said, "Can I do something? Can I play something?" And I played the song. And then, it was a fun fact that it had been written in a leather-bound journal, just gathering my thoughts about the experience that I had just experienced. And then I had more of these to replicate and see that, oh shit, this is not just a singular event. This is something that can be tweaked. It can be navigated. So I wrote down everything that I knew. I wrote down about the freaking mountain and the climb up there and everything. And it was created on location for the event that is currently being experienced by the traveler, so that they get an explanation to the things that they cannot communicate because they didn't have this experience before this. And it integrates everything almost during 3 minutes. This is next level psychedelic integration, because it kind of turns the whole follow-up, the whole integration sessions, the whole structured and quote-unquote normal mainstream approach that people do. Some people go to an ayahuasca ceremony 6 times because they're still looking for what they have to fix, being guided by other people who says what their problem is. Instead of just going through, having that song basically put everything into place so that you can start going on your journey. And then you realize you didn't need that anger management course. You didn't need to go to a different ayahuasca ceremony. Everything you needed was delivered. And now, every time you hear the song, you're being reminded of your map. And so you're being called into the energy again. And the energy does everything. You're just following the flow. It's natural. It's a fucking universal law. As within, so without. Energy attracts more of the same. And then, boom. I feel like Terrence Howard. Honestly, when you have something that is, you have figured out a way to explain something, and it turns out to be more efficient than what is being commonly told. It's not taught in schools. It's not taught by parents who are ignorant. It's not taught by people who are taught and conditioned in the way that most people are. But it's still so paradoxically simple. And the only thing that is required to start the journey is that one little experience that is not even, this is part of the experience. You get what I mean? Just the video, the conversation, everything is part of the experience, because the experience is now you in the moment doing what you can with the limitless energy that you possess. I think all we do.
Anybody watching this has already taken the very first step.
Yeah.
If you're watching this right now, you have taken the very first step. Ask yourself, what is next? What is next on your journey? What journey do you need? And if you are unable to identify what journey you need, you don't have to worry, because everybody struggles with that. It is simply to take those first steps. And then along the road, alongside your side quests, you will find the answers to anything you question.
Yeah.
You will build your own map as you go through the experience. Just as you just said, Tor, you feel like Terrence Howard.
I know we're onto something.
For individuals to get to the point where they understand every single word that is being spoken to the depth that it is being mentioned.
Yeah.
Or vocalized, rather. It takes the experience, the ability to move through the experience. By the end of it, you will be able to understand yourself, your journey. You will be able to identify what you needed, why you didn't need to go to those classes. It is difficult to pinpoint utilizing my vocabulary at this current time.
I love that you're
It
aware
is
of that.
difficult to identify the specifics, the specific verbiage that could explain this in its simplest form.
You can't. You have to do it.
The only way I can say it, because I can't do that, is it starts with the first steps.
Scanning the QR code
in
to
an
the right of
experience.
this screen right now, basically. That's
Exactly.
it. Scan the QR code. Get in on the first step. Be guided by people who have gone that route before, and just do what they do. And you'll soon find that it is a lot more simple and less complicated than you believe, because it's paradoxical. So everyone.
And it's not a situation of copying exactly
No.
everything this
No.
individual does.
No, it's traveling within yourself based on the same energy that just allows them to be whole 100% them. Just being you.
Exactly.
It's being you to the fullest ability of being you. And it's beautiful. With that, I'm going to wrap a little bow for the people watching now. Play the song, and then I'm going to have a few words with you, Lycus, off stream. All right. Enjoy, people. Say that one more time.
We'll see you in the forge.
Hell yeah, we will.
Carried by the breeze, tossed strings are humming, firelight glow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine in this quantum dance. The universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's one ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time, get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to the mansion so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, the the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. Mystical moments, smells of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. Challenges faced, to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. Gazing at the canyon, nestled beneath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time to get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey on the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. Mystical moments, smells of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. Challenges faced, to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy for hearts, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant missions guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast. Embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come one day. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
There we go. Oh, it's interesting. I'm also balancing a lot these days because there's been a lot of things that has happened. A huge mountain of experiences. So we talked about having a challenge, right? And I'm not really a person who likes to say do this just because I think that is the way to do it. So what we said yesterday was basically having a challenge for the Legacy Forge and forge a legacy. We talked about 3 days initially, but I think we've already started the challenge. That's what's interesting here. We have already begun. I'm literally doing it right now. So we're going to figure out how we're going to do this as we're doing it. This is going to be very valuable for those people who don't know what you should do if you have an idea, or if you're sitting in a situation where you don't feel like you're free to do anything that you want, or feeling stuck, or whatever have you. This is going to be a stream of consciousness that is going to respond to the situation as it happens. That means that I might create things the way I would create them in the moment, but it is a clear path from something that started with a simple action, right? If you were to come in and ask about something in terms of how you could do the same, I would then dance with you until you like, all right, you know? It's the dance. That's what I love the most. It's the dance. Because when you're really present in a conversation that goes into something that is so moving, I'm actually going to play Ren, his song as well, just to give you the experience of what I'm talking about. Because there are people and there are experiences that can just flip the domino almost in a good way. Whereas, like, instead of you opening the valve of every traumatic incident that ever happened to you since birth, you start on the other side. And by putting down those dominoes, when you are ready, when you're doing the thing, you're kind of surrendering to a feeling that had that negative experience attached to it. It was like, instead of going straight to the negative, it was like doing something and then it just removes whatever is on the other side of the balance. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize. Sorry. I'm just going to. Did I just apologize for not saying I was going to apologize? I think I did. The recordings will show. But I'm going to just think out loud. I'm going to speak out loud. I'm going to just let my mind go wherever it needs to go and have this whole thing, this whole production, this whole stream, everything just being a example of the work and how fun it could be to do the work and why one does the work and why certain things can be very amazing motivators to do the work. This is going to go so much deeper than what I anticipated. But I should give you a little heads up on the guidelines. We needed to set some system in place for this to be a possibility at all. Right now, I am currently here as well. This is the core. I'm gonna move that over to the campfire, and I'm not gonna give that link out here on the stream. I'm gonna let the community do what we are doing. So there will be team members from the council and, you know, Lycus and anyone else who's chipping in. They'll be able to coordinate what happens based on live communication as it happens. So right now we don't have a lot planned. I think we're going to have a few conversations while I'm just going through this. And in the silent moments, I'm going to work behind the scenes to find the next leg. I think this is what they do on the radio, isn't it? You sneaky fuckers. You're doing something, you're playing a song and then you're just having a coffee or having a smoke. That's what you do. Genius, to be honest. Yeah, okay. So right now, I'm in another place. I am here. This is my place. This is the fireplace. This is Tor's room. So I'm gonna have people in here. I have 4 at the maximum so that I can control a little bit in terms of access control. You don't want to have 200 people, for instance, just storming the gates at once, because that can get overwhelming, unorganized, and just chaos. It's like a festival when the music stops. I am going to show you what I told you about before I went into this little segment. It is a video that has had a lot of meaning for me lately because it just shook something. So I'm going to play a song called Hi Ren. You might have seen me talk about this last few days because it's a masterpiece. It's a work of art. It is something that the world needs, and because of that, I am honored to show that here. Ren, if you want to have a conversation, I would be honored, brother, because what you are doing is kind of similar, as you might have been seeing so far, to what we do, and I know where you're coming from. So enjoy. Turn off your phone for this and just be fully present. Turn off the lights even. Really be in this piece of art. Here we go. Hi Ren. Bye Ren. Started as a memory. Basically started in the middle of a song. So I'm gonna, there we go. Enjoy.
Hi there, Ran. It's been a little while. Did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back. Deep down, you know that. Deep down, you know I'm always in periphery. Ran, on your pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Hi, Ran. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately. And I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect to always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate. This time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kinda doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one, so you see. You gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Where are your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ran, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious, Eminem did it. Played on guitar, Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath us. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside. Newsflash, I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason. Beheading all kings, I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistopheles, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal. Feeble and normal, you wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, friend. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So cower at the man I've become when I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retire or stand in your fire, inspire that me to be strong. And when I am gone I will rise in the music that I left behind, ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different side. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, into a blank canvas, that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences, with autoimmunity, illness, and psychosis. As I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare, but there were victims and there were students. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast. It was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid I became, the harder it got. The more I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. So I got older, and I learned to relax. And I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, from gods. And I must not forget, we must not forget, that we are human beings.
Hey, we're here for Music Crowns. My name's Ren, and this is
I can see people. That makes it worth it to talk. Good to see people in the chat. I have just said goodnight to my daughter, and I'm inspired. I just thought when I was playing that song of Ren that this has a lot of interesting angles that can be taken. Like, we can go down so many routes from this, and I know it's kind of foreign to people who don't know about how these things work, but right now, with everything that we have put in motion around the adventures that we've had and the experiences that we're doing and the people we've talked to and the plans we've made and everything that has been done, this stream will help me focus, because there are so many things that it has to just happen as it happens. Instead of me trying to think, how am I supposed to get that part out, or this or that, or create that, it's just so much easier to just create it and then figure out afterwards, I needed that. That was good. A few flies with the same swap. But it's good to see you guys. How are you? Let us do something of a workshop if needed. Like, is there anything we can support you with right now? And see if we can do that right now. There are so many things that we can do. So many things that we are able to just on the fly, that it is intense. So this could be a demonstration of several things. Just the whole, how you're watching the whole setup on this. Some people would be interested to know how we do those things as well. Ask, and we shall talk about it. And we talk about all sorts of things. Metaphysical. You know these. We've been talking about it for so long that I think that many people have an understanding of what we can go into. And because there are so many possibilities, I shall let you decide. While you do that, I will continue to just see what happens on the back end here, and then see where we're at, and see what's going to happen, and just enjoy it as it does.
Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed, now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near, laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride, with the legacy forgers. It's time, get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to the mission so vast, embracing the future Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant missions guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. There's no stop. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment. Come one day, for in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin. Imagine I cannot be sitting like this for a long time because I will stiffen up. I figured I was gonna go into the woods for once and just sit down and see what comes. silence and energy of being here is enough to get the reset that the talking should do, or normally does. So what you just saw was a pretty much a thought coming to mind, and then realizing that by just doing it, you are doing it. You are being by being. I think this is one of those things that has been going on all the time, so it hasn't really been noticed. But Lawrence of Lunov of Black Diamond Process has been part of this odyssey now for some months. I don't really remember when we met, but we have been in contact and sharing magic and creating these things by not realizing that we were creating them in the beginning, and then just became more and more. All of a sudden we saw that, holy shit, we've been creating all the time. But of course, you know, it's like one of those, that meme, do you know that meme? That one? The knowing nod. So, as we've been creating, the puzzle piece has not really expanded, because it was kind of limitless from the beginning. It's one of those puzzle pieces that is kind of hard to put together because there are no corner pieces. Some of you will know what I mean. And the more pieces that comes to play, you're seeing the bigger picture, you're seeing more and more of the picture, realizing that it's 3D or more, you know. Just became so huge. So while all that was happening, there was a lot happening at the family side as well. I was having all these intense experiences, almost like a spiritual awakening, just ongoing, right? It's like the ego death. Some of you will know what I talk about. And then just have that all day, every day. Not really with any substances involved, but just going through the processes of shedding the next layer all the time. Gets tiresome, to be honest, but if there's one thing that I've found out through all of this, it is that the people are crucial. If I didn't have people around me, there would be no chance. But it's not just the people around you. Like, it's not just having people for people's sake. It's not just to hang out because you're bored one day. It's way more than that. It's about talking to people who are on the same frequency, in that frequency you need to be at for that specific task. It's almost like having a bunch of cables intertwined into a wire, right? Every single one of those cables being a value, a thing that you have to fulfill, or something that a part of you. I don't think you could ever find one person that is all of those things. Of course, you need to have those in yourself, and you have to be strong in yourself, and you have to, be grounded, I guess, in who you are. But even when you know who you are, having people to bounce ideas with really helps with the whole loneliness and stuff. Because if you're not able to talk normally to people, have conversations that goes beyond, and you have certain topics that you just need to talk about in order to be at that energy, it's hard to maintain that alone. That energy of being able to produce, be high performing, stay disciplined, persistent, just up. Being able to get back up when you stumble, crash, fall, and burn. And some people are really good at, let's say, just the human connection, just the person-to-person kind of talks, where you dynamically go through a whole bunch of things that clarifies a whole bunch of different, we said challenges or just blockages or whatever you want to call it, shadows or barricades that is keeping you from being 100%. Having people to bounce those thoughts off are great. But it requires something completely different when it comes to what type of person do you need in order to really produce next level, multidimensionally, when you are going to produce things that doesn't exist. When you have an idea and you're doing irrational things to follow that urge to create something that you don't even know exists or is possible to do, but you know, that kind of thing, you know? To have those conversations with those without the experience is damn well impossible, almost. I've had a few instances where people who were not ready for those types of conversations because they lacked the experience, they were part of it, and it felt like a freaking psychedelic trip because there was like metaphysical communication going on. When you have been through an experience, you don't necessarily need to explain everything about that experience to another person if they have been through the same. So you can go and basically bounce off energies that doesn't really have to be communicated because, you know, it's like the eyes or something. It's the entire energy is just communicating. And if people are not at that frequency and they join in on such a conversation, they actually get physically ill sometimes. Like ready to puke, kind of seasick emotions. Because there are so many ideas that is flocking, coming at you at once from a place that you haven't really conceptualized yet. So you don't really know how to deal with all these new imprints. And if those come on, if those just keep on hitting you, that's overwhelming. It's not the point though, it's just a little disclaimer and experience that I had to show that this fucking thing is real. And it has to be respected like everything else. So me and Lauren, we talked a lot about these things, these concepts, both from this multidimensional perspective, being able to see that what was being created, and what this is going to lead to. So we created out the wazoo, like things just became stuff because we thought of it. Anchor, Pulse, Saga, Ragnarok, Exalted Hammer, Black Diamond. The King's Crucible was kind of the start of all that. Because I joined King's Crucible and we had the intensive. And that's when I knew that there were other people who could think like this. Other lone wolves who just didn't have the pack on that frequency to talk about. Or talk with. Share thoughts with. And so we started to have these weekly conversations, and every single week it was like a confirmation first, a presentation of what had been created that week, and an ideation of the future that we were going to create because of it, and another manifestation of stuff that has already been created before we talked about it, but when we talk about it we can just refer to the link basically. Really creating multidimensionally. It's weird for many, but very, very possible. And so I wanted to say that if it wasn't for the Black Diamond process, Lauren, or any of the things that we've done, I don't think I would be able to sit on this rock right now because I wouldn't have that balance to fall to. I wouldn't have that certainty that I could just pick up that cable, you know, and get that back to power because I wouldn't know it existed. I would have been confined to the people that I knew, only talking to the people I know about things we have always talked about or something. Like, even though you're thinking innovatively and you're trying to breed new ideas and you want to create something new, not all people talk like that at a normal pace, kind of. It's weird. Like, not all people will talk about the same things. It's kind of natural as well, but to have that cable, to have the opportunity to pick up that frequency, basically. I feel like a multidimensionally, cosmically aligned phone, the central, the wires, the phones back in the day. Switchboard, doesn't have to. I feel like a multi-dimensional switchboard where I have a hole, there's a name on that hole, and sometimes you have to plug it. And when you do, you get tuned into that frequency that you need in that moment. There are a lot of emotions to accept and to embody, basically, that I didn't know existed. Like the next texture of those we know. And I wouldn't be able to feel those if I didn't have other like-minded people to get confirmation and experiences with, to really bounce thoughts off. Trip reports. So was a good analogy. Getting trip reports from other people who has done the same thing that you're currently trying to do is invaluable. Getting people to help you on the journey is invaluable. Everyone should probably have someone to stand shoulder to shoulder with. And I think that I'm going to be as bold to say that if you don't have that, you should probably look at yourself a little bit and figure out why. Because humans are not meant to be alone. And it's very hard to fix problems with the same mind that created them. It's nice to know the quotes. It's another thing to live them. Oh, damn, my ass is wet. Yeah, I should probably not jump and record at the same time, but I guess. That was close. If I had grabbed onto that, I would actually have been safe, but I doubted myself at the last moment. I doubted myself. That goes back to everything. Like, the reason I'm where I'm finding myself at this very moment is because I doubted myself at some point. And to get aware of that and to rectify it, transmute it, alchemize it, it's a journey. I'm probably so full of ticks right now. I wish everyone had forests to walk through. They do work magic. But maybe you got something from this. Being able to tag along on this little journey of mine. May you have a fantastic rest of your day. Take care of your frickin' family. I'll see you in the next one.
Experience calls as the stars do shine in this quantum dance. The universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor. This is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears.
How are you doing in the chat below? I'm realizing more and more that this is becoming an adventure that I really could not have foreseen. That excites me, because it's literally happening as you were watching it. Back to the normal setting on your microphone now. I found a whole bunch of videos and pictures that I have never shared with anyone. And it was because it couldn't be shared. Couldn't be shared. I figured, while I'm here right now, I'm just gonna go around, look for what's there to kind of be putting into the experience. As I was doing that, as you just saw, there was a video that really just was perfect for everything that has been mentioned so far in the stream and what's been going on. And It's just happening. So I look forward to the rest of the evening, because now I'm just flowing. If you have anything that you feel like you want to share, anything at all, be that from the Discord server, if you're not in the current live stream, we need to get everyone who would be in need of a conversation. Just jump on, take a step, let's share that energy. It's going to be beautiful. I am currently inside of a room. I mentioned this earlier, but for those people who have not seen it, if there are anyone here right now, we have this. This is the campfire, literally, where I can take in people and talk to them. It is where it could go into Spark Space or the Core or you name it, but we do have different spaces for this. So if you want to go onto the stream, talk to Lycus the Loomsmith. Reach out in the Discord server. Let us know. And we can have a conversation right here, right now. I like that. Feels liberating to have conversations whenever you want to have conversations, even if they're with yourself. Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin.
Well, for fun then, since you shared me that beautiful display of what you're up to, if I had dice, I would roll them, but my son steals all my dice like a maniac. Literally, he steals everything. Between 1 and 216, if a number
69.
hops in your head, I'd love to just read 69. Let's go. All right, let's see what it is. This is from the Lily Pad book. So the first, it flips at 108 because it's 216. So it's two covers back, upside down on the book flips upside down. So it's called Lily Pad, a poetic guide to navigating the mystery. And then the other side of it is called Waiting for the Poetry Bird. And I did think it would be fun to make a little app that was like dice that you roll. And there's this kind of like poems that will come to you. And also the dice represents growing up in New York, we would play CeeLo, where you gamble with 3 dice on the street corner or wherever. And that, again, connection where it doesn't have to be like spiritual communities are over here. And then like, if you like to drink or gamble, like it can be both. You don't have to be one or the other. All right. Whoa, you picked a long one. Uh-oh. Fuck it. This one's called The Leviathan and the Ballerina. An encrypted file, a padlock rusted shut. This is how the poem begins. hidden, locked. Someone doesn't want me reading this. Another someone does. I am the bird flying into the window pane again and again, the moth into the candle. Cliché images confuse this secret, a force field of empty counterfeits strategically placed to mislead. They, or I, have gone great lengths to disguise this mystery. Is it merely lust that pulls me, an ancient and insatiable hunger, leaving me emptier when I eat, exhausted when I succumb, lonelier when I merge? My awkward tongue flicks clumsy snake slang, desperate to communicate, unheard and unwritten, just more wasted ink. But then, a rabbit nibbles berries under a bush. A wolf approaches. I tense in anticipation of attack. The rabbit turns, sees the wolf, nods, returns to his snack. The wolf comes closer. She lays next to the rabbit, snuggles up. They are friends. The crunch of feet on frozen ground, delicate steps audible due to the frosted earth. A woman, a ballerina, I can tell by her feet, emerges from the forest onto a lake of ice. As she walks, time speeds up around her. Spring, the sounds of ice melting, bees, birds, flowers beginning to bloom. She seems not to notice. Walking to the center of the lake, she begins to dance, furious grace, whirling, a tornado woman in tune with Abraxas. Below her, a dark shape rising, massive, beyond comprehension, Leviathan. He ascends to meet her, attracted to her rhythms, it seems. Ice cracking, heartbeat in my throat. I am dreaming. No, I am finally awake. A fissure in the ice rattlesnakes to her feet. She falls. What happens next is unknown. This falling moment is suspended in the now. Depends on us. But looking back through the tree line of these words, I notice clues. And the ache that began with this poem has imploded into a peaceful yawn and surrender. P.S. Lunar knowledge tells me and asked me to tell you, one small change can affect the world. The smaller the better, in fact. At this level of the astronaut mother, everything is innocent. So shout if you must, fight if you will, fanfare. But a revolutionary orgasm is infinitely more effective than an opinion or a bomb.
God damn.
That's what your soul, I
Yeah,
guess,
that
wanted
was
to
actually
listen to or something
creepily
like that.
accurate. That was like a medium channeling. That was wow. Wow. Thank you. Yeah. Creepily accurate. That's one way to put it. What you saw there was Zachary Murdoch. I haven't spoken to him in a long while, so I look forward to reconnect. Right now, I'm just going on a tour. I'm reminding myself of the journey, and it has been epic, beyond compare. Insane. Anyone in the chat who wants to jump on a conversation, you know where to do that. In the meanwhile, I'll just continue to see if I can find stuff that will be interesting to review. This is, just to see if I have forgotten any puzzle pieces, because I believe I have. But definitely things that is just almost forgotten, but they can't be forgotten. That makes sense. I'm going to pop myself into a different reality, as I tend to do. And I'll see you on the other side, right? message is one of a few during the day. I have not heard these messages. I do think, though, that they are going to be hella aligned, if that is even a way to say it. I felt kind of awkward saying it, so I'm not sure if I'm going to use that hella. What? Okay, so I've talked to a lot of people today. The case right now, my current situation, got a message or 5 messages repeatedly or quickly in quick succession, almost at once on Saturday. The messages was as follows: you have to pay 28,000 crowns or else we cut your power. The reason that is because I haven't paid my bills in terms of electricity since December. Because in December, something happened. I spent a fuck ton of money on a wrong investment, and it's going to be a story for itself. But I have been focusing on fixing the gaps. So prioritizing things there, down prioritizing things there, and just, having to laser focus on everything that I had to do. Sometimes my internet got turned off. I had to call them and say, all right, here's the money. Like, let's turn it back on. I need internet to do what I do. And then my phone got barred. I was like, fuck, okay, fix that. Now I can continue to do what I do. And then everything so I don't even eat when I have weeks off. I have my kids 50%. When I do not have my kids, I am in my office from I wake up to I go to bed. Every single freaking day, no questions asked. I'm like glued, which is a bad thing too. So I'm looking at finding balance, and I have been in the forest yesterday. I did a meditation video. Maybe you've seen it. And it was a very pivotal, huge video. It might not seem like it, but it was in the whole realization and ideation of figuring out the solution to this new threat. And I figured, I'm so done. I am so freaking done putting out these small fires and then just having to do that repeatedly instead of just freaking flowing and creating as we are meant to do, as my tribe is waiting for us to do. Everything is just lined up for that to happen, right? So I had a few calls today. I called Marcus in Taipei, gonna have a live stream with him tomorrow at noon my time, 6 p.m. Taipei time, which is also actually 6 a.m. US time. So it's gonna be hard for you Americans out there, but you can watch the replay. And then after that, we're just gonna continue to create. After that, I talked to another person called We Are Unity, AI Genius. He just entered the core. He's at the round table right now. So we have a AI expert savant at the round table. Makes me freaking insanely empowered, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. And we can now create things that we couldn't create before. That's the whole purpose of the core, right? That's the whole purpose of everything. We create from the same essence. Which then just evolved into, creating the most beast offer for Ragnarok, because that's where we are at right now. We're in the season of Ragnarok, and it's the end of the old, it's the beginning of the new. That energy, that story is playing off on all these different timelines. All these different people have different situations and different stories, but very similar evolutions. They're going through the end so that they can begin at the beginning. They're purging. It's the big reset. For me, that big reset is now just to step up as let's say the metaphysical, multidimensional, or whatever kind of creator you want to say. I'm the tribe chief of the Legacy Forge. I'm a realm creator. I create realities. And when I don't have my freedom to do so, I get stressed. So I do everything that I can in order to create my life in a way that allows me to flow. That kind of brings us up to now. Because I've said to 3 different people that I've helped for a number of years. We have done insane things and transformations up the wazoo. Now it's time for me to ask for something back. So a testimonial, just for people to share what their experiences was like. Because now I'm selling. Now I'm saying that my next step right now is to sell. And sell. It's co-creation, because if people come into this, their life is going to change. And I said specifically what I was going to do for that. I said that I'm going to sell 10 spots at 3,000 euros, which is fucking cheap compared to what they get and compared to what's else in the market, and take it from there. Then I'm going to fix the fucking power issue, and I'm going to be able to have some money left over to kind of invest in the right things to make sure that the momentum does not stop. So that took 5 minutes of a recap. Sorry for that. Now I am going to listen to these voice notes that I have not listened to. They are from a dear friend of mine, a soul creator, basically, a fellow legacy forger. I will not share her name because we haven't talked about this. If this becomes a video, I don't want to go back and having to do stuff. So I'm going to not share her name. I'm just going to listen to this and then see if I have to take it out of the video. I have no idea what I can expect right now.
Hey, Tor. I first of all, thank you so much. I immediately clicked on. I was like, okay, this is different, and I was like, okay, I need to sit down for this. I'm so happy to. If you had just spoken that in as a message, it wouldn't have had the same effect. So thank you for, having that video, and it really it landed, truly landed. I knew it was difficult on your end, but I couldn't even imagine you can write a book about it. But it's time now to let go of all that drama. There's no more drama anymore. Like you said, now it's time to lift. And one of the things that we learn really deeply is to, um, my mom said it often, but it is a time for deep collaboration, but it can only be done with those that are vibrating at the highest level that we are. And that is on us, because our hearts tend to be so big that we kind of, we we have to kind of let me speak for myself. I think it's important for me. It was important to learn to to really see, not only with the eyes of, the quantum eyes, what I call them, because that's where you see the pure heart and the person who's in front of you, um, and because you know the potentiality, but to also see them as where they are, and not as a judgment, but also as just a way of knowing where to place them, and to know whether they are, and the word is not worthy, but whether you want them in your inner circle, or whether they are someone that, is nice, but they need to be on the outer circle. And that has been a journey for both Annie and I, to and it's been humps around the road to meet people that we would think, oh, this is beautiful, and this can be a good collaboration. But it's important for us to look deeper, because there's the more the more pure we get, the more important this gets, and it does become a smaller, more selective group. So yes, I'm in with a testimonial, of course. I will take time for that, let it come to me, and I will definitely share it with you. And it would be an honor to talk. And let me know, remind me when the chamber thing was with you and Lauren, because I'd love to come and join you guys. Like I said, I really needed to give myself the space. And I noticed that what I said in my book is now holding me accountable, because when I try and do too much, it wrecks my whole body. So I'm forced now, even if I, when I'm like, what I used to be able to do 10 things at once and just work throughout the night and finish this and finish that, help Ernie here, I can't do it anymore. And I've, I've how do you say that? I've consciously reframed that as a gift, because I promised myself that this launch needs to be done in flow, balance, and harmony, because it's the only way to sustain these higher level vibrations throughout our lives. So that's where I'm at right now. And yes, I love it. Thank you for reaching out. I really missed you. I must say, I was like, I really miss him. I need to send him a message. Thank you for reaching out again and connecting, and we remain connected. It is an honor to walk this path with you. You are an incredible soul, and you have incredible things to bring to this world. And it's no accident that our paths met. We are connected, and I will follow up with you on, we'll figure out the details. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, that introduction for your podcast is magical. It's absolutely magical. I love it. Congratulations. And send lots of light, lots of positive vibes to Ernie. Tomorrow he has a meeting, a high level meeting with the University of California, Santa Cruz. They are really excited about his.
Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin. I have reached out to some people right now. We will see what happens, and because everything seems to be leading into the core, and that is interesting. The past is leading into the current core, and when we get in there, I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation. So we're going to just enjoy the moment. I don't know about you guys, but I've had an experience already. This is also very deeply personal for me, of course. It's like taking through everything that has been created, everything that is coming right now. It is hard to explain, to be honest. And that's the magic of it as well. And then I found a little thing that I have not shared with anyone in quite some time. So I figured it would be nice for a little recap to see if I can spot anything that was different. And I'm just gonna have to trust my gut here and hope that I'm taking up the right one. It's kind of like a story, but it's also kind of not. You're gonna see what I mean in just a now. It's been a long while since, because this is what sparked a lot of people's attention, to be honest. So it's weird that I haven't done anything more with it. But I send people stuff, videos, messages. I send these things and I communicate with them through those, and it's, you know, it's more personal than just a message saying, hey, how are you doing, right? But if I do that, I also need to make them understand why. It's like a stranger knocking on your door is not always a nice moment. You don't want to be invited, right? So usually I send a little something, a little hey on a video, and then I talk to them. And while I'm talking to them, it's kind of leading into this this place, this energy, and it's like, oh, but we have actually communicated that. So if you want to be part of a journey with me, we can show you right now. And they go like, yeah, of course. And I say, well, picture this. The Legacy Forge is kind of like a tree. And a tree, it has strong roots. Now, with strong roots, you are capable of supporting a large trunk. And that is our community. Without the community and without everything happening there, this would not have been a thing. And when you have a lot of like-minded people in the same place, you're able to create. You're able to form and structure and keep branches, support them. And when these branches are thriving, they're creating leaves of unlimited possibilities, and then hopefully they will create a fruit, reproduce, right? That fruit will create a new seed. A new little thing will start to sprout. It will grow stronger as it's nurtured. And before you know it, there's going to be a new tree standing there in a forest of like-minded trees. That was a journey in the beginning, before we got into the whole lone wolves and everything of the history and the myths that we have created and have just continued to spin off of from human history, basically. We are inspired by certain elements. But it started with another community that was not even remotely related almost. And it grew fast. Right now, this community is at 11,000 people and growing by 50 to 100 people every single day. It's not a finished adventure, to say the least. But it became something different. It became the legacy game after a while, because we put everything that we had inside of a new place. Discord, right? We have so many things in Discord, so many things that are not visible for everyone, and so many things that are on the way that it is overwhelming. But we were hosting like these events in there. We're doing what we can to share the stories through, well, like live streams like the one you're watching right now, or video if you're watching this in the future, which are usually structured in a make sensible way that people can find their way, right? And this is done for free, all of it. The thing is, at some point, we realized that some people need a little extra oomph to their journey. This is where we got into SAGA. For those people who don't know, SAGA is what started a whole thing for me. The 100-day challenge. Back in 2016, I think. I was struggling a lot. So I had just gotten my first coach. I had spent... This is one of those stories, by the way, where it seemed to be the bottom of the bucket. Wasn't. It was still a far way to go. But I had figured out that I was going to take myself seriously. So I invested in a coach, $600. That was way more than I had. So I borrowed that from the emergency fund of my partner. And I bought a Tai Lopez course for $200. It was $800 that I didn't have. On the first call is like this mapping session. So he asks you, what do you want? And me, having just got into marketing, says health, wealth, and relationships. Those are like the three main things that you do in marketing. It's either health, it's wealth, or finances, and it's relationships, like love and stuff. So I had completely missed the mark. I had no goal, no vision, no nothing. But after a while, we start to talk. Now, he's an ayahuasca facilitator, so he had wisdom that I had not found yet. After a while, I had set myself up on a new location, a little shed with a little couch in it. This can be seen on the first SAGA videos. I can share some of these on events like this, but not right now. I'm going to leave it for later. There's a lot of gold in there. But I then said, maybe I should just do not then. Why I did that was because I said to my coach I was going to do a challenge. I was going to do a 30-day challenge. I was going to be a video vlogger in travel, right? I'm just going to travel the world and I'm going to document what I do. I had a completely different idea of what that means in terms of how do you document? What do you document? Why do you document? All these things that I didn't really consider. I was just going to be a travel blogger. That was the niche, you know? So we talked about 30, and then I said, well, Tai Lopez, he says that it needs 60 days before a thing is implemented and you have a habit. So why not 60? Actually, no. You know what? Maybe we can do 90. Fuck it. Just gonna do 100. Voila. The 100-day challenge was born. I did not know what this was gonna lead to. I did not know that I was gonna lose my family to deportation during that challenge, and record it and have that memory forever etched into the ether webs, you know. But it is a good emotional reminder for me because it shows me where I was at one point and what happened after. Because in the same day where I created that video, I also said that this is where the job starts. I'm not going to lie down. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to take you down, Norway. Because it was the whole fucking thing that was against everything that I was trying to do, which was literally just to live with my family and have a life. So I kind of took up the rebellion. But here we started the saga, and this is a program that we have right now. It developed into saga, self-awareness, growth, and adventure. But it was also just the beginning. As you see, it's level 1. So level 1 was to gain the awareness, and with that, things spiraled out of control almost. All of a sudden, we had a idea that we could just do seasons, right? We can have seasons for the different places of the journey, if that made sense. Because we had 3, we didn't have 12 or 4, or we tried to redesign time almost, it felt like. But it was more based on nature. So you have wet and dying, or cold, and you have hot and growing and life and the transition period in between. This turned into what we refer to as Essence Anvil, which is in the autumn, which is kind of right now. This is Essence Anvil, but it leads into, seems to have all the things incorporated regardless. Essence Anvil is literally what it sounds like. You're taking the essence and you're taking it to the anvil and you're starting to forge it. And this is where we had a whole bunch of platforms, and we have Discord roles, and we have fundamental resources, which is like Field Guide and Psychonautics level 1, and a whole bunch. One physical gathering during one season. We tried to make it as specific as we could. But all of a sudden, we had this thing that wasn't a thing before. You know, I was feeling pretty freaking proud about that. It was for the first people, the FML 1, Fuck My Life 1, Stuck, Beginner, Discoverer, and see how that worked. Worked freaking awesome, by the way. We had the chapters inside of there. We tried to forge something that was resembling of the journey that I had gone through and that other people had gone through, and just the universal journey and evolution of what it seems to be to develop as a human. In here, we also had Spark Space, which is another place where we often have conversations just like this, but personally, you know, face to face, and we sparked the spark. We ignite the spark that is going to carry on through the halls of Legacy Forge. That also, of course, continues to develop. So it leads into level 2, which is Ragnarok, the end of the old and the beginning of the new. This has happened a lot the last few weeks and months, and it seems to be a occurring thing that is just going to be part of everything all the time. Every single day and minute and now is a chapter change if one chooses. So the Ragnarok concept became a very fundamental part of all this, because if you don't go through the Ragnarok, you're not going to see anything on the other side, right? We're going to have epic storytelling sessions about this specific process around the fire with some music and stuff. But this is the Ember Forge, where you have taken the essence and you have made an ember, and now you're ready to create something, right? That's where the process starts. It has even more with the network being opened up and co-creation opportunities, and 2 physical gatherings during a season, one for the end and one for the beginning. This is like in Ragnarok, it starts with Fimbul Winter. The winter of, 40 years of hell, which turns into Ragnarok. And in February, we're going to have another Exalted Hammer event, which is like, you have a beginning and an end, but one of these things that we do in terms of playing it with the theme is to do some events during the winter, and that is not for everyone. That is like where we really go hard. I'm going to go more into that as we, naturally get to that place, but Ragnarok is special. It is something that can't really be explained until experienced. And then we have the same thing. We have a place with information and resources and where they can find the round table to talk with other people who's in the same process. But then we have Epic. This is a different beast. This is where we are collaborating around the globe with people like Lauren of the Black Diamond Process, as mentioned before, where we host different experiences for people coming in, like the antechamber and the core, and we work to create a better future with a slightly different level of everything once you have reached this. And this is like the co-creation part, right? Come together and create insane transformational tools for other people to use on their own journey, regardless of where you are on the journey. We have a little missive where people get updates where we are at. We're actually one of these where, are you ready for the Japan Hakuba Hotel experience? Which was a pretty interesting and fun experience for me. But all of this leads to one very crucial point, and that is this. That one is able to do this from a campfire. Live, natural, in the moment. It just requires the foundation, right? You put down the bricks and you put down the systems in place that you are able to do this from a campfire. It's not impossible. But this is also just one part of the journey. It leads to Valhalla. And Valhalla, for those people who have not or has been living under a digital rock, is the holistic health center that we are going to create here. And then we're going to have 9 other centers around the world that all ties into the Norse mythology of Jotunheim, Midgard, all those. And have culturally appropriate experiences. Like a Japan experience is not the same as a Asgard experience in Norway, because the culture, the history, everything is different at that location. The energy is different, so you have to kind of honor the energy, and that's what really gets me excited, because that means that you can do this uniquely to you wherever you are in the world. Just take that and write it down, because this is nothing other than you being you, and how much can you do with that? That's where we come in to help you. Are you ready to forge a legacy? I used to say. Now it's like people are reaching out saying, I want to forge my legacy. So they've seen that we are creating something that is pretty interesting, with legacy keys and add-ons to gamify life. The psychedelic sanctum that we have for those people who are very interested in different things when it comes to this whole development. Everything in terms of content and resources that we have available, we are providing within these different levels. We call it Psychonautics, level 1. If you go to the legacyforge.com/silo, you're going to find more information. And the first experience is free. This is quite outdated though. Like the links might not, it still works. Everything works, but we have updated the experience from this point. There are much more epicness to this these days than it was back then. Epic experience awaits, which is nothing more than a freaking epic conversation, and that can change your entire existence. Yeah, that's the Legacy Forge for you, kinda, because now it's easier to explain, even though it has gotten new levels of complexity to it as well. Let's see, we have received a call. Thank you for doing what I do. All right. I'll be doing a marathon, so I might have a 10-hour. There we go. I think people are like, what did you say? What? Are you doing a stream marathon? Yes, we are. That's fun. I haven't done this in a very long time, and it's a muscle that has to be reminded of, almost. Now I figure I am going to do a little center exercise almost, and get to the overview. I'm going to look into the the tribe. I'm going to check out the folders and different things. I'm going to put something on here as well while we're doing this, of course, because we do need to have something epic as we do it. And on that, Ren comes to mind again. He's an amazing person, though. He's really good. I think this is the one.
Tell you a story about a boy named Jimmy. 1 year old and his first words were mine, mine, gimme. 2 years old he was walking, 3 years old walking quickly. 4 years old he was running round the pavements of his city. 5 years old and his daddy told him, listen here son, you gotta learn to be a man. A man, he works for what he wants. 6 years old and he's reading, writing, top of the bunch. And when he's 7, his progression made him student number 1. 8 years old and he's praised for unusual grades. 9, his parents paid for private school to nurture the flame. 10, 11, 12, 13, he ascends and ascends. His daddy tells him, son, money is the means to all ends. 14, solving complex mathematical equations. At 15, IQ 150, still elevating. 16, he develops complex software code that detects weaknesses in cybersecurity protocols. 17, and he sells his vision, keeping the share. Not yet an adult, but he's practically a millionaire. 18, and his daddy tells him, now you're a man. This world don't give a damn about you, so take all that you can. 19, he turns a profit, stocks and shares, invest in product. 20, double down deposits. 21, his income rockets. 22, he learns that truth is just an obstacle to wealth. If you manipulate the data, then the lie will sell itself. 23, a life of luxury, crystal and cocaine. 24, he makes the Forbes list, they're applauding his name. 25, and his daddy tells him, listen here son, while you're sitting in that palace, that don't mean that you won. 26, a business shift, he switches business to arms. He's 27, dealing nuclear and shells in Iran. 28, inside the Senate, money bought him a seat. He's 29, a role of counsel in the president's suite. Now he's 30, his daddy says you're losing the race. You're just a servant to the king, not even in second place. 31, a big maneuver for his daddy's approval, moving imports over borders from the exports out of Cuba. 32, moving grams, growing kilos to tons. He's 33, filling warehouses with powder and guns. 34, turf war with nobody to stop it. Blind eye from the po-po inside of his pocket. 35, he gets the call. I'm sorry, son, but it's your father. Had a heart attack, I'm sorry, he's gone. 36, getting pissed off, abusing his product. 37, eyes glazed, disposition demonic. 38, with a prostitute, a moment of passion. Heating up a silver spoon and then chasing the dragon. 39, getting reckless and hungry for power. Daddy's words are still driving him to kill and devour. Makes a move against the cartel, but the strategy's flawed. They retaliate and leave him in a hospital ward. A bullet buried in his vertebra and one in his leg. The doctor sighs and says, I don't think you'll be walking again. Fuck. Let me tell you a story about a boy named Jimmy. He was 40 and he cursed the words, mine, mine, gimme. 41 he wasn't walking, 42 not walking quickly, 43 never running round the pavements of his city, 44 inside a palace with a mountain of gold. But those riches turn to rubble when perspective evolves. Weighing heavy on his conscience is the value of gold. Lamborghini for a life, trading money for souls. Jimmy followed the code inside the land of the free. Put your hand inside the cookie jar, take more than you need. And his example is exaggerated versions of me. And it's a version of him, and it's a version of she, and it's a version of you. There's no escaping the blame. The way we live is parasitic. Fuck the money and fame. Cut the music. This isn't entertainment. This is real life. The way we live is lunacy, community, it declines. Hyperpolarized, always fighting, then we divide. Truth is less important than the money that we designed. Money's an invention. Politics from our invention. They all come from people's ideas. Did I mention? Border's an invention. Law and order fuel the tension. It leads to people killing each other. My solution? Everything is subject to change. We could build utopias if individuals were taught to use their brains. But if we teach kids in schools to always be sheep and put themselves before the herd if there's more money for me, then there's no future I see where the humans survive. We're parasites inside a petri dish with cannibal minds. Mold will grow upon the surface, then consumes till it dies. And our fate could be the same without this story to the wise. "45, Jimmy comes home out of the rain, soaking wet upon a wheelchair, drinking again. He is everything he wants, he is fortune and fame. He's a fortunate fool with an unfortunate fate. With a 45 caliber aimed at his brain. 45 a fitting number cause his age is the same. Here's the words of his father, it's such a damn shame. Then he presses on the trigger of a money game.
Ren is next level. Like the way he communicates the journey that he's been on He's doing these live, creating it live, very much the same as we are doing right now. And I'm having a fun time gathering up the troops. And right now, it seems like something is moving. So we will soon see if we are going to have a little conversation by the campfire. Until then, we're just going to flow a little bit more and then respond to the reality as it's been created. We always say that the experience is what teaches you, right? You learn from experience. You find out who you are through experience. You have an experience, be that an emotional elevation or a traumatizing event. It's an experience. And you take things from that. And those things could either put you down or they could raise you up. But it's always the experience. Some people are actually angry because you don't have the exact same experiences that they do. And they will fight for you to receive whatever they want you to see. But at the end of the day, it is the experience. So I want to provide you with a little experience. A little test. Sometimes when I speak to my clients, I have two questions. Two questions that kind of sets them off. These questions are more powerful than I probably gave them credit for. And I will not take credit for having those questions. I think I heard them from Rich Litvin or something. And I want you to pause this video actually after I ask you the first question. I will then hold my tongue for 5 seconds and then I will ask the second question. While you pause during those 5 seconds, really think about what I'm saying. Really visualize, really go into whatever thought that occurs and see if you can follow it. Because that's kind of the point. So we just sat down. We're now talking to each other. Hi, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Me too. Fantastic day. Yeah. But let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. What can I do to make this actually? What can we do? What can be the topic? What can we talk about to make this conversation the most epic, transformational, and helpful thing that you've had all year? Maybe even all your life if you want to go really hard on it. How can we make this conversation, the shifting conversation for you? Really think about that. Pause the video. Some of you didn't pause. All right, so if you thought, yeah, I could actually gain from having some clarity, or maybe if I got the solution to this thing, that would actually help a lot. All right, let's go into the second question. I meet you in 5 years, right? In 5 years, we meet at some cafe in some exotic location somewhere on the planet. And I see you, and you see me, and we sit down. We have a coffee cups, and we're ready to talk. And the first thing you say to me is, "Holy shit, Tor! You won't believe what's happening in my life right now." Really? Tell me. What is going on in your life right now? In 5 years from now, if this conversation right now gave you all the answers that you wanted, the magic wand that everyone talks about, everything you needed, no limitation, you cannot fail. In 5 years, you're at that situation. What are you doing? What is currently happening in your life right now? Speak of it as if it is present tense. It sounds fucking amazing. Feel it. You're going out on your porch with coffee in your hand and just enjoying the sunlight. What are you doing? Are you enjoying life? Are you loving it? Really loving it? Cool. Why are you not doing that? Sometimes it's not harder than that.
I have not vlogged before. I have vlogged a little bit, but not like in a serious manner. So I wouldn't necessarily know where to, how to, when to, anything.
Most people haven't thought about the years to come. They will have a plan, a 5-year plan, but not really a goal that fuels a vision that makes them feel excited to go into that future. A vision that is so expansive, so paradise, because in this situation, everything is possible. And if you go into that vision that you just created, and you dismantle it a little bit, and you go back, what did it take to get to that point? And you take the steps back to day one, right now. What is the first little step you can take to reach that vision in 5 years? Is it buying a domain? Is it setting up a website? Is it having that hard conversation? Is it buying that house? Is it selling that house? Is it mowing the lawn? Is it painting the house? Is it taking a trip? Is it climbing a mountain? Is it stopping drinking Diet Cokes? What is it? Whatever it is, the first step today. And then begin. Trust me, if you put down one brick every day for 5 years, you're gonna have like 365 times 5 bricks. And if I was good in math, I would probably know what that was. You can build a house by just doing that little thing every day. And especially if you have people around you that want to support you and hold you accountable to reach those things. Like every week you meet up with the crew and they say, well, did you do the thing? Did you? My goal is to have an epic life. And I feel like I always have to up the ante. Because the journey towards that goal, that vision, that feeling, that creation, that impact, that legacy that I want to put behind, every day needs to be a sum of the whole. Every day has to be as epic as it can be. So the journey is the destination. And when is now a good time to start? Tony Robbins. You should join the antechamber. Because this is nothing. If you had any minuscule value of whatever was said in this video, your life will change in the antechamber. And your life will change in Saga, and in Black Diamond, and in Ragnarok, and in Exalted Hammer, and in the core, and in all the things, in the legacy game as a whole. Your life will change. And it starts for free. It starts for free. Click the link. We look forward to seeing you inside. Until next time, have a fantastic rest of your day. We have these group sessions all the time, by the way. This is just me sitting here and reflecting on the 5 a.m. weather. Have an epic day. Take care of freaking family. I'll see you in the next one. Click it. It's there for a reason. Actually, you can't click the screen. You have to go down in the description. There you can click it. I mean, if you can't click it there, you can just type it into URL. You're still here, aren't you? I respect that. I respect that. But why though?
It's so weird watching old videos. Honestly. But so far, I'm like, we're 4 hours almost into the stream. And I find it a very interesting experience
all of this is just filling me with energy because tomorrow I'm going to meet another person at a set of coordinates and we're going to have another adventure, and that's just how it is. It seems like these adventures are going to take place more and more often, and we are planning the next ceremony in late September. So probably the last weekend of September or something. I'm going to make sure to announce that a good month ahead of time and then having it easily accessible. For now, though, if you want to be part of that experience, the physical one and all that stuff, just go there. You know, if you're not in it already, if you are inside of all this, you know how to reach me. You should just go into the community and just do the thingies. It says right there. I know a lot of people need a campfire. I know a lot of people need to just have a good conversation. And lately I've had so many conversations about what is missing in people's lives in terms of that it is kind of crucial that we do something about it. Now, I feel like there has been a lot talk about me, so I want to honor someone from within the tribe. Her name is Vibestar. And she has a story when she's ready. She shared something during her Ragnarok that became a powerful piece of art, to be honest. So I figured let's just continue the run while we wait for the people who want to be part of this conversation by keeping it live so that people don't have any excuse to say, well, I couldn't because I got this happened. That's also one of the things that I'm doing right now. I've been actively talking to people that I know struggle with taking the first step. The people that they have a lot of hesitation for something, they don't really know what they're fearing. And so I'm having it open for as long as it takes. All right? Just know that. This is not going to be one of those pop-up streams that just disappears all of a sudden. Without further ado, let me introduce you to Vibestar, or Past Me is probably going to do a better job than I am because he's acting from the moment. Transformation is not always a pleasant thing. Quite often it's quite opposite. It is a destruction of old self and a reclaiming and accepting of new self, who will then shape and guide future self. And that requires a lot of effort, energy, and sometimes it requires facing demons and doing things that so far has not even been considered because they're too hard. So in the spirit of Ragnarok, I wanted to read for you a declaration made by Vibestar, the Discord administrator. She has been the glue holding a lot of this together because she is there always supporting their members, always doing the work, always standing strong in herself. And I wanted to really acknowledge her for everything that she's done. And I just received another video from another tribe member reading this declaration out loud. And what I've seen in terms of reading declarations, if they come from essence, if they come from a place that is so true that it hurts, then reading the words can transform you, and listening to the words can completely shift your reality. So that's why I wanted to, in the name of inspiration, admiration, and just acknowledging a powerful warrior, I wanted to read that declaration now that we are in Ragnarok and that I am facing one of my biggest decisions so far in my life. Without further delay, let's get into it. I am actually going to do something slightly different now that I have introduced the declaration. I will find someone, if I have it easily reachable, someone who does an even better job at reading the declaration, because as I mentioned there, someone made that. Someone read that declaration and it was powerful because it was the person who read it and what we knew about that person. So let me see if I have that. If I don't, It's going to take me too long to find. Next time I shall promise you that I will be prepared. The Inferno. See, that was not supposed to happen. Let's do that again. The Inferno. Embrace the flames and reclaim your life. By Vibestar. Stand naked and raw. The Inferno awaits. Existence watches. You will not crumble. You will stand tall. This is your reality check. Your life, filled with challenges and burdens, has suffocated your spirit and stifled your creativity. No more excuses. No more delays. Today, you unleash your personal Ragnarok, an inferno to burn away the obstacles and set you free. Unleash your true self. You are not defined by your circumstances. Your worth, your essence, your true self, none of these are tied to external factors. Strip away the false layers and reveal your raw authenticity. You're a feral wolf, a fierce dragon. Life has battered you, but here you are, unyielding. Let go of everything that does not serve your true self. This is your liberation. Assert your autonomy. This is your life to shape and command. Your autonomy is your power. Only you can make these decisions. Each choice you make declares your independence, reclaiming your space and mind. Ask yourself, does this serve my true purpose? If not, it goes. No hesitation, no sentimentality. This is your sovereign right. Seize your freedom and responsibility. Freedom is not given. It is taken. Your freedom lies in the flames of the inferno. Burn away the chains binding you to the past and broken dreams. This is your responsibility. The challenges and chaos are your prison, and you hold the key. Freedom is yours if you claim it. Be ruthless. Set yourself free. Remember the hell that brought you here. Recall the nights of despair, the numb days, the burdens you've carried. That hell forged your resilience and your determination. You're a warrior, scarred but unbroken. Use that strength to ignite the inferno and burn away what holds you back. The abyss tried to swallow you, but you fought back. Now, fight for your freedom. Harness your resilience and determination. You've faced the fire before and emerged stronger. This is no different. Your resilience is your shield, your determination your sword. You are a survivor, not a victim. Let the pain and struggle drive you to act. This is your moment of transformation. Seize it. This is your birthright. Fuel the fire with your pain. Feel the pain. Feel the grief and feel the anger. Let them fuel you. Use every ounce of suffering as kindling for the inferno. Burn your past, burn your traumas, and burn your fears to ashes. This isn't about a gentle release. It's about a relentless purge. Your deepest emotions are your greatest power. Use them. Surrender to the flames. No half measures. Surrender completely to the inferno. Let it consume everything that does not serve you. This process is brutal but necessary. The pain, the trauma, and challenges must go. Let the flames cleanse you. This is your catharsis. No more excuses. Enough delays. The time, the day, the moment has come. Face the flames, embrace the destruction, and step into your rebirth. Reclaim your authenticity, your autonomy, your freedom, and your responsibility. Let the inferno burn away the past and rise from the ashes to a life of clarity, peace,
and limitless possibilities. No hesitation, no doubt. Act now. Let the flames of the inferno guide you. Consume the excess and set your spirit free. This is your transformation. Embrace it, live it, become it. You are a feral wolf, a dragon. Let it burn. It's powerful when you hear someone sharing their deepest thoughts in the process. That's why I really respect Ren and the people that have shared the last few days, Tom MacDonald and everyone who has gone through the journey, who's actually capable and rightfully so able to communicate their journey because they've been there, they've done that. It is completely different to a lot of other things that we see these days. That's also why we're trying to do something about blah. My mouth was not mouthing there for a little bit. It's something that we are trying to do something about, where we are more or less calling in people and putting them on the spot, to be honest. I feel like that's something more than anything that we do. We take people into a safe container, a safe environment, and we support them by putting them in the spot and doing the thing so that they get inspired to do the same. Like the howl of the lone wolf. One howls, and then all of a sudden, if you do that in a group of more people, everyone howls. It's good. It is good. There we go. Do you know how the Facebook algorithm works in terms of friends and who the people that you get introduced to? Well, I have a theory, and I'm going to see very soon if that theory is correct. But right now, some people have gravitated towards this whole thing and given me a little sign that I just reacted to or responded to. So there's another thing that I hadn't really considered that's going to happen because of that little seemingly innocent thing happening. Oh. Also, I'm kind of interested to see what would be the most beneficial time to do these experiences. Because now we have done it from afternoon. Or maybe we should do it like an all-nighter as well. Start at my midnight and see if we can do it until noon or something. That would be interesting. Maybe even both. You know, it's been a long time since I did a 24-hour stream, but I think that should be prepared a little bit beforehand so that you're not alone in the endeavor. Because it's a lot of work. Not really. That's a lie. Because everything has already been put into place, and all I do right now, I'm just pulling out drawers. Drawers? No, I think I said that right the first time. I'm pulling out the archives. See what's going on inside of the many places that might have been forgotten, to be honest. I have stories that has not been shared. Should they be shared? There is one actually quite pivotal one. One of the first adventures that didn't get shared because it wasn't possible. And they're fractaled, so it's hard to just share it. Putting the story together in terms of props and visuals and photos and videos and all that stuff live before you have thought of using it is always a very interesting experience. Sometimes it leaves fractal presentations, like in this case, the journey of the thought. Where are they when we're not thinking about them? And the first tale is that of two tunas. I see so many thoughts having been started in the past. Ooh. See this too. Word of the experience. You might kind of get lost if you don't know in what container to basically tell your story. Which means that you might start a brand, to be honest. And that brand will not be whole until you have really nailed it, almost. So I have stories from other stories that is part of the same story. Does that make sense? It's like I have the first thing that was the company, and then I have the person, and then I have the movement, the community, and everything else. Those are three different levels of how to share the story. But in the same way, it's kind of exactly how to share the story. It's weird. I know. I'm going to get it a better way to explain this, but I'm going to show you what I mean, of course. Because while I'm just allowing time to do its thing and jumping around and filling the air, I want to tell you a story. And this story, I have no idea what will be because, honestly, I haven't seen this in a very, very long time. This is from when I was trying to do the whole personal thing. It's hard when you do it alone. So I just want to really remind everyone watching this now or in the future that this is what it might look like if you're putting things together while it's happening before the full picture has been created. So the slides and things in this might be different. It might be incomplete. But at the same time, it's not. It's part of the same thing. It's just not organized yet. This is the story of Saga. Your personal one. As you see, maybe you didn't because maybe you haven't been here for the entire duration, but this has been shared already once in this stream in a different way. So this has also started as a thought and then it became something completely different. I think in this case, I was taking people through the self-awareness, growth, and adventure by showing the chapters and everything that goes on inside. Because there are many. You know, we have 10 in total, and all of them symbolize this journey that we are all finding ourselves on. I'm trying to communicate that while also encouraging self-exploration. That was a journey in itself. We have 10, and in this, I tried to prepare people as much as I could. So I went into each and every single one. From the calling, where you're listening to the silent screams of your soul, and you're committing to your journey, and you're planting the seed, and gearing up for the adventure. Right? This is not something that is done in an hour. It's not something that is done in a day. It's something that might even take a lifetime if you're not actually doing the things you say you're going to do, or the things you know you have to do in order to get to where you say you want to go. It's a whole thing. I'm actually going to do this so that if you are in chat, you can ask questions while we're doing this, and then I can answer them live. Once you're done with the chapter 2, or chapter 1, you go into chapter 2, which is the Bridge of Bravery in Saga. Here we are telling stories, identifying the dragons, arming us with what we need to defeat them back then. Now we have learned that it's not about defeating the dragon, it's about riding it and creating an epic duo that's going to conquer the world. And then become your friendly local dragon slayer. But in this case, I think that How to Tame Your Dragon, the hit movie from Pixar, I believe, they nailed it. Become a dragon rider. Don't become a dragon slayer. They're pretty rare. And then you find power in the storms of life, which is a skill. It's a new way of seeing things. We talked about this also earlier on this very same, let's just call it a freaking masterclass, because if people were to devote their time, take one day, a Thursday, it has to be a Thursday, I think, and you just put on this whole thing in the background, you can walk around, do your day, but also be focused. Everything has gone through a evolution so far. So if you got the entire thing, it would be equivalent of going through a masterclass of a week or a weekend or whatever. It seems like this is getting to become something like that, almost like a webinar or a workshop where you just allow the seeds to just grow and sprout. After we've done all this and crossed the bridges of bravery, because there are many, we go into chapter 3, which is the path of perseverance. In the path of perseverance, we find comfort in the uncomfortable. We get into the habitual fear-facing factor of life, where you are actually going in and seeking out those things that is going to evolve you and make you grow. Accepting this new reality, which is, as I talked to Lycus about earlier, is almost like when you're shedding trauma and past shadow and experiences and all that stuff. You're shedding that, and that's a kind of the same experience as surrendering to the new reality. You're getting new experiences that you have to accept as reality, because if you keep on limiting yourself and denying the fact they're happening, you're still going to be stuck. So it's the same kind of work, but on the different scale. And I think that if you focus on that first, to just accepting the reality, the associations that you had with the limitations of it is just going to go away. So in the same swoop, you're basically taking care of your shadow, which is very interesting. Then we go into chapter 4, which is the meeting with the mentor. Here, there is the power of standing on the shoulders of those who came before you. Like there is a story about the whole giants thing, and I think that this is a good story to have right now, because we all know about the conditioning element of life. We learn how to be ourselves. So we start our lives, and I want to picture this in a more visual setting. There is a human, a tiny little human, born into a land of giants. Wakes up, opens the eyes for the first time, sees all these huge giants all over the place. The world is dominated by them. As time progresses, these giants care for you, but sometimes they do things that does not make sense. The giants care for the human, love the human, but sometimes they discipline the human. Act like us. You're a giant now, right? Going through life, the little human experiences a lot of different experiences from a lot of different types of giants. All of a sudden, the giants yell, they become angry, and they slap the human straight over the face. The human leaves. Finds a pack of other humans, and they learn how to be human together. All of a sudden, the giant looks down that was once human on a new human, and the cycle continues, with or without the lessons that the human learned as it became a giant. So knowing that we have the responsibility to be the custodians and to guide these humans that we put into the world into a more limitless way of living and a more natural way of living according to themselves and their alignment, who they are, right? Nurture and lift them up to become powerful in themselves. And you do that by standing on the shoulder of these giants and learning from their experience, but also taking in those things that actually give you value and not base your reality on the quote-unquote negative experiences that one would have in such a upbringing. We use the fuel for the fire. This is also a little, tag back into the last thing that we talked about in terms of Ragnarok and Project Inferno. The fire. There is always fire involved, but it doesn't have to be painful. It normally requires some effort, and it requires a lot to go through things. But if you're not alone, if you have those guidelines, it doesn't have to be. So using any kind of experience as fuel for the fire that is just going to purge into the Ragnarok and outside of the other side. We get into friendship and life bonds. This is like, we call this allies and networking and just meeting new people, tribe, like-minded people, and then creating together, co-creation, and just sharing the energy and not trying to do it all ourselves, because that is a fool's errand. And then if we actually cooperated like ants, if we went away from the whole survival of fittest, me, myself, and I kind of mentality, it's easier. It's easier to create when you have more people who are creating the same thing. It's the same mountain, but different paths, and all these paths can aid other paths in seeing that they're moving into something there that where we have experience to guide them around and through these experiences that people need to have. But more mountain climbers on the same mountain, just supporting each other, just like an anthill. Battles, bonds, and bravado. Chapter 5. The battles of the journey. There are many. We know this, and that's why we are doing what we're doing. Shining a light from the battlegrounds that we have already gone through. Forming bonds with allies, displaying bravado in the face of adversity, because sometimes the situation might seem dire, but there are always ways through. Going into the Anvil of Truth. Chapter 6. We're facing the true, authentic you. By this point in this whole program, people have gained a new insight into who they are and what they can share, and they have seen that their actual experience have a lot more value than what they thought. So it's about just accepting the fact that you are awesome. And then you forge your legacy. You start by just sharing your truth. Not trying to explain to others why they should follow your truth, but you're sharing your truth and the wisdom that you've gained on your journey. Coming into the crucible of courage where we walk or talk. We're not just talking about it. The nature of courage, how often you need to have it, how often you need to just tap into that freaking energy of courage, which is going to allow you to overcome challenges and a lot more stuff. Then we come into the chapter 8, Triumph of Transformation, where we have the nature of transformation. We're going to talk a lot about just that. A lot of our conversations just goes into the core, and when they do go into the core, they tend to move around a few fields, right? And then all of a sudden you see the world differently, and there's a transformation taking place, sometimes in real time. And if not, people are integrating their experiences. There's always transformation. Literally, on the same thing that you're watching right now, there has been several. And only those people with the eyes to see it will see it. But the beauty is, everyone has access. Everyone can do this. It's paradoxically simple, and that's what we're trying to explain. Celebrating the transformation. When was the last time we did that, huh? This is kind of that for me. I'm just celebrating what has happened so far, going through and just reminding myself of the journey. And it has been a long one, and a fulfilling one, and it's a limitless one. The stopping and just smelling the roses, as it were, is important. And then we come into the homeward march. This is where you've gone into the cave and you come back out with some new insights, where you're integrating your journey and you're accepting your role from what you learned from it and overcoming new challenges. You're getting into that new frequency of operation, and you can do things more easily because you've prepared yourself, integrated, done the work. You're at chapter 9, for God's sakes. Then coming into the elixir of enlightenment, the final chapter of the SAGA program. Embracing the transformation, creating the legacy, and continuing the journey. So here we are basically creating in air, because it's individual. Everyone has their own. And that's what's so fascinating about it. And all we can do is just help out with the resources that we've created, of which there are many. You're watching one of them right now. And just continue to do so. To give you a little kick in the ass, or some help or support or clarity or whatever, I think we have something coming up right now that is going to be a little bit helpful for some of you, especially for 4 of you who have spoken to specifically about this. Let's go into, not that, that is, actually, maybe we should just go and see this, because it kind of tells the story with me here, and it's kind of fascinating. So, if you don't mind, and let's see.
Them. Thing is, you've reached out, and there's so many more of you than I thought. And some of you actually says that just by me doing this, that helps, that you are getting some guidance and perspective from just watching this. And I don't feel I honestly don't think that I've started yet. I can't say that I feel like I've started because I'm still in the shed. But
This is 2016, by the way, which is an interesting time. Going into the rest of that journey, I think we have a few more before we begin. Yeah, we have the actual formula for the whole goal setting. So let me take you through the runes, shall we? We need goals. We need to know where we're going in order to see where we're going, right? We need to have a vision of those goals so we know and can feel. Feeling being very important in this case, which means that we are able to plan. And once we have those components in order, we then have what can become a dream. At least that's my experience. I've seen this happen so many times that it's not even funny. But I tried to help people to the best of my ability in just giving everything that I could for their journey. And then they could take from that what they needed to continue their journey, their legacy. Here we talked about what is a goal, what we're going to talk about basically inside of this. What is a goal? Where to begin? Why should you have goals? Smart goals, tools. This is before we had anything in terms of legacy, jumpstart, the events, any of those things. The events has not been created in this time, like as I was creating the presentation so many years ago. And I went in deep. I was very freaking detailed about everything. Taking skill inventory. What do you love doing? What would you do even if you were not paid for it? What are you good at? What do people come to you to fix? If you had everything you needed, what would that day look like? You know, we talked about this earlier as well. Like, what is your perfect day? Most people don't even consider it. After this, we went into SMART goals, maybe? I don't think I finished this at all. Because there was like so many things to unpack in each and every one of them. Which is good news for those people who feel like they want to do it. SMART goals. They didn't fit the slide. We're using the INVEST acronym in CRUD these days, so this is kind of outdated, even though it's transformational. Structure anything thingies. Oh, look at those animations. Goddamn. I was really on a roll. Yeah. Alright, so I think it's time for me to just do another roundup and see what has happened around again. It was always interesting to see what's actually happening. Because there's a lot of things happening. And it's new. It's a new feeling. Let's see, shall we talk a little bit about the legacy game, maybe? That's something we haven't talked about. Because we do that all the time, right? But we haven't talked about it in this context. Let's do it.
And revisit this feeling once per day until it becomes a part of you. And then you will see the distractions that are hindering you from becoming that person will slowly dissipate, because this will mean more to you.
Yeah, good advice, man.
Thanks. I just experienced it. So it's fresh advice. That's the beauty of this whole concept, and this is what Tor is showing me. It's like the sequences with the FML 1, 2, and 3, right? First, you go the ladder yourself, and then you look down, and what you do is you build the ladder for someone else to climb up it. And that's what Tor has done as well, and that's why we're both here, bro. It's so crazy. So he's done this personal development aspect into becoming this one person, and then he realized, oh shit, other people have to do it. He makes a ladder, throws it down, another person climbs up, he sees it, realizes it's his responsibility, looks down, throws another ladder, keeps climbing, and it's just kind of cool. It's like a ladder game.
It's so much more than a ladder game. And it's way bigger than most people can comprehend. Because it goes so far beyond what most people have been stretching their minds to see. life for many people is just this recurring set of rules and routines, and it's an ever-going grind. And there are many people who are complaining about this when there are ways to change it. And the only way that we saw efficient enough to say that we know how to change it is to give people that experience. And in most cases, they have the experience without even knowing that they're part of the experience. So it's a game. It's a gamified version of life, but if it's done properly, it just feels like play. It feels like something that you want to do because you know what's going to happen when you do it. And when you see those results, when you see that new version of how you can live, see things through new perspectives, or simply feel more joy, I think it's limitless. And as Frederick said, we're basically just building ladders to help other people come to the next level. So I am by no means done with this. I look forward to be able to do things that I can't even comprehend right now. Things that I haven't even thought of because I didn't know it was possible. And I'm already trying to figure out how to deal with these energies and what is possible with that. Nikola Tesla said it best. If you want to really understand the universe, view it through vibrations, frequencies, and emotions. He didn't see emotions, but there is a connection between all things. What we do in this game is to show you that connection so that you can understand it. Not just talk about it as if you're a self-proclaimed expert, but you actually understand it. You live it. It is embodied. That's what we do. And that's why I want to welcome you to the Legacy game, if you so choose. It's open for all people of all levels, of all statuses, all levels of experience and success. It is for your inner development. It is for you to understand what powers you have so that you can actually create that impact in the world and be the change you want to see. It's very basic, but most people do not know what they do not know, and that's why we have structured it in a way that makes you understand in a way that actually feels good. So that it is not overwhelming, so that it doesn't take you down a rabbit hole, so that it doesn't make you act out and react to situations that normally would be a blessing or an opportunity, but you didn't see it, so you basically shoved it off because it was a little bit uncomfortable. I've seen that happen to too many people to continue to allow it to happen, where people go in and they live these experiences that just allows them to expand life, and they see this opportunity that they view as a threat, as something that takes them out of the comfort zone, as something that makes them feel a little bit bad, like setting boundaries, facing your stuff, confronting your situations. If you don't know what's going to be on the other end of that because you lack the full picture, the context, then you're going to see that as something that you don't want to go into, and you're going to avoid it, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the rat race of the world because you didn't want to go where you had to go. You went where you wanted to go. Most people go where they want to go. They don't understand what's on the other side of where they need to go because that's uncomfortable. The Legacy game is actually facilitated so that you create your saga. You go through these quests and adventures, and as you do so, you're having fun. And sometimes, yes, it's going to test you. If you don't want to be tested and see what you are capable of, then this is not for you. But for those people who actually want to see what's on the other side of that matrix thing that they always talk about, it's not hard. Click the link. That's it. Looking forward to see you inside.
The Legacy game. Let's see. I'm just gonna have to respond to a little message right here. Let's see. I have to do something very natural right now. Don't know why I said very natural.
I have to go and have a pee. Oh, that's what I need. Meanwhile, maybe you can just... I'm going to just put on something from the... I think it's unlisted as well. I don't think people have seen this. No views. Oh, I don't know what this is. Well, I'm going to share it regardless because I think that this is for this moment. Maybe that's why it has no action. I have to go pee. I'll see you soon. Welcome to the Legacy Forge. My name is Tor, and I am one of the Legacy facilitators that you will find in this sacred and magical epic place. Right now, you have gone through a onboarding process where you entered your name, you entered your email, you chose your path. Regardless of what path you chose, you are now being put into the container of that path. So you're going to get access to different parts of the Forge. You're going to see other people from the community on the same path, and maybe other people who have been on different paths, because even though you chose one path and you can't kind of change that, you will be introduced to other paths when you are ready. And that's kind of where the journey gets interesting, because then you're going to get things in the right order, not feeling overwhelmed, and be able to do them at your own pace and just taking part in the community, getting to know everyone and just seeing what we're about, so that you can see if you want to join us on one of these things. What is there to do in the Legacy Forge? What is the Legacy Forge? That is a question that has been asked many, many times. But more than anything, the Legacy Forge is a movement of people of like mind who wants to see people have a better life, to raise the frequency, to stand up against injustice, and to make sure that people feel free and happy and fulfilled. And today, sadly, many people don't. So we aim to provide the resources, the practical tips, the tools, the how-tos, the tutorials, the guides, the courses, the talks, the seminars, the events, the podcasts, the videos, all the things that we can, the network, to say that's probably the most important thing, because here you're going to meet other people who are on the same path, and they have other people in their network. They have skills, they have experiences, they have gone through a lot of things, making them very able to help you with a lot of things. And if one person can't help you, you can be pretty much assured that another person will have a skill or something that is going to help you. But you have to reach out. You have to be active in this community, because if you don't, who is going to hear you? Who is going to see you? It is really hard to stay at some place and just say, this is what you should do, and then expect people to find results in that. I have my life experience. I've done my things. I have a lot of experience and wisdom and insights because of that, but it's not like you go around thinking about stuff all the time that's going to help another person. So the best thing for anyone is if you actually engage and ask. Write in the Discord, send an email, submit a support ticket, whatever it looks like. Raise your hand during a community tribe talk. Whatever it is, if you actually engage, we can then better see what we can do to help you. Because we have so many different things in this place. This is a magical place, and there are so many things that you can do. You can have guided meditations. You can be on these physical retreats, either in Canada, Japan, Norway, soon probably a lot of other places. You can take part in community meetups if there are local cafes, because who knows? I want to start a cafe, and I think it's going to be very much aligned with everything that we're doing. So then at one point, you're going to be able to join these cafes, and depending on how far into the Legacy Forge you are, you're probably going to have access to different parts of that cafe. And I think that one of those parts is just a secluded, secret, locked away VIP bonfire room where you can tell tales of transformation and hear them as well. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of epicness in the future, and there are a lot of things that we are doing right now that are blowing my mind on a daily basis, because I could not have even considered being here a year ago. 1 year ago, in this very spot, actually no, I'm about 10 inches away from where I was sitting. But we had an event right here where 4 souls came to meet, and from that event, a year later, 4 souls has been on their own journey, and each of them has reached their level of success, their own journey, their destiny. Not even the destiny, the destination, because when we were here, everyone had a thing that they wanted to do. Everyone had an intention. And today, you can see that one of them who had the intention of quitting his job is currently earning more money in a month than most people earn in a year while living in Bali. And the other one wanted to be a medicine man, and he's currently undergoing shamanic training in Peru. So I feel very achieved. Like, I feel like I have been on a journey that has actually had positive results, because my journey has not just involved those people, but also been directly involved with the third person who had a journey unlike any other. And then it was my journey as well on top of that, where I haven't really gone into the details because honestly, there are so many things to be reflecting on and to document that it's mind-boggling. I have so many videos, so many adventures, so many people I've met, so many opportunities, so many things created, so many challenges faced and conquered, so many situations, many of them in this very cabin. It can't be explained in a single paragraph, basically. Huge questions, you know? Most people are like, oh, it's fine. And I don't know where to start. I'm genuinely overwhelmed by possibilities and opportunities, and I feel liberated because of it. Because all it took was a single mind shift. All it took was just thinking different a little bit in the beginning, and then just keep adding to that little differenceness, you know? Instead of feeling like I didn't have money or I didn't have any way of creating something or paying the bills. And in the beginning, there was a lot of money issues. But I had no idea how to create money until I came up with value begets value. Energy attracts more of the same. Love begets love. You know, it's really fucking simple. Because all I had to do was then give value to people, and then depending on what people value, then you would get paid. So let's just take this as an example. I was out there having an adventure, having fun, just enjoying everything that I was seeing. And I was in the moment. And at one point, I just turned on the camera. And there was nothing but silence. And just the sounds around everything. And then I just tried to capture the feeling of what I was experiencing. And these things are actually valuable, because what if you are at an Airbnb, right? And you're blown away by how freaking amazing it is. And you go around and you document it and you create a freaking amazing video. And you send that to the person who having the Airbnb, and you're saying like, this could probably do some stuff for you. What if we make a deal? What if I give this to you and you pay me money for it? And then they're going to probably, because people don't like to pay for shit, maybe they say, no, are you kidding me? I can do this for free. Why should I pay you? And then you're like, all right, no worries. Actually, I have so much confidence in this that you can take it for free, and then I can make sure that you earn a lot of money, and then from that money, we can make a deal. But if we're going to do it like that, I have some conditions. Because it's really easy to track where the money comes from these days. You know, it's really easy to see what is making a difference. If you have 4 products, it's really easy to see the digital evidence that one of the products are doing better than the other. But most people don't know about these possibilities. They don't know that if you help another person or a business or whatever with ads or marketing or sales or branding or graphic design or whatever have you, whatever your superpower is or what you want to learn, if you provide that to people, or you just go out there and see what is needed in this world, and then you try to learn something in that area, and then you provide that. And then you're learning by doing, and then you start and you just build up the skills and the experience, and all of a sudden, you're making money. So, you know, everything changed when I saw that value begets value. And because of that, I have a very different mindset than most other people. And because of that, I see that I can do things with everything that I do through every single day. Because if there's one thing there's not a lack of in this world, it's money. Because it's fucking fake. It's numbers on a screen. It's digital ciphers in a screen somewhere, and it's just associated to a bank account. Now, when you actually help people with something, that money can go from their bank account to your bank account. It's not that complicated. And those things shifted my entire reality, because then why do you live scarcely? Why do you live paycheck to paycheck? Why do you live without being able to feed yourself? You know, I had to ask myself those questions, because I actually provided a lot of value and I was not paid for it, because I didn't see my value, so I didn't charge for it. I didn't say that this is going to cost money. Even though it changed lives, I still said this probably is free. Inside I was screaming, why are you not charging for your value? But for some reason, I stopped myself in actually charging my value. And that kept myself in a bad place, and it kept my family in a bad place, and everyone around me suffered. Just like everyone says. When you go online and you do these courses on selling or whatever have you, everyone says that you will feel like it's wrong. You will see that if you don't do the thing, you're going to hurt more people than yourself. And then if you go into that feeling, if you really try to visualize that feeling, and I recommend trying to visualize it, trying to go from the thought of not having anything and then feel as bad as you can about that situation. Really go creative on that shit. Go and say, what happens if you are homeless because of this, and you end up in a box, and you lose your family, and everything is shit because you didn't do the thing of asking to be compensated for your own value. How does that feel? It's one thing to visualize it. It's very hard to visualize, because if you haven't experienced it, then how are you going to be able to really feel the pain of that situation? Some people are lucky. Some people are more visual or emotionally connected than others, but I can promise you that it's better than going through it, because when you are sitting in a situation where you don't have anything and you have to do something from a place of despair, it requires an effort. And so that's kind of what my journey was. It was to see my own value, to be able to charge, to be able to create something and be proud of what I created, so that I can share that with the world and then feel good about charging money. It took a long time. It took a long freaking time. But once you've put yourself in the situation long enough, you're going to be able to see that everything is at all times available to you. But if you don't do the thing that is going to enable you to get that outcome that you want and then follow through, you're not going to get any of it. And that's, I guess, where I ended up. I was like, I'm sick of sitting in this situation where I don't have anything. So I started to really share the things. I got it out there. People saw it. Some people joined. They loved it. And I saw that this is actually something that we can build upon. We can expand on this. And then you have to fight the public ignorance. That's where you learn about specificity and how to really make it clear what it is that you are selling, because most people will not have a clue. They will pay a lot of money for a electronic gadget, but they will have a hard time paying for transformation in their lives. That's just how it is, it seems. Many people will go around pulling other people down instead of just trying to be a better person. And that's a harsh truth to face and to accept, but that's just how it is. I guess it's okay. Life is good. And we have something here that is going to blow so many minds straight off the hinges. You know, today we created something new. it was a new kind of rap. And I don't want to spoil too much because it kind of blew my mind. But these experiences, they have so much more than people can really fathom. Because when have you come to a place that seems so innocent? All of a sudden you're seeing that, holy shit, this is not just a clearing in the forest. There is actually a cabin in the mountains here. And you're served mountain water just pulled up from the stream below that is infused with lemon. And you're going through these mystical experiences with other people who guides you through whatever you have to go through, if you need so. And you go just basking in the environment of this magical place, meeting new people, gaining new experiences, and raising your frequency. And in that, there are so many things, so many small details that just makes the experience perfect. Like the music that is being played, the feeling of just being in complete silence with another person and not saying a word, and both people just being there. And then the topics, like the topics we have for our conversations always blow my mind. When you're sitting with the right kind of people around a campfire, you can't really predict what's going to happen, because it's magic, it's spelling. But the energy has to be right, and I think that that is what we have become pretty proficient at, creating the right energy of the scene, the environment, the process, the ceremony, the full thing. We actually have a program. Today I figured out that we were not only documenting and creating the program, we were actually doing the program. It's not like we tell you what to do, is we do the thing and then we just try to document it. And we don't have a cameraman, so it was hard, again, as usual. But just walking up to this place is a challenge in itself. And in there you're going to find so much value just by doing that it is insanity to think about. Like, I was walking around today having all these thoughts, thinking, holy shit, we have created something that is almost guaranteed to transform a life, if the person is ready, if the person is there to actually do this thing, if the person really is on a journey and not just on a event to escape. Because all of this is just about finding your alignment, being true in who you are, and then just living like that. And the more true and free you are, the more you are being compensated for that freedom, and the more you're getting compensated, the more freedom you get, and then that's just a spiral out of control. But it kind of goes against all common societal norms. It goes against everything that people have been taught to be real or possible. So it's a battle to really get people to understand what's possible. But that's how it is. I'm going to see if I can create a better video script, and then I'm going to see if I can create a video that's actually going to help you in terms of practicality and stuff inside of this place. Because our intention is for you to have the best experience possible. And how we do that, we're going to figure that out. So thank you for being on the journey with us, because all the things that you're seeing is created with love, I guess. We are here for one reason. We're going to do something that Yes, yes, yes. I am I'm actually surprised as to how well this system works. This is literally a live in the making creation, and it has gone through a lot of different standalone parts and experiences, but also been supporting the whole main vision of it. You know, now I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours, and just the ideas that I've had based on that, just being able to see things through that perspective of what is currently here, and all I need to do is just to collect them, and then I don't have to do anything else. As I was peeing earlier, my past self was talking. And my past self talked about something very interesting that got me thinking while I was peeing. It was that this is happening right now, and that it's effortless. I'm literally standing there having a pee while it's happening. I'm just going, flowing with it. So all of this has led to specifically one thing that wasn't planned before it started, and that is on this Sunday. Might be confusing for you if in the future, but this Sunday we're gonna have a challenge, a little thing where just go through the steps that was found today, which is gonna shorten it dramatically, and have a challenge. A challenge. I'm gonna fucking challenge you to do something about what you want to do in life, and I'm gonna support you in doing that, and doing that in one day. You know, because I know a lot of things can happen in one day. That's gonna be my goal for this Sunday. Did I say Saturday or Sunday? I'm not sure. It is, you know, after all, I have been sitting here for 4.5 hours, so I'm starting to feel the fatigue. But I am not gonna stop. I have ideas, and I have invited people to join me on these adventures and ideas. It's hard. It's hard to continuously change and adjust the lights and everything, and still not be overwhelmed, because it's a lot to sit here with a lot of lights in your eyes. A lot. Right now, I'm in the core. For anyone who's currently listening, I am in the core right now. So, if you know what that means, knock on in, knock on it, and come in. The words. Meanwhile, I'm gonna prepare myself another coffee. I don't know how many coffees I've had, but while I'm doing it, let's go for the song again, shall we? Because now a lot of context of the song has been shared, and I think that is a good thing. Ivan, speaking of the sun, and it will shine. Ivan, if you want to join me on a conversation and have a first ever meet and greet live, created for the eternity to come, and just see what we can discover of each other, let me know, bro, and I'll hook you up with the link. I mean, I feel the need for a good conversation. A good conversation. There's going to be a lot of good conversations today. But right now, I sense that we have gone through 4.5 hours of different context builders, and we're ready for the conversation. Just let me know. Oh, I'm going to do something that is still a very bad habit. I smoke way too much, but we've had some interesting insights on that as well. And just the traditional use of this thing. That is also a conversation. This is fun. This is like on the dot, 9 p.m. Now I think the next leg of the stream will be very interesting. Are you doing a live marathon, brother? I am. I am. I didn't know I was doing this earlier today.
but it's Thursday or Thursday. And I have been ordered, and I've kind of accepted that on these days I'll just do whatever the heck I want, and I will take a chill day, and I'll just create where I flow. And today, it created something very interesting. I'm tuning in for just a minute. Got to go in a bit. Ah, shame, man, because I have made it a point to keep the channels open, and every person who wants to join me at the table while I'm on here has the opportunity to do so. So if you want to tune in and actually speak for a bit as well, let me know. I can hook you up, you know, and then we can take it from there. And then I can just allow you to go whenever you need to go. Or maybe I'm here when you come back. I have no idea. As I said, I did not know I was going to do a marathon, but there has been interesting developments during this marathon that is going to be super interesting to review. I guess on Sunday, maybe. There's a lot of things happening. Adventures left and right. And it's fun. Lauren! Yes. Okay, so now there's going to be a conversation regardless. Ivan, you are more than welcome. This is so well timed. She's going to love this. It's always the same. So, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, this is just being done, so I have no idea. Actually. But I'm unavailable for... I don't have the opportunity to use the camera inside of the core, so she's going to have to just listen to the voice. Let's see. I'm just going to have to notify this. My ethereal voice. Streamed. And with voice and other epic elements. I love that. I just received a weird WhatsApp. This is so appropriate. Dude, what's going on right now? People reaching out and what they're doing when they are. Like, interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to share a lot more about that as we go into the new experiences, but right now we're having an experience. I'll join you live for a bit then. I had to put a tank top on. Cool. All right, I'm gonna... There we are. Lauren is in. Lauren is in. I'm waiting. She's coming in. She's coming in. I can swap between. So the viewer. Hello! You, as the viewer, will have the honor of seeing both of our faces. Lauren will just have to rely on my ethereal voice. But yeah, now you are literally in the fire. On the have you seen how this looks? It has developed. I mean, I don't think it would be echoey, to be honest. Maybe you will have like one, but you just need that first impression to see what it looks like where you are at. I'm going to remove a few disturbing elements and then just see how you react to your face in the fire.
This is how I love to end my day. Just saying.
Yes.
All right. Okay. I'm going to do this on my phone.
It's amazing. I also wanted to have like this oracle vibe so that I can create a live thingy where there's just a face in the smoke over fire. Just have this really...
Listen to me, adventurer.
You know, the whole thing.
Oh my god. All right, I see it. Hold on. I see it, and then it went away.
Oh, you see it and then it goes away.
Hold on, it was I'm in the fire.
Yeah.
But then it is 'tis darkness.
Yeah, 'tis darkness. There's a lot of darkness, and there's a lot of things happening, and music, and freaking I've been talking to my past self so many times today.
So you've been I see I see you now. I see you now and I see how it goes in and out.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I wonder if I should be on better internet.
That would be very awesome, to be honest. If you have the ability, why are you on a worse internet?
Stop it. I was on the phone.
Is one of those
With
where
Yeah.
you pick up the phone and then you hear from the other room, "Hey, I'm streaming in here. Get off the phone."
All right, let's I don't know if I'm going to lose you if I'll just jump back on. But yeah, I was on the phone for an hour with the company.
Yeah.
So
I love
had
how mystical that sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is life. This is the balance of both of them.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, that's crazy. That's so cool. I love it. This is such a
fun.
magical realm. All right, I'm gonna shut off the Wi-Fi and see if I'm still here.
Yeah, amazing. Also, for Ivan, if you want to jump on, you probably don't have the link, but it is in the Discord, and Lycus will probably assist you in getting in. If he's not still on the nap, that's a concern. But if you can take the URL straight from my mouth, that also works. thelegacyforge.com/core/table. thelegacyforge.com/core/table. I found myself sounding like a very radio hostish entity. Ah! She's back. That's the sound of people coming back into the table. Ah, she just dropped off again. This is one of those moments where you know that someone is stressing a little bit. Now we have the blackness, and then all of a sudden, Lauren pops up. Hello again.
There we go. I can hear you now.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Yeah, what in terms of what's been happening, I wonder how much are you aware of what's happened? What has happened the last few days, maybe week, in terms of what we've been doing?
There are some things that I can intuit.
Ooh.
That has been happening. And there are a few things that maybe I've caught little glimmers of. You said something about new standards, which I think is wonderful, which leads me to think that, yeah, things are humming along beautifully.
Oh, hell yeah, it is.
Look who's here.
And the magic continues.
You made it. I love it.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Welcome.
So good to see you for the first time again.
So good to see you for the first time again, too.
Oh, this is magical.
This is amazing. I look. Wait, Tor, did you just did this just like the synchronicity just happen here?
Oh, the synchronicity has been going on for 4 hours now. I have documented real alchemical magic, to be honest. I have documented things that I was not prepared to document. And the whole multidimensionality, when I was pissing, my past self from years before was just taking over the stream. I was just playing a video that I hadn't shown anyone. It was like a little thing where I sat at the table on Ceremony Mountain, figured I can probably just say something here. That would be cool. And it was so fitting. It was like my mind today was shared a few years ago, and it was fitting right now. Just of course, yeah. I actually said that in several of these occasions. Of course, you know.
Oh my god, this is just magical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What are now what?
I have an adventure tomorrow. I have already sent the coordinates. So I'm keeping the whole train rolling. I don't know what's going to happen in a week. Who knows? But I think that you guys are going to be part of it because I'm going to make my way around the world. I'm going to have epic conversations by the fire.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do tell more. Do tell more. What do you mean by making yourself around making aware of the world?
I'm going to get my ass on a plane and I'm going to put myself in the country and I'm going to say, this is the coordinates to that fire. And I know that you are close by. So let's go and have a conversation.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yes.
Come on in.
Hell yeah. It has been a trend now for a while. Just on the 13th of August, a person landed in Norway who had been given coordinates from Minnesota, and he landed on a little beach in the southern Norway. And there I was. He was walking in the forest with his GPS up, looking for whatever was there. And there I come, the bold guy. Hey, fancy meeting you here. And that just has evolved into epicness. Swimming in the North Sea, building currents on a mountain, metaphysical journeys and travels and music and goddamn. I'm blown away.
Don't forget the historical costuming as well.
That too. I was literally dressed for the occasion, and there were like authentic shamanic drums, and I didn't realize, but I was standing behind a world famous band that was just playing by the fire there. Halung. I was like, hey, fancy meeting you here.
That sounds familiar. Is that a metal band?
No, it's a Viking Norse folk, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was interesting. That was a fun time.
Thor, how did you come about this song? Who created it?
Oh, this stream has been the answer to that, because it's kind of the whole new way of seeing the integration process of what we do. Psychedelic integration is a very interesting concept, right? So what I did, I documented in my little leather-bound journal all the thoughts and words that I could about a certain event that took place on Ceremony Mountain. It wasn't called Ceremony Mountain back then, but I wrote down everything I could while still being on the journey somewhat. And then that collected dust in my backpack. You know, it was present for at least 2 or 3 experiences after that. And then 2021 came along, I think, or 22, I'm not sure, when OpenAI figured they're going to create a little thing called ChatGPT, right? And so I put all the words into the chat, and I said, could you make a, narrative, a song, lyrics, whatever from this? And he's like, oh, well, of course. And he just created several verses of this whole experience. And I was like, that's cool. I don't really play the guitar, but I'm currently on the medicine, so I know exactly how to do this. I put up the phone, never read the lyrics. I just saw that he created something. I started to strum on the guitar while I was reading and singing the lyrics, and it became a little song. And then the next iterations of AI came about. People started to create music AI, and I can't create music. I'm not a musician, but I could put the song that I had created in the moment and the lyrics into Suno AI. All of a sudden I had a song. And it was a song about the experience on Ceremony Mountain, of the cabin nestled in the trees, of the whole adventure that had been happening and the transformations that went through, with the elements of that place in the music video, while sitting on the porch of that cabin in the trees, still on the experience, listening to the theme song of what they've just gone through. And it's just like thousands of hours of therapy and just everything integrating at once. And then afterwards, they listen to the song, they're reminded of the experience, and they're aligned. It's like an instant frequency elevation. There's a lot to that song.
Well, how accurate is the AI lyrics?
It was.
How accurate is representing?
It was scary.
The soul of what's happening.
Yeah, it was scary. It had, because I prompted it with a lot of context. So it had a lot. And then something has happened. It remembers past conversations as well. So my ChatGPT knows everything about the Legacy Forge, right? Taking things that I've forgotten, videos of the past, and just adding all these things into a new context that I had probably just disregarded. And then all of a sudden you have a completely new medium of communication. That is exciting. Yeah.
That's interesting. So that's like creating a second past of what's happening around you, but it's not the past that you had.
Exactly. It's forging a future in the present based on the past. Yeah. It is collapsing timelines and doing all the things at once. And it's just felt. You know, when my travel companion, Kyle, he looked at me and was like, are you for real? What the fuck? You know, I knew he was going through an experience and I was just singing along. And it just, from what he saw, it coincidentally just was perfectly fitting with the situation he was in. He didn't know it was created for that.
And I didn't either, to be honest. It was a cool song. But now it has become something so much more. Yeah. Evolution. We all, the three of us on this call right now, know exactly what that journey can bring. It just takes on new heights, new frequencies.
Let's see what's brewing in Lauren's
yeah
internals.
Oh,
brain, because that's not where it's coming from. But
how long you got? No, actually, actually, I'm feeling just kind of coming off a week, couple of weeks of really shifting into like some serious connection, power, momentum that, to be honest, the past, I have no concept of time, but I want to say months, felt this one aspect a little disconnected, and all of a sudden I was just like holding that tension, holding it, and then like, so something popped. So that was really interesting. And yeah, and then balancing it out with I think I've told the both of you about this podcast, The Emerald, which I absolutely adore, and I re-listened to one of my favorite episodes, which I highly recommend, because I talk a lot about hyperspeed, and a lot of like my technology is time collapsing, and also I think we can all relate to the process, the alchemical process that we go through, right? That requires slowness, that requires the mystery, that requires not knowing, that requires you to be able to navigate those liminal and void spaces. So all that to say, I'm going to just pull it up because it's the best title ever. It is the Emerald podcast, but the what I was listening to is all about slowness, learning from nature, and it's called Snail Juice and Bear Fat and Werewolf Moons.
Did Zach have anything to do with that title?
No, but I like, he actually interviewed for the Pink Hearse Josh Schrey or something from the Emerald, but it sounds like, right?
It has the same essence. It is the magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Snail juice, bear fat, and
Werewolf Moons.
Nice.
highly recommend. But it just really touched me in like the experience of both moving really fast, supporting people who are, we'll say, high performing, and then also being the counteract like of that energy and that frequency, holding the other side of that, of like this open, vast, primordial slowness that our minds cannot even comprehend. And our own paths, and like my personal path of I want it yesterday. Like, I want it now. That kind of experience, which has served me really well and also has driven me completely insane at the same time. So yeah, like just letting that be and being in a space of just real nourishment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, as nutshell-y as I can be. Because that's a challenge for me.
So how do you explain slowness to a high achiever that's used to being at light speed, and slowness means
stagnation,
like
yeah,
like death sentence.
Yeah, it is like death, right? Well, I embody it first, and I inquire more about why it feels like death. And what I would lead them to this podcast actually because he speaks to this the agitation, the anxiety of us not being able to just be still or hold the unknown. So that looks really differently in, you know, everyone's life. So it's a very like applicable thing. So if someone's sitting in front of me, I can see exactly where they're terrified to just sit still or where that anxiety lives or that agitation lives, you know. But that's yeah, it's a really, really powerful question. And I think that we all have that experience of avoidance of those spaces. Like it was so funny. I was just seeing this represented today and thinking about this in the podcast, but also this was like so resonant for me because constantly around high achievers, married to one, and you know, I'm like just like rest the space of having like literally no purpose is so hard for so many people, right? Like just sitting still and not being productive, like that is death, right? That is death for some people. But really there's like, really, is it death? Like, okay, so you died, now what? What's really underneath that? Because it's
That
not
is
actually
so, yeah, that is expandable or
yeah,
extrapolatable.
yeah.
Now that you died, welcome to being
Yeah,
alive.
Yeah, I'm like, so
exactly.
what? Fucking die, get it over with. Let's do the rest of it, right?
Yeah,
Let's do the next part. And guess what? There's like infinite layers.
it's gonna
So
happen again.
good luck.
So, how much do you think does that have to do with having to control the circumstances all the
Oh,
time, and the belief that one's actions are controlling one's circumstances, and if one is not on top of their action game, then everything falls apart, and fully disregarding that this whole reality is in perfect equilibrium, and if something is too disturbed over here, it has to compensate over here, and it's always been a, I mean, this is how I explained it to myself as a recovering high achiever myself,
Love the
where
term.
the death sentence for me was put me on a couch and say, you cannot move from here, you cannot read, you cannot watch anything, you cannot create anything, you just sit for 1 hour.
yeah.
That was the worst that you can tell me to do and ask me to do. But I understand it now, and I think this has a lot to do with being indoctrinated in the Western world from very early on, that we have to move if we want things to happen. If we don't, they don't happen, but they do.
Yeah,
all the time. And that's the in fact, when we are in action all the time, we are standing in the way of things happening in the best possible way that they could for us, right? So it's interesting how this meets somebody who's a high achiever now, and they still haven't digested any other views of how this whole thing can work.
100%. We're literally
Beautifully
in.
articulated.
Yeah, like you have experience. One can tell that you have gone through the transformation. I love that.
Yeah.
Dude, I just turned 50 years 3 weeks ago. I've been,
Dude, that is one that needs a special name, right? You just getting starting on the next level of your experience.
Oh,
yeah, level 50.
Well, yeah, like 1/4 of the way. Hell yeah.
Minimum, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know honestly if I want to stick around for that long, but
see that, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. At some point, it's like
it'll get boring at some point.
Yeah.
But I'll think about it when we get there.
Yeah. But
I
speaking
think
of,
that adds to the conversation.
it does a lot. The whole stagnation
Because
and being sorry, Lauren, I just have to, because this right now, this is me being kind of unproductive, not doing shit, and I have not been doing shit for 5 hours. It's been effortless, it's been flow. I know exactly that I am. And based on me not doing anything, I know that what I'm doing right now, even if much of the stream has been with 0 views, but I know that this is also going to be on the internet for a very long time. And all of a sudden I have like 356,000 shorts that it's just going to be popping out all over the place while I'm sitting there on a campfire, not doing anything. I'm just sitting here drinking coffee, talking with friends, and it's just magically happening because I don't have a rush. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. So good. And really interesting how this popped in because you go through those cycles of going back to the things that you loved as a teenager. Like, do you do that? Like, you go back and you're like, yeah, it was so fucking cool. And like,
Yeah.
what happened? No, going back to just like some of the things that really were extremely formative and then looking at them with a different eyes. I've actually been reading a lot of things that I read, whether it's classics or not, but I started reading the Interview with the Vampire series, the Anne Rice series again. And it's really interesting, as you were just saying, like, I don't know if I want to stick around as long. It's almost like the same idea, right? That we're going to run out, that we're going to be so fucking bored. It's the same idea of sitting for an hour. And if we're thinking about like primordial time, like our lives are microscopic, And so in this book, they're saying, and her whole all the characters and all of that, the vampires don't, or most of them don't live very long. There are very few ancient ones for that exact reason. They either like self-destruct, even though they're immortal. There are ways they can, kill each other and kill themselves, but they actually most often just self-destruct because they can't handle being alive for so long because of the things that they have to face and of the time that they have to watch pass by. And I'm always looking at micro, macro, right? Of even that experience, like even for me, sometimes sitting still is really hard. And in the training of like reprogramming this, like there are times where it doesn't really matter that what we've done before or what we'll do in the future, it's all resonating out there. If we're going to look at time, whatever that is. And then also, just like tapping into that facing of the things, right? The cave that we go into was whatever, is it Joseph Campbell? Like, the cave we refuse to enter is, everything we seek is literally inside there, and sitting still for a certain amount of time is actually nourishment, is actually the nourishment of our potency and the nourishment of our power. And the more I was able to, for me, we were talking about like, how do you, I don't even say solve it. It's not really a problem. It's just that experience was to kind of reprogram by doing, by facing, by, I think like a lot of us get stuck into the intellectual, I surely do, aspect of it, where we think that we're doing the thing, but it's more of like, okay, embodying the thing, being the thing, really feeling the thing. And so once I was able to sit there and just see, what are those layers? Why am I so uncomfortable? Why can't I sit still? What is this thought that keeps going? It's like, have we felt the entire emotion fully? So yeah, sorry, Yvonne, your like question is like totally spinning me out in like so many really cool directions, because now, if somebody were to come to me, I'm like, you need to feel that more, not run away from it, right? Like very often I feel like we're only feeling like 60% of the emotion, or having 60% of the experience. So have the 100%, die, and then see.
Yeah.
I think you're touching onto something really deep here.
The core,
I've experienced it myself, exactly. I've experienced it myself, and I can only imagine how many of the high-speed achievers out there are that way. But being constant action is a strategy for hiding from not being alone with what's percolating and can come up on the inside, because it's the perfect strategy of avoiding to look at the internal world and the internals of somebody and the shadows that are there. So busyness prevents us from having to sit in silence. And what you're saying is going in the cave is exactly that. You have to go and meet the shadows and meet the skin that you're shedding, and stay with that, and let the process happen, and then you can come out. But you can only come out as somebody else, not as the same person who went in.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
the strategy is working. People are busy all the time, and they're running from themselves, basically.
I agree
And
100%.
who they can become in their next iteration.
Yeah,
Mm.
I agree.
Snail juice.
Snail juice.
So
New.
good. Yeah, I'm curious that from the both of you, how do you feel like you have, I always want to say solved it, and I really hate saying solve. It's not a, you know what I mean. You know what I'm asking. How have you kind of overcome that wanting to do and associating action with, productivity, power, whatever that journey was for you? I'm curious how you navigated that.
That's so hard to explain because I'm literally doing it.
Mm.
And by doing it, I've also had these reflections of why I'm doing it, and what I'm doing, and why I'm doing it, and where it's going to lead to. So it's like by playing, basically going back and sitting my ass down by a fire and having a good conversation, just connecting, and then creating whatever crazy idea I get, of which there are many. I mean, I went from a sacred bonfire reignited by dragon breath with 3 people in the place where I met my dent in the universe 8 years prior, with a magical cone that I had shared with my daughter the day before, that I was on this adventure for that purpose. And I have no idea how I went from that, which, from a breath, there was no people. I have this documented, of course, but from a breath into the ember of no fire and no people, we gathered hundreds of people. And then we split off to a hotel and ate an epic breakfast. And then all of a sudden we were just reminding ourselves that this is actually quite special. We were all of a sudden walking up the darkness of Ceremony Mountain, making mistakes with the gates. I realized, because I play and I go so in the zone of the adventure, that people might get overwhelmed. In this case, I didn't understand that. I didn't really have that in mind because we had already been on the adventure for a few days. So coming into a completely dark forest on top of a mountain in a foreign country with a person you've never met before, and then he says, "Wait here," and he takes your backpack and he goes into the forest. And he has been instructed to not turn on the flashlight. So I did not really.
So good.
Yeah, I didn't think about it, but I went in and.
How creepy you were? Yeah.
How creepy that could have been. But he
and I'm
trusted.
like, that's so cool. Let's do it.
Yeah. Luckily he had the same thing, and I think that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he sees this. The light goes off in the cabin, in the trees actually, because he can't see shit. All of a sudden there's a castle in the trees. He doesn't see anything. It was like, what the hell? And that fuels me, and it gives me new ideas, and it gives me new energy to create more of those things. And I'm like, but what if I had a fucking speaker hidden here with a Bluetooth connection? I could scare the shit out of you, and I could make it epic beyond compare.
Oh my god, your flair for the dramatic though, like that's the thing.
It's been
like,
a skill.
Art.
Yeah, it has been.
Art.
It's been a thing that has just evolved. It's taking on new heights. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it so much.
I think that might be the secret sauce, to be honest. Just be as dramatic as you can by talking about the things you do. And then the more things you do and talk about, the more epic those things become. And all of a sudden people are like, what? This is so well beyond a story. I was like, yeah, but I have the videos. So I just literally explained exactly what happened and said, I'm trying to make sense of it myself.
I love it. So you weave your own myth.
Weave the own myth, create the own saga. Literally.
Yeah.
And that's where Norse mythology as well. It's a good guide because it's just creative with a few elements that is very fitting to the human experience. The whole the process of it all, and the wisdom of the ancient past. I've actually thought about that so many times in terms of the US, because the US is a relatively young country with a lot of
stories taken from other places. Let's just take Ireland, for instance, in
Mhm.
Boston, right? Everyone has an Irish grandfather. But Ireland has epic, ancient, esoteric wisdom that was not
Yeah.
transferred when they left the place, right? Just being in the energy of the same place that I have been in and just attuning to the nature of it, I think is a big thing. And just telling the
Yeah.
stories of the lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should listen to this podcast.
I will
It's
definitely
so,
listen to the
it's so
podcast.
resonant with what you're saying. Like, what the? Yeah. And also, in locations are portals.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in a few places in my life that, yeah, just offered incredible information, and it's kind of inexplicable. But yeah, I can imagine having that experience with you in a very particular place. And especially, if you are speaking to ancestors, if you are uh, experiencing the elementals, and there's so much beauty and information, that kind of data that's kind of encoded in the
Yeah.
space. Yeah, there's some like few places like I still dream about, that's like, oh, that's so, yeah, when you go there it's like almost like just takes your breath away, and I think that that's so powerful.
Do you have such
I
a
love
calling right now to place?
um Interestingly enough, actually, this is really kind of random, but obviously not.
Obviously.
I was trying to remember where, because I am half Italian, half German. Um, my last name is my husband's, so he's a lot of things. But I pretty much don't know where my family is in Germany, but I'm in Italy, but I know where my family is in Germany. They've been living in a really small town for a while. And I remember when I was 14, almost the age that my daughter is now, I went to Germany for the first time, and I experienced, I can't explain what I experienced, but like this connection with the land, and like particularly the forest and the trees, and I remember being on the bus and watching them. We were going up to like Neuschwanstein Castle or something, and we are just going up in the mountains, and I like looked in the forest and I was like, like it just like knocked the wind out of me.
Yeah.
So last night, actually, I went and I was trying to find on the map this small town, and I was like, is it Freiburg or Freiburg? Which one's the really big one? Which one's the small one? Anyway, I found where it was because it's just outside of Augsburg, and I'm going in with the Google map, and I have no idea, right, why this is,
Yeah.
why I feel like I need probably to talk about it today, I guess. I'm like, why am I doing this right now? I'm like, I'm doing like my wind down routine. I'm gonna read. Anyway, and I'm going in, and I switched the map to like look at the streets, and I got that same feeling of like, fuck, like just this familiarity, that was just, yeah, it just blew my mind, and I just had that experience, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting, and it lands in a very particular way in my body. So yeah, I guess to just, I don't know, talk about it today, but that was very, very interesting the moment I kind of saw it, which hadn't really happened. Personally, I'm called to England a lot. And the other time that I had an incredible, just like, once again, cannot be articulated, was in Peru, in Cusco. I was dreaming about that place for a very long time afterward. Yeah, and then Venice. So those are my locations.
Sounds like you and your daughter needs to take an adventure.
Yes, that is being planned.
Yeah.
Passports are being, taken care of, and that's, we used to travel a whole lot, so that's it. And now I'm like, shit, Norway.
Yeah, Ceremony Mountain.
And Seraphine's looking at volcanoes in Iceland, so that's another location. But yeah, just like each one has its own very unique, essence. So I'm curious, what are some locations that you've experienced?
My backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, I didn't appreciate it until Kyle saw it. when he went in there, he's a acclaimed photographer, so he sees spots.
Wow.
And we're climbing down this ravine, and he's just stopped me and was like, "Sit your ass down on this log," and he captured some amazing pictures. I was like, "Dude, this is epic." And then we continue down the ravine, and we come down to my backyard lake, more or less, with an old boat that is half sunk in between the reefs, and he stops and he takes a picture. I was like, I understand why you took that picture. That is a pretty epic location. So I've just gone around my own country because I haven't really explored Norway, other than what I've had time to in my 30 some years on this planet, just in my neighborhood, because there's so many small tiny moments. But I'm being called to the US, and people are saying don't go there, but I'm like, it has to have some. No, exactly, it has its own essence. I want to feel that essence. I want to go down to Japan.
Yeah, I'd be very curious.
Yeah.
I'd be very curious to hear. Yeah, Yvonne, I'm curious. Yours. What are? I feel like we should have a name for these spiritual, metaphysical.
We have a link for that. We have QR codes with coordinates.
I don't feel a very strong pull to any particular physical location right now. My journeys are more with internal locations, but a lot of overlap with what Thor shared. I'm coming from a country, my mother country, Bulgaria, that has it's a very old country, and it has a lot of deep history, which I don't know. I was not into that when I left, when I was 28, and that's 22 years ago. And now I'm discovering through others who are not even Bulgarians, who are studying these sacred sites in Bulgaria. I'm discovering about them from these people, about my motherland. And I know that someday I'll go back and not even reacquaint myself with my country, because I've never known my country to that degree, but
discover it,
find a deeper sense of belonging in that kind of way. And I want to take my son on this journey with me, but he's only 2.5 years old right now, so it might wait a couple years. Also, again, just echoing Thor's sentiments from Spain, I also feel the pull to the United States to visit, because it was my home for 16 years, and I left in 2018. I haven't been back, not even for a day. So I want to feel how I feel when I'm there again, and study how that has changed, because I've changed so much. The country has changed a lot, and I want to see if there is resonance. Is it less, more, and what's the nature of it now? But that was the place I called my, adopted home for many years, and I have this curiosity in me, but it's not something that calls me immediately. It's something that's just staying there in the background, and it's waiting to be resolved by way of geographical exploration.
Would you say that it might have some connection with you? How many kids do you have?
One.
All right. So I think, because the way I did it, and I didn't realize it didn't happen with my son. He's like an omelet, like the first few waffles is going to get completely wrecked, to be honest. And he went through the learning phase of me. We had to kind of figure this out together. But when my daughter came along, I had this idea of, if I share stories, if I share tales in bedtime stories and reading books and telling these amazing magical moments, like having a normal moment in the backyard and then telling a story about that so that they see the significance of that, and then not even caring if they get it. It's just a seed at a very early age, which leads to that whole longing. So I think that once your son is of an age to travel, the whole foundation is going to be so strong that it's going to be shared as a pilgrimage between
father and son. I think that is going to be one of the most, probably not far from how huge it is to when you actually introduce your kids to Harry Potter and they get it. You know, it's like, and yeah, but it's also the same essence. You know, Harry Potter changes depending on where you are in your development. So you can see the videos and read the books, but when you do it with your kids, and it's kind of to tell the whole mainstream visualization of magic, and then they realize that holy shit, this is we're living with that power there. That's not just in the movies. We're kind of doing that, right? And they have to ask, like, is that real? Can we? What is magic? How can we do these magical things? And my daughter blows a freaking Viking horn as if she's always, well, she has always done that. And I have 40-year-olds who can't do it because they doubt themselves too much. If you're not aligned with yourself, you're not going to get a sound from the horn. It's one of those magical things. It's a good pre-qualifier for the event. And she blows it. And she's just becoming the adventurer to be. When we get to a certain age where she can travel with me and be more independent, she's gonna, and my son, just them together is a power couple of multidimensional quality. It's insane. They're already doing their thing and inspiring people like Kyle to climb a mountain. He literally said, if she can do it being 6 years old, I should definitely do the same. Yeah, it's just that. It's just planting the seed and making the roots and enjoying them grow.
Yeah, that resonates. I haven't been doing that much at all, other than just teaching him Bulgarian, because I only speak to him in Bulgarian, and he's picking that up. He's actually picking up 4 languages at the same time.
Nice.
Mom is from a different culture, and then we speak in English, and then he's over here in Spain, and that's what's happening in the kindergarten.
Yeah.
But maybe because I don't feel that strong connection to my culture, and that's the longing I have to rediscover my roots in a way that I know why my physical incarnation started from there in this iteration.
Yeah.
And right now I'm not quite sure, but I know there is a deep reason for that. Maybe because I don't know, I don't feel like it's coming naturally where I can tell him more other than just speaking to him in that language. But honestly, I don't even know a whole lot about my ancient country.
Yeah.
So there's a lot there. I'm just rambling right now, and I'm creating more clarity for myself as I'm rambling here on my. Thanks for the.
That's the beauty of it. That's just.
Can I offer something? Because now I'm like, ooh, there's so much beautiful, like, don't overlook that you literally just passed down, you know, DNA from from your, you know, your roots live within you, right? You've already just the way you even just said, I'm just teaching him Bulgarian. Like, holy shit. that is a gift. That is deeply encoded in everything. There's a DNA to that language. There's a history. There are words and a lexicon that has been spoken for however many. Yeah, this is, you know, so there is almost that, like, sometimes we don't even need to do anything.
Just be yourself.
You know, yeah, it's almost like that we need to be productive, right? Like, oh, my child needs to blah, blah, blah. I was like freaking high, once again, high performer, needs to be the best student, blah, 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 blah. And then my daughter came along.
Slow you down.
And it was like, oh shit, you better slow your roll because you know nothing, and you're not gonna pass anything on to her by telling her anything.
Yeah.
And it was my own journey of having to just like be okay with what am I offering? What I can offer is my embodiment. What I can offer is my my joy for living, my own perception, my own sharing and communication. This is what I can offer. So all that to say, don't downplay what you've already offered.
And he's only 2.5 years old. You're a recovered hyper performer, remember?
Yeah. Well, this is opening a lot for me now.
Yeah.
It isn't. If I go deep in this, my role is to not teach him anything new.
Exactly.
But my role is to stay out of the way so he forgets the least of what he knows right now, because he knows so much more than me, only because I've already forgotten it. And what I'm teaching him right now is how to create an ego, because if you remember, they show up here without a sense of being separate from
Blank
their
slate.
environment. And then we start with semantics, and we point to things and we say, well, that's your truck, that's your spoon, this is, and they start learning from us that this world works in separate elements and everything is its own thing, and therefore they're their own thing. And right now he's actually in a process of forgetting, as I am in the illusion that I'm teaching him stuff. Whereas the goal should be to make sure he's prepared to function, but he forgets the least of what he already knows by default.
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this, and I don't know how to do that.
But you're doing it. That's the paradox.
Yeah.
I'm saying it. I don't know if I'm doing it. I'm saying it for sure.
Yeah.
You're doing it. We told you you're doing it.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
Okay, I'll get my confidence up.
Oh yeah. This is a whole new level as well, because you have people who create and then you have parents who create.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I'm still looking at the teens, right? To look at those years when they are really finding their rebels.
I got one. I got one right now, and I have to say, like, I wake up every day and I'm like, holy shit, you're amazing. Really, we've had a lot. We've had a very, very big journey, and watching, what I'm so proud of is that I'm not perfect. Nobody is perfect. We're all on this evolutionary journey. The thing that I love the most is we're able to communicate really powerfully.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't change that for anything, because there's that point where they move into the world and you have no control, right, over what is, that's like the test. I don't want to call it a test, but you don't have control of all of the things anymore, and the environment and what they're looking at and whatever. And so to watch that, like, deeply, this knowingness that even though it's this age and this, we've all felt the kind of pains of this experience and not feeling confident in certain ways, but also she is. And it's like, that for me is the biggest, I don't want to say I'm proud, because it's like, I always almost feel like that really wasn't me. But I created space for that to happen, as best as I could. And she walks around going, I don't understand why no one likes their parents. They're all mean to their parents. Why are they like that? Like, I appreciate you. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I don't even need that, but it was just, it's really, really beautiful to watch how different, like, she moves in the world. And
that's a legacy. That's witnessing a pattern interrupt that has gone on for generations. Some people continue the generational trauma. Other people break the pattern. Well done. Yeah. It's like a literal case study.
That's my parents, though. Like, I have to thank them.
Yeah.
I was always, I'm thinking, like, what the hell? They let me do what? And they always knew where I was, no matter what. And I would go out clubbing to 4 a.m, and I would do whatever I wanted. And I was always like, like I am today, like what I'm truthful. I'm in integrity. If I say I'm going to do something, I do something.
Yeah.
And not to say I didn't screw up, but yeah. So I'm look back to them like, wow, that allows me to. I feel like they gave me far more freedom than I feel like I'm looking at my child like, oh, loosen the reins a little bit here. Like, do you remember when you were this age? You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a legacy. Thank you for, um, yeah, expressing that, because sometimes I think especially as parents, because there are times, right, that we wake up in the morning, we're like, wow, this world is shit, and what did I do bringing a child here, and what is happening, and I have my own stuff and I'm not attentive enough, and there's always this like self-judgment that can go on in the background of that experience, you know. But yeah, I parenthood, another fine aspect of evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those ripples, god damn, they're limitless. That's why it's easier and harder to think 300 to 500 years in the future in terms of what seeds are planting and what shade is being created by those trees, basically.
Yeah. What shade?
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about, and that's coming up for me with a lot of appreciation for our parents in this regard. Because I was brought up exactly like you. Yes, I was born and raised in communism, and apart from everything else, the indoctrination, it was safer. It was very predictable, much safer than the world today. But I had the freedom to do whatever I want from very early on, as well as my sister. She's 2 years younger. And I'm appreciating that from a new perspective as you were talking, because I can evaluate and I can see what it cost my parents to trust, not to trust me, but to trust my faith, basically, and be at peace with whatever happens.
Yeah.
And to just live with that trust. And this is what you're now giving to your daughter, and this is what I'll be called to give. And for a parent, this is a lot. The child will appreciate it one day eventually, but that trust must come for a parent, a loving parent, coupled with the peace that no matter what, they have their own faith, and we have to be in acceptance of that.
Yeah.
Everyone has their journey, going up the same mountain but different paths.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the staying out of their way. You know?
Yeah, because they're literally creating what we are leaving behind. We have to trust them to just make it better, and then make it in their image. Kind of a whole religious thing, though, that creating in the image of what came before and all that stuff. But I don't think the cavemen of the Stone Age thought that we would be able to sit like this and talk from 3 different continents real time. You know?
No. Oh, wait a second here. I was just gonna say I probably need to go, but then now we have Lycus in the room.
I didn't even notice. Magical.
He just snuck right in here.
Yeah. Welcome, my brother.
And I have not forgotten about the testimonial, by the way. It's literally on my list here.
Thank you so much. I am currently trying to get the link to you, Ilonka. I'm sorry I sent you the wrong one.
Oh, yeah. We have a whole production going on. Like, I've been moving around from the core to the Spark space to Thor's room and the campfire in the forest. So I'm like...
Yeah, you and your spaces.
Yeah, I mean, some of them, I've been walking in the forest during this live. Like, there's been a whole thing going on. For people liking to create spontaneously, I think that the whole 5.5 hours that has passed now can be just focused upon. If you do that on a Thursday, it should be done on a Thursday, because it happened on a Thursday, right? Just
Thursday.
Yeah, just follow that. Just have it playing in the background or whatever. The conversations, the insights, the remembering of who and what and why we are and all that thing. Everything has been following the same stream of consciousness that we have picked up on and just continued and added towards, and it's beautiful. Soon, my predictive powers tells me that we will have yet another perspective, which is going to add even more to this, because now it's just happening. It's being created in the moment. I'm smiling so hard right now.
Yeah, I can feel you smiling. This is so good. Well, on the note of not feeling like I'm a neglectful parent, there's a long. I can't leave now. Damn it.
Yes.
Lauren, help us excuse ourselves from this amazing party.
This is amazing.
I can't now. Okay, 5 minutes. Alonka.
This is good because I was like, I can't say no again. You know, this is a definite yes. And it's I'm like, I don't have that much time. So I'm great to hear this 5 minutes.
Oh, this is so beyond magical.
Ivan, do you know how long Tor has been working me to come onto the call? Every time I'm like, okay, not now, not now.
Oh my God, I can't.
Oh, this is magic. This is literal alchemical magic happening.
I need to shut down YouTube. I'm hearing myself on YouTube. I was like, what is going on?
Well, we get two versions of you. That's even better.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we have a story to tell, Ilonka. I have so many things that has happened.
But I don't see you, Tor. Where are you? I
No,
see Lauren. I see. Is it Ivan or Ivan? How do you say?
Properly Ivan, but
Ivan.
Yeah.
No, I like Ivan.
Ivan is how I was named in my family.
They always call me Miss Ilonka, and I'm like, no. Just pronounce it like an E. In the beginning, I wouldn't mind, and I said, no, the name is Ilonka.
I have a friend who used to say, call me whatever you want as long as your check doesn't bounce, but we don't do checks anymore, so I can't use that. People won't get it. They're like,
as long as the debit order doesn't bounce.
There you go.
Does it have anything to do with Bitcoin? No.
Oh God.
So Tor, you were saying how come I'm not seeing?
Oh, yeah, no, Ilonka, this whole production it contains several studio lights, screens, and microphones, but I don't have a secondary camera, so I'm currently just on YouTube. The people watching this, they will see a whole thing, but unfortunately.
And then like us, you are Dalton, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I'm getting it.
Yes.
I'm finally getting it.
Oh, amazing.
So good.
It's an honor to finally be in the room.
It's an honor to have you. You have no idea
It's an
how much
honor
this
to
means.
have everybody here.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot. We are about 11,000 people, guys, at least. So this is,
wow.
Yeah, this is beyond.
I've been listening to your conversation, and it's so beautiful because, you know, our next generation, my mom always says, my mom is 81 years old, and then she gets, you know, and then when she listens to what's going on, she goes, Ilonka, I'm done, you know, I'm done. It's the new kids, the young ones there. And it's true. If you look at what it just gave me so much hope, you know, that you see young people really speaking their voice, speaking their hearts. And then it makes it worth it, the work we do, you know, because I've always seen me as, you know, it's like, cutting the grass, you know, cutting all the bush away so that the others could come and not struggle as much as we did. You know? And it's beautiful to see that the young ones coming up, they are actually having less of this weed and this, you know, they'll have their struggles still because we're still in that shift. But you can really see that it's I think through our work also, and that, you know, sometimes we need to give ourselves more credit, you know, because I always tell the people I work with, you know, it starts with a person in the mirror, but then we forget ourselves as well, you know, and that especially collectively, we are making a difference, and we can see it in our youth because what they're doing at an age of, you know, where it took me my whole lifetime to get where they're at 17, 18, sometimes even younger than that. Six. I know. That's why I love Tor. You know, when he tells me his stories about his kids, I'm like, oh my goodness, you know?
Yeah.
And that's such a beautiful gift that they're actually born in these families also, where they can really bloom. And Tor, you're you're, to me, you are the absolute example of, you know,
Thank you so
of
much.
having
for
these
that.
two beautiful souls within you, in your
Yeah.
in your guidance, you know, under your wings.
I turned them into my mentors. They teach me how to play.
Yep, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
So
It's amazing. It's and it's a responsibility beyond what most people would honor it for. They don't really see how huge it is to have someone who adores you. You're the world to that person. And it's kind of your responsibility to give them the world. So, a user manual. How can you be as free as you want in the world? Here's Harry Potter, the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, the Harry Potter kick. Yeah. Yeah.
My daughter is
But-
currently just levitating everything around her. Sorry.
but I think because the fact that you live, you know, I've not yet been on your mountain, but I've seen, you know, his place, and yes, I emphatically said yet, because
Yes.
I've got to meet the horse.
Yes.
Got to meet the horse.
He's
you
called
know?
Rebel. You know, you have things in common.
Hey.
Yeah.
But I think that setting of not being that's a gift to you and the children, you know,
Yeah.
because of course the influence of the modern world is there,
Yeah.
but it's a little bit delayed and it's a little bit filtered.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a gift.
Toads,
That's really
newts, and horses. It's a story about parenting.
yeah. I think it's much harder when you're sitting in the, you know, in this whirling modern world, you know,
Yeah.
in the city. That's why I've always liked living outside.
Yeah.
So I kind of like in my little place in Aruba right now. I told Ernie it's kind of crazy that, you know, what's been for 5 years that we've been living on 2 continents. But we came to the conclusion that it was necessary for this birthing to take place.
Yeah.
You know,
Put yourself in the situation where you have to do the thing.
I
Basically.
think you know, if even though it took
Yeah.
like 3 years for me to write the book, I think if I had stayed where I was,
Yeah.
it would have been another 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, because it's the pull of the outside world is so strong. You know, you have to be so disciplined, so anchored. And
100%.
here, all I have to do is really, you know, step out, drive 5 minutes, and I go walk in the beach,
Yeah.
and it all falls away. You know, so
The natural energies from the earth really have a massive effect
There's a
when
science
it
to it.
comes to this.
Yeah.
I love your voice, how do you want me to call it? Lycus or Dalton?
The Legacy Forge knows me as Lycus.
Lycus,
However,
okay, so-
Dalton, Lycus does not matter.
Does not matter. I love your voice.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. But these natural forces, this glorious Mother Earth, truly has an effect on both the soul, the mind, and I would honestly say just life.
Yeah. So beautifully said.
I mean, think about it. Communication as a general topic. Communication, what is it really? What is it really? A simple thin cord, a muscle that is vibrated to a specific frequency, transmitted through the air, moves inside of your ear canal, then vibrates water within your eardrum, just to be sent as signals towards the brain before being decoded and understood, prompting a reaction from the endpoint. I think it's called mnemonic tones, the pure symphony of nature. And I do believe, especially using yourself as an example, Ilonka, if you don't mind, where you are, when you walk on that beach. I mean, I've seen your videos. I've seen the material that you've put out there. Even on your end, Ivan, I've seen a lot. Lauren, on your end, it's more of a feeling. that I'm getting. But those surroundings really encapsulate your messages. Because there's an emotion that is portrayed through that level of synesthesia that is just uncanny. Those are my remarks.
It's beautiful.
How everything overlaps and weaves into each other makes it so much more meaningful. And harnessing those energies for the betterment of not only ourselves, our perspectives, but to help others. That is magic. That is an experience.
I can only say amen to that.
Thus spoke the loom.
That is so beautifully said, so profound. So I've never heard this sank very. I'm laughing, but that's when I get happy. It's such a profound way to define communication. Such a simple word, but such profundity you brought to it. Thank you, Lycus, for bringing that in.
Thank you to all of you, because you gave me the inspiration.
I'm loving this. This is just a normal day on Thursday in the office. Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. I want to stay, but I have to go. I have a husband to pick up.
Do your thing, Lord.
There to check in on. I'm so glad that I was able to, be in that energy of all of you at the same time. This is very potent. Honoring all of you. Yeah. And Tor, especially for bringing this together. Oh, come on. Or are you doing this on purpose?
No, I swear, this is just creational magic. It's happening. I'm just sitting here, basically, and then people know that we're here. Yeah.
Nobody said there wasn't a campfire in the middle of the table.
Oh, exactly. This is
I was
just magical.
just about to leave.
Yeah, we do that, and we just
gotta go.
We continue this. We're gonna do this again. You know this.
Yes.
Yes.
So much love to all of you. I'm sorry to miss the latest edition of Magic, but to be continued.
Yeah, it will.
Great that I caught you.
Lots of love. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Lauren.
And I'll take the moment here to excuse myself.
Yeah.
Sharing the same sentiments as Lauren. It feels like it's only going to get more interesting from here.
Oh, it will, because Ilonka hasn't spoken really with any of the people present. So this is going to be very interesting. But again,
I've made a commitment to finish something tonight, and it's already 10:30 in the evening.
Exactly.
And, I am true to my commitments.
Yes.
So that I can maintain my confidence that I'm a man of my word. So I'm going to eject myself now, and I'll wait for the next one, brother.
Yeah. I'm coming to Spain.
It's great to meet you, Yvonne.
Yeah, it was good to see you again for the first time.
I'm not hiding, and you're always welcome. Ready for a party.
Oh, I'm gonna give you
amazing to see you again, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you too, Dalton.
We'll organize something, eh? We'll organize something.
I'm ready.
Amazing.
Fantastic.
Peace.
Peace.
All. Love you.
Be safe.
Love you too. Wow. This is next level, to be honest. I was not expecting this when I got into the office this morning. But it's an honor, and just I have been, granted 5 hours to really let this sink in terms of what this is doing currently and what this will lead to and everything of where we are at right now. But I want to just really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here and adding to all this. So, if you don't mind, Ilonka, me and you, we are family. I know all about the journey, and not even all, because you have been on fire lately. But that is another conversation that we have to have. You have never spoken to any of the people present.
No,
And Lycus.
this is the first time.
Oh my, this is not even possible. 5-star, you're amazing. You're amazing. This is not something that happens all the time, only in very amazing sacred occasions. So I appreciate that immensely.
I just wanted to say hi. This is
Yeah.
fun. This is great.
This is
Thank
great.
you for being here, Ivanka.
Yes.
This is great. Tor has been not nagging, just every time throwing a little spark. So, hey, when you guys said I will, but not now.
But this time,
So, and
Ilanka,
I know when and I had all of a sudden I saw it, it was like, Ilanka, you can't say no now. Just hop on. Just put the things aside and just hop on. But sometimes, and that's something I had to learn to really, even when I'm amongst coaches, people that are farther along than I am, to really listen to that voice within and to follow that. And Tor understands. I said, Tor, I know I will be there, but the time will tell when.
When it's right.
Yeah, and so when it came through, I was like, this is it.
Yeah.
Just hopping on. I was like, first I was gonna say I'm gonna dread that. No, I'm just my home clothes. Just gonna show up.
I love that.
I'm so glad you did. Because you planted the seed, Ilanka, let's be honest now.
Did I? Tell me.
Hey, Dalton, would you mind nudging Tor a little bit?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's right. So this is full circle then.
I love it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And hello, Vibe Star.
How is Mallorca these days?
It's hot. Hi, Dalton.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, I guess so. I needed a vacation, so I'm having a good time.
That's good. As long as
But
the
I haven't
journey
been able
is
to keep
fruitful.
up with the guys. I haven't listened for the entire 5 hours. So
You
I
shouldn't
just,
have. If you had done that while on vacation, I would be like, you have to go enjoy your life more. You just go and chill by the beach and
yeah, that's my challenge,
I know.
Bring joy back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The process.
So I will catch up on the videos next week when I'm back home.
Yeah, and when you're back
This was
home.
so great to see all of you, see Ilanka and Ivan and Lauren, and wow.
Yeah.
Finally.
It feels like an honor because what I understand that you don't hop on just like that. So it feels like an honor that because I don't see their Tor's and Lyca's faces, but it's great that I could connect with you.
I wish I'm gonna have I'm gonna have more cameras. This is this is gonna get better.
Yeah, that's a must, Tor.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That is a must. You know that.
Especially now, I have rigged my whole light system to simulate a fire. So I'm like in the cave right
Jeez.
now.
I just need a light system or a camera.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes coming, and it's gonna be epic beyond compare. Like we have this whole thing, physical event, late September. We have to actually put down places and stuff. Because now, tomorrow, I'm meeting up with a fellow forger who will meet me at coordinates, the same coordinates that I sent to Kyle or Harold the Viking. And we shall go on an adventure and see, is it as repeatable as it seems to be? Because if it is, and so far everything has just been beyond, then I'm very happy about what's been created and what has happened, because this is just a part of a year-long journey. And yeah, it's a saga already. This is also going to be a book.
We need to create a teleport.
Yes.
To go international, so we all can meet up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I'm going to, before we manage to create these transportation systems, I will continue to pop my head up in different countries and just meet the people and have them come here and do the same. Now, a fair amount of people have been on the adventures around the mountain. So now it's just about time that I actually start moving myself and see what other places around the world are there to explore.
Wow.
Yeah.
A Viking whack-a-mole of discovery.
Yeah. That's what last week was, or when Kyle was here.
Poor man, so much at once.
But I love that we can have these online meetings. I mean,
Yeah.
where are you, Ilanka? You are in America.
I'm in Aruba right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And Lycus is in South Africa, and I guess Ivan is in Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I'm sitting on top of the mountain.
And you are where, Five Star?
I'm in the Mediterranean Ocean right now.
Okay. Oh,
It's Spain by Mallorca.
beautiful. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
But I'm from Norway. I live not far away from Tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really funny. Tour, since I met you, I met, I think, 2 more people from Norway.
Yeah.
So before I knew nobody from Norway, and then it just I started meeting others.
I feel the same way, honestly. Like Vibestar is one of the few Norwegians I actually speak with. It's weird.
But they start popping up left and right.
Yeah, now, lately they have been finding the places. So it's going to be interesting.
But it's the right people. It's the right individuals who are looking for more, discovering, exploring their minds, expanding their minds.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy. This is really perfect timing, because as Tor, I'm now, the book is coming out, and I'm combining it with the quantum expansion journey, kind of as a gateway experience to step in. And I was thinking back to, okay, Tor, I had the experience with this, this place, but it's just so different than if you just go on a Zoom, for example.
Yeah.
But I used this as a Zoom, but this is different. It's a totally different dimension. So I needed to see this, because this is what I need to have in quantum expansion.
Oh yeah. Have you seen how it looks for the people watching this?
Yes, because remember I heard myself on the other end.
Yeah.
So you can do a lot of things with that.
Yeah. And this is just live. That's the thing I'm trying to really figure out how to communicate. But before we had to kind of create it first and see if we could have the whole experience consistent and just making sense. But so many things had to come to place first, right? I had to build a cairn on a mountain, and now I have to create a QR code and put that on the cairn. There's a lot of different elements that had to go in, but now it's like the metaphor says, one brick at a time, and all of a sudden you see that, damn, I have a roof now. There's a thing that was built over those years. Yeah.
Last time I spoke to Lauren, she talked about the mycelium. They have a community now with the mycelium. I think you're in it, Tor, also. And I said, I love, I guess from my more tropical background, I love the idea of the bamboo. It's like, and I always remind myself when I think it's taking too long.
Yeah.
Then I remind myself, Ilanka, it's about going deep, wide, and then so that we can rise exponentially, then we go up. And the bamboo does that. That's a beautiful thing for us to remember, kind of to hang on of how the bamboo does that. It'll take 5 years from you laying a seed that it builds this enormous root system, deep and wide. And then once it comes up, it just, it grows exponentially.
Yeah.
And that's what I've really come to value, that, and to also remind myself in the times that sometimes we all get caught up in, it should be going this way and this way and this, because that's the way we planned it. and to follow your own medicine, I've always find that, it's like, okay, yes, this is time to consciously reframe, because there's always a gift in whatever seems to be holding up the
taking focus,
bringing the vision into reality.
Yeah.
So that is the bamboo is my inspiration for that.
I love
Isn't that inspiration delightful?
Yeah.
But also really attests to strength of an individual. Specifically thinking about the bamboo plant, once it starts just reaching to the sky, moving towards that eternal, ever-growing goal. If something is in its way, it will press up against it. It will move around it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it would even penetrate through its obstruction in order to reach that goal.
Yeah,
Taking that analogy and applying it to our lives, I mean, every single life has its trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
That is what makes life worth what it is. Going through those experiences, having them, processing them, even slowly. It can be fast, it can be slow, but processing it, learning from it, adapting to those circumstances, then growing beyond.
Yeah, and what I find so valuable is because you see a lot of, we see it all the time. You see a lot of successful visionaries out doing their thing, and then there's a breaking point, or something is giving, either their health or their their stress levels or relationships, and that's a reminder that we have a tendency, especially in the Western world, to go big, because we've been conditioned to go after the goal, and to make it happen. And I find that for us, especially in the face of our humanity, where we're at, and the type of things we're bringing into the world, it's really vital for us to build that, just like the bamboo, to build that root system, so that we can carry that huge vision that we are actually bringing into reality. And Tora, we've had these conversations many times. Sometimes it's tough because things just don't seem to work out the way we had thought it would. But it's that consciously reframing and really reminding the wisdom of the bamboo that we're working the roots so that we can actually carry this sustainably into the real world. And what I really love, that I said that to Lauren, I said, if you try and eradicate a bamboo, you simply can't. But to just kind of topple over a tree, it goes fast. You cannot get rid of a bamboo. So, and that's, I feel, for especially for conscious visionaries as ourselves, the bamboo is really a beautiful wisdom for us, so that it's harder. You cannot eradicate us.
I read something about the bamboo. It doesn't flower often. It takes many years before it flowers.
Yeah.
And it's something about these days they are expecting the flowering.
Oh.
And after the flowering, there will be trouble. I don't remember if it dies or something. So, okay, that's not the best experience. But, after the journey never ends. It cycles, After you've done the rooting and you've grown, you flower, and you start again and again. It's the cycles. Whenever you reach a goal, there's always a new goal.
It's a cycle with
You
a
never reach the
non-repeating
final
pattern.
destination. Yeah. There is no final destination.
And I would say, because we're often pulled in, like you say, into this goal, you do this goal, the next one, it seems like it's never ending. And what I find valuable, that's why I call it the quantum vision, is really to have, at the soul level, really find that deepest and profoundest reason for being. Because that in itself is a cycle that that surpasses our lifetime. And so it doesn't feel like you're, doing this and then starting over and doing it, because that can often, we get into this kind of, that's why Tor, do you remember when you made the, I know you remember this, when you made the logo for me?
I will never forget that.
I do have to tell this story.
Yes, please do.
With your permission, Tor.
Oh, of course.
Tor was working on my logo, which is a nautilus, and then because it's going from transformation and then moving into inspiration as a humanity, as a quantum human, and then into embracing oneness. And I gave him some examples, and off he went. And I didn't hear from him. And then he messaged to me. He said, Ilonka, what did you do to me? I'm sitting here with this perfection. How can I create something that is already perfect?
Defacing the face of God. It was like tampering with the source code of the universe. It was so hard to mess up.
But you did it. You did it, Tor. I mean, when it came out, I was like, this is just absolutely magical. I love it. Every time I see it, I just, it just elevates my being. It is, but I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that story. Tor goes like, Ilonka, what did you do?
Yeah.
How can I do this?
This was before AI, guys.
So, yeah, though it's been a journey. I'm really grateful that our paths crossed, and now Lycus and Vibestar, and that I'm finally entered the
core.
What is it? The core?
This is the core.
This is the core.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have different locations, right? If we were just having a little spark and meeting for the first time, we would be in spark space.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the meaning of this, just you are the inspiration for so much of everything that has happened, because like before you and Ernie, I had so many things that I thought I should do, but this got me on a path that got more and more focused and became this, some conversations like the ones that I had with you and Ernie are meant to be sacred and held in specific environments for those types of conversations. So this, the core, is where those types of conversations takes place, which is inspiring ideas that is literally changing the future, because everyone here is actively living it. We're on the path. That's special.
And I'm so glad you're here, Ilonka. I feel so honored. I heard about you ever since the first day I talked with Tor.
You are a part of the story.
So, yeah, and you're important to us.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're here with
I
us.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know if you see this, because I've been working while we've also been talking. So right now, what we're looking at is the fire, and what we're currently doing, which is a Legends of Legacy session introducing Ilonka of the Quantum Rebel. Because it's a big moment. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
What a Thursday.
But it's been really an honor also to see you. We said it too to each other that even when we with Ernie, you and I, we said that we're rising together.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful to see that take place. And I really firmly believe that that's the phase that we're in. We are beyond the competition.
Yeah.
It's really about the collaboration and allowing each one. I've always said, if I look back at my life, and there were so many on my path that stretched the hand, and sometimes it was just through a word, sometimes it was through just being generous, something just through all means. But the people that we meet help us to move forward, and I believe that that's the phase that we're in now, to really help each other, or while we do our own thing. And so I love that from my Covey background is, because a lot of people try to go where there's, remember Tor, we spoke about this a lot, they're still in victim mode, and the world is out to get them, and everybody's fault, and they're still in a very dependent phase.
Yeah.
But once we rise to that independence phase, where we find our own self, and start listening to the whispers of our deepest core or our soul. And that's what I write about too. I was actually very vulnerable in the book too. I said it in I'll say that later, but I just finished my first interview with the business store, with the first podcast as the Quantum Rebel.
But he said Elanka.
I know, and I couldn't change it. I was like I just chill out, Ilonka. I didn't say what's in the name because I do like it when people spell my name correctly. But I think I will go back and tell that to change that to an E.
Yeah,
because it's
that.
still I'm gonna make a note.
Yes, because that was amazing.
I like my name the way it is.
Yes.
It took me a long time.
Yes.
So what was I saying?
Your first podcast.
Yes. No, before that. So that it actually took 13 years for me to really anchor in and to be able to hold this message that came through me, and I love that we're actually what Stephen Covey calls the interdependence, through dependence to independent, and then is a whole new phase. And it's beautiful to see that actually, not see, but to experience that in action. And I believe that that's what this is.
It is. It is
so
beautifully put. Interdependence.
Yeah.
I love it because it's like the mycelial network again, right? We have been using metaphors like the tree and the pine cones and the nurturing of a forest of like-minded lone wolves, basically.
Yeah. And it's what that's why I love how you really brought the word communication down to its its purest core, and really connecting it to, all of life and our nature. And because it's actually, it's not hard at all.
No.
We complicate things.
It's paradoxically simple.
It is. So, and that was my problem, that has been my problem for many years ago. So like, how could I charge people to, so that they know this? Because it is so simple. But then again, I looked, I was like, Ilonka, yes, it's simple, but it took you 13 years, after I did the whole schmack of personal development, and because we've all been there, if it's not this lifetime, it was somewhere before, but, and so then I had to get my head straight. And
it's beautiful.
So,
it's a shift. It's a puzzle piece that it puts the whole picture together. It's a click.
Yeah, and that's what I said in the interview too, is that it took 13 years to really allow everything that I had experienced and everything that had come through to put it into a framework that others would understand. Because that had been my challenge, and that's why I love that I took the time to write the book, because now I can send you the book. You can read it, you can feel it, and then you'll know if you really want to be part of the movement of the, because that's why, in these 90-second elevator pitches, I always had trouble with that, because how do I now tell you in 90 seconds, what it is I do and what I bring to the world, and what it is what is out there for you as a potential. I'm learning, but it's I find that it's beautiful having having it written out, and having met people like you, Tor, that helped me to visualize it in a way that was beyond what I could bring. So it's beautiful.
Can I offer one more thing to that? Because I think I have.
Please, please.
It's a hack, and it's also a fun game, because this is relevant to all different locations on Earth, because all of them have their own version, right? But for me, it's a Viking horn. I don't need a 90-second elevator pitch. I just blow the horn, and if I blow it for a long time, it's just more effective. So if you get a conch, if you get a nautilus, can you blow in those?
You can.
You need to learn that. That would be amazing.
But you know what? That I remember, Tor. We were on. I think you sent me the. I think you sent me the video where you were blowing the horn.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was just, and then we had a meeting, Ernie, you and I, and it was like, that's it, Tor.
Yeah. It goes beyond
That
words.
I could feel the vibrations just watching you do that.
Yeah.
That is an absolute. It just goes through.
What happened?
Maybe that's a sign that.
Whoa. Yeah.
I admire you guys for 5 hours. I have to tell you that
6.
I won't do that.
You're into the 6th hour now, actually.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
5 hours. That is amazing.
6 hours.
If I may mention something that is fascinating and beautiful to me with the conversation that the two of you just had.
Okay.
It really attests to the fact that, yes, you can create and listen to that beautiful symphony within the void, within the unknown, without harmonizing those frequencies, in order to take those frequencies and turn them into programmable, understandable entities. You are unable to process, or not process, you are unable to deliver that message, that level of understanding, that elevation of frequency to others. And that's why, for example, in your case, Ilonka, maybe that's why it took 13 years. In your case, Tor, maybe that's why it took a certain amount of years.
Yeah.
I don't know what my case is, but I think it's also related to a certain amount of years. That portion of limbo, that in-between space,
The Ragnarok.
that is the most beautiful, and that is what I want to capture in a drawing.
Ooh.
I want to see, I want to feel that space in between.
Yeah.
That's very
It's
beautiful.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
What both of you just spoke about. That message, that perspective,
Don't
that
underplay
perception.
yourself either in this, bro, because your word is the way you communicate.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a power there.
You
that
have
we
a
don't
you have a
realize.
gift. You have a gift like us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When the moment I hear your voice come in, I just close my eyes, because if I don't, I will not get the profundity of it.
Mm.
It's just it's you have a beautiful resonance and a vibration that is very powerful, very, very powerful. And it even calms me down more, and it gets me anchored even more just listening to the tone of your voice. So that's a gift. It's a beautiful gift.
I thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important to be aware of.
It's so
And
beautiful.
I'm gonna continue to make you see the light that you shine, because everything. There are so many similarities in terms of people walking around with magic and they don't realize they're magical. To the same degree that they just feel naturally to others.
Yeah. And what you said there, Lycus, I find it so powerful, because even this was a message to me, just the way you speak. What you said and notice is actually what you embody, because when you speak, you have that space in your words, so, and it make me even more anchored in how I speak, even in this short session. So what you just shared us about that beautiful space, in between space, that it comes through in the way you speak. So while you speak to us, you naturally invite us to be in that in-between space, because you don't go and you have a very mystical voice that has it built in. I just wanted you to know that, because it has an influence, on a positive impact on me, and I find myself sitting stronger, sitting up more upright, speaking from a deeper place from within me, just listening to you. So if that
I
means
think,
anything, yeah.
It means that my life's work is turning out positive.
Yay!
I thank you so much. Thank you very much. That message resonates very deep within my heart, as it has been a cornerstone of my focus. Communication is a topic that the world, generally speaking, looks at a very surface level. However, it goes so much deeper.
Can I then ask you, what is the, because I've known you a little bit through Tor, and I checked out your profile also, but what is the gift that you're bringing in? If you don't mind sharing.
Surface level, I am a Scrum Master and Agile coach.
Yeah, that I saw.
And extremely hyper-focused generalist of many different fields, many different topics. I utilize everything that I know and everything that I'm still learning in order to captivate and bring forth an idea within individuals. Hence why I am likest the loomsmith of the Legacy Forge. I pull the strands of the mind, of the soul, tight. I order them in a very neat array out in front of the individual. We rearrange those to suit them and their soul and their resonance. Before taking the loom together, my loom being my whiteboard, and weaving together the beautiful textile of their now and future. Focusing on the why and the how.
Beautiful.
While still bridging that gap between the what if.
Yeah, it's literally a very clear map of thoughts that was not able to be communicated before. It's a powerful, powerful thing.
Is what I call going the layer beneath the layer.
Yes.
You help them go there.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
That is what I have been doing for the majority of my years, but I haven't found the place where it fits until I found the Legacy Forge.
Okay.
I do need to leave for 6 minutes.
Yes. Of
Yeah,
course.
me too.
Yeah.
I maybe it's a good.
Yeah.
But I am so happy that I listened to the voice to jump in. And I am so grateful, Lycus, that you reached out to me and that I went there, because I don't go all the time there, but I was like, go check it out. Because I saw the message, I'm like, later on, and I'm like, no, I need to see that message. And I was like, oh, he's asking me for something now. Are they still on? No, this was meant to be.
It was.
This is a real honor to be here with the two of you, and then also having met the long-awaited conversation with Lauren also.
Yeah.
Because I missed out on that first one, but that was it's meant to be.
Oh, there's going to be many more.
I needed to. This is beautiful, And this is a good reminder for me to remind me of what it is that I do want for my quantum expansion journey. So I'll be in touch with you both.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Ilonka.
Yes,
and it's a pleasure to officially speak to you via voice.
Yes, same here. Tor, thank you for being a brother, a brother, you know.
Yeah.
Can't
soul
say,
brother.
yeah, soul brother. It's so funny how life goes.
It is. And I look
So-
forward to what's to come. This is
Yep.
just the beginning. The
It's
song
just the
says so.
beginning.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yes, yes. All right, my two friends. I have a new friend now, Lycus.
Yes.
It's an honor as well. And again, I hope you realize it even more deeply and profoundly after our conversation today that you have an immensely deep gift in the way you communicate with others and bring them in through your words. I find it absolutely impactful in very deep ways. So thank you.
He had to run, but I allowed you to finish.
You
that
let him
because
know.
you
Oh,
will
okay,
see it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Tor, thank you. It's
Thank
been
you.
a pleasure. And I have to say, I admire that you can do this for 6 hours.
Oh yeah, we're on 6.5 almost.
That is that is definitely muscle.
Let's see how far we can take it. And you have an epic rest of your day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we stay connected.
Of course. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was amazing as always. So, I don't know. What do you think? Should we just go for a little music break while I think about the next steps on this? Because as you've seen so far, it is very much happening as you're seeing it happen, which is just how we like it. I'm going to go for the music on that because for reasons that you will might or might not become aware of, it makes things a little simpler. So let's go for this one, I think.
Gazing at the canyon, nestled beneath the trees, whispers of ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight glow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where medicine's guidance, all spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine in this quantum dance. The universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's one ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time to get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future on Moments as the fire crackles near, laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. It begins the journey on the soul's wild ride, with a legacy forged, we take it all in stride. Mystical moments, smells of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. Challenges faced to the love we found in this sacred space. Our spirits are unbound.
Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin. All right, so we are back. I had a little nature calls situation, and it was also just amazing to sit a little bit with everything that has happened. You know, to just realize a little bit what has been taking place for the last 6.5 hours now. For some people, it will be a little bit of an overwhelming task if they were to go through the whole thing. I gotta say, I will have a deep found respect if anyone was to go through the whole thing. But now that I have had this, I'm at this place now where I guess maybe it's 11:11, by the way, 11:11 p.m. just before it changed. I guess we're at a place where it can start to simmer down. So if I just view this whole thing as a normal day at the office, we're now at the point where it's starting to just breathe, right? I've learned so much from this little marathon here. I'm pretty sure I could go on for 6 hours more. I'm basically certain, but it's the time, you know, how much can you create? Tomorrow I'm looking forward to see what this is gonna amount to in terms of just conversations when I meet other people. This is helping me answer the question, what are you up to these days? Because it's just one of those recent things that was a capsulating moment. Like, it was a collection of all the things that I was up to happening at once, based on the past, often supported by it, for the future, while I'm currently so freaking in the now that it's beyond. The energy of the whole momentum and the energy, yeah. Hard to explain, easier to do. But if this whole session has done anything, it is to just give a myriad of different perspectives on the same feeling that I'm trying to convey, because all of it has kind of been surrounding that. And that is cool. That is freaking amazing. Now, Lycus is currently brewing himself some coffee. I think coffee is needed for this next section, where we'll just reflect and see where the conversation leads us. Feels good. Feels really good. I'm gonna make myself a coffee and then take it 1 minute at a time.
I have made my coffee.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I hope you take it to heart what Ilonka said, by the way. All of it.
Yeah. It's something to sit in.
Yeah, it's the surrender accepting thing that we talked about earlier.
Yes. I'm very appreciative.
Yeah.
Very. I mean, Ilonka, Ivan, or Ivan. Ilonka, Ivan, Lauren, Vibestar, Jürgen.
Oh, there are, yeah, if we're gonna just mention names, goddamn, there are so many. That's what that's what really excites me as well, because there are so many that the stories are now global. The stories have now been experienced by other people than just me, and because of this, the whole freaking, I could list so many people off the top of my head just in Spain alone. Venkat Chevaracharya, the Esas of Esalesa, right? We haven't spoken in a long time, but I will really, really enjoy going down there and having a bonfire, and then going to Japan and Taipei, Marcus, and then going into Amsterdam, in Canada, in Colombia. There are so many. So now it's just a continuation of what we have been doing for some time now. We've just been connecting the bridges and introducing people to the people who might or might not realize what they're part of. This whole journey would not have happened if it was not for them. All the people that came in, all the stories that came because of it, all the experiences, everything in terms of growth and accepting and surrendering and embodying and teaching and elevating, and there are so many things that I'm beyond grateful for.
This is just the start.
See, it's so freaking fitting. I'm not sure. I think today I saw a video where I said that in several different occasions. Like the first video almost of the 100-day challenge has me sitting there saying, but I feel like I haven't begun yet. Like this is not even the start. So I had no idea. It was in the first video of Saga. And it's always been that it's not really a urge. It's like that knowing that, yeah, but this is just creating a foundation so that we can start to do what was always the main vision, the next chapter. But before that, there was a lot of different pieces between the lines that had to be understood and gone through and properly embodied. And here we are.
Agreed.
All those puzzle pieces has been laid down. And I said this also with my past self today. It's like you have a puzzle piece, but you're missing the cornerstones. You're missing the corner pieces. But now, because you've been doing it so long, you're seeing that, oh shit, this is actually a thing now. I can see this. And then it just evolves again. Kind of like your psychedelic doodles. It's beautiful. It's so freaking aligned.
I need to draw. I need to draw the bamboo metaphor.
Yes. We're going to have to create it also in nature, because one of the dreams, if you want to have people going on an experience without realizing they're on an experience, have them go through a forest. And then, you know, in the forest, there are so many things. They might or they might not notice a rock that has a little droplet dripping upon it, and there's a huge groove in it placed there because that's a metaphor. And then having a bamboo metaphor on the path through the forest, and it's just for those who see it, they see it, they appreciate what they are seeing. Walking on the mycelial network, really appreciating the nurturing of the trees around and the communication going on, even though we don't understand that it's going on. It's going on. They're communicating and they're growing and they're supporting. Nature, I feel like we have been hijacked by nature. It's almost like Last of Us, the onset. We're aligned with universal frequencies that nature is operating on, and just the way we're living it. Just, dude, well done on the pneumatic explanation of communication and sound systems and frequencies and all the way.
Thank you.
It was beautiful. That was
It
core.
was still so. It was so close to the surface still.
Yeah, because it was just a channeling, right? It comes, it flows, because it's just unobstructed. It's like a river with no stones in it. I love
a
it.
river with no stones in it.
Yeah. I don't know why. I've seen my whole thing as a river where I've been trying to go into the middle of the river, and it's it's a powerful one, and you're standing in there with a windshield trying to face the upper end of the river. It doesn't work. It's better to just try to find the flow, allow it to just go. Yeah.
But you see, within that river, there is a waterfall.
Mm-hmm. Several.
And that waterfall leads to a dam.
Yeah.
A dam that houses more life than we can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Finding the balance between the two. Having the river move up the mountain.
Yeah.
That is where the mind needs to be.
That's where it gets paradoxical. That's where it gets paradoxical. That's the amazing thing. When you are so in flow that the river flows up the mountain, you have kind of accepted and surrendered to something that is way beyond what most people would consider real because of natural laws like gravity. Like, no, the river can never go down. Okay. All right. If it is solely a river for you, then sure, it can't go down currently. But it can have so much more. And once you see that it's limitless in terms of what is possible, the river will flow upwards
That's a beautiful metaphor. That's a freaking painting right there. Yes. I love this. This is such a good time.
To everybody listening currently, I do get silent after I end my point.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting back and I'm smiling and I'm just looking up. I'm looking up at my wall in pure ethereal bliss. Just because of the encapsulated beauty that has been expressed, not through my words, but through the entire conversation.
Yeah.
That beauty, that feeling, that hug around your heart, that is the most euphoric zone to be in.
Agreed.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Nice touch. But yeah, I agree 100%. Resonates.
The beauty.
Mm.
Which also, I cannot wait until we eventually get to the connections between frequency elevation, as we discussed, and comprehension.
That comes with experience.
Oh.
That's why it's so powerful. It's like the puzzle pieces, they fall together and make sense.
One corner piece at a time.
I prefer without corner pieces, to be honest. Because then you have complete freedom to just find the perfection in the imperfection and just enjoying the heck out of the journey in the moment.
Well, perfection doesn't exist.
Exactly. Well, to be honest, to be fair, the whole mathematical wonder of a nautilus, as Ilonka mentioned, there is something to be said. When you know, like when you are aware of the Fibonacci sequence or different frequencies and what they do. Yeah, and then you are handed a naturally occurring phenomenon in nature that is created with such perfection that is like the basis of all things. And you start to expand on it. That's where it gets so hard. And yet it just requires us to surrender. And
agreed.
Yeah, there was a point to that. But my brain is enjoying it at the moment.
You are in the now.
Yeah, very. It's like I forget the things I say just seconds previous. And that always, every single time, that has some interesting effects. Because there are no worries. There are no things that has to be done. It's like, now, right now happens right now. And what is going on, what has been created, it's so aligned. It's so in flow. This is why we talked about this earlier. When do you find that calm in the chaos? When are you able to relax even though you're not productive? When are you able to sit down even though the house is burning? When are you able to find the comfort to know that what you're doing right now is exactly what you need to do in order to forge your legacy and create the future that you have always envisioned? And that paradoxically, it's just feeling it.
I raise you the question of why are you able to?
Yeah, that's a good question.
For everyone is able.
Everyone.
Why? Why am I able to rest while it seems as if though the house is burning down?
Because you've accepted the both
ends of the spectrum. It's the balance. That's why that's one of the theories as to why I think if you're overly positive, let's just use a stereotype. If you're a spiritual teacher who's all about rainbows and love, and you really haven't experienced any challenges, it's too far on the one spectrum and it could topple. And if you're on the other side and you don't have anything of a higher vibration, it is a destructive thing that just continues to go downwards, and it requires almost the same or more work to maintain the momentum, because we choose everything from thoughts to everything. So when you are able to accept the past, accept what you have done, and know where you are going because of it and what you're doing right now in order to fulfill, like, live according to your purpose, I think that the balance is at such a point where you don't feel the pull of any of the spectrums.
Agreed. Yeah. And if I may equate it to what Elonka said earlier about these top level executives being at the top, at the pinnacle, and something goes wrong. In that matter, I would equate or directly correlate what we're talking about right now with the term success or business success, financial success. Too much of a good thing can become a bad thing, or can result in a multitude of bad things.
Yeah, we have so many examples as well.
And it is to identify, just as you say, to accept the consequences and reactions to those past actions.
Yeah, and turning those into responses.
And turning them into responses in order to process and move forward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Simultaneously.
Exactly.
To forgive.
Yeah.
Not just to forgive others, but to forgive yourself. And I'll be honest, I struggle with this as well. To forgive myself. I'm getting better. It is still a journey. And it starts by taking those first steps. Putting your foot outside of the door, not knowing if there is surface to walk on, but doing it anyway. And then finding that surface, that grounding, that foundation to move out of the door and into the world. And I think the conversations that have been happening on stream, live, these have been prime examples of exactly that.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful?
I'm struggling to find the terminology for it, but yes, it is beautiful. It is epic. It is so many
Epic.
things. So many things. It's an adventure. And as I said earlier, maybe 6 hours from now, 6 hours ago, I said that the adventure is happening all the time. Like, it's just being in it. Just being in it.
Oh. These conversations make me so happy.
Same. Same.
It gives me a calm joy.
Mm. The Zen mode, as we refer to it sometimes.
Yes, the Zen mode. Exactly that. Moving into eventually esa lesser.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully. But we'll see.
See, that's also an interesting part of it, because it's been almost 7 hours, and Salesa has been mentioned twice. So I think that we are entering the realm of where there is enough foundation and enough context to actually go into what that means. Not right now, but it's opening the door, because it is just that natural evolution of where we have come. We created things long time ago that didn't fit. It wasn't ready for the time. Like, it was ahead of its time. And now that time is just magically, coincidentally, if one would call it, coming to place. And it's just about opening up for those. This was just the first one. Not even the first one, to be honest. This is just Thursday.
Tuesday.
Mm. Lots of things tend to happen on this day. It's been fascinating.
I'm looking forward to everything that's going to happen. And to the viewers, to the listeners, I look forward to speaking with you, hearing your thoughts, your perspectives, your perceptions. Please feel free. Book a call with us.
Do what it says on the screen right now. Scan the QR for the first step. It's literally that simple. We've tried to make it so ridiculously simple.
Scan the QR.
Yeah.
Take that first step out of the door.
Yeah. See what happens. It's pretty epic. I have so much acceptance to do, and just allow it to sink in. Because this is now an example of what happens. The adventure starts before the adventure, and this is literally just the foundation, the little seed, the little thing, that one preparation that kind of took care of it all for the adventure that actually starts tomorrow. And I was thinking, I could probably just stay here until Sunday, but I figured I'm gonna go on an adventure, and whatever happens from there happens. And then on Sunday, if time allows, if it feels right, have one that is condensed. Because all the things that I've done now for the last 7 hours, I've seen what really makes sense, because I've gone through the story. I've been on the same experience, because many of the things that I've taken pictures of and recorded, I forgot, right? So I had to go back and just reflect and see. And now I'm in a place where I can just put those in an order that makes sense, so that people get an experience that is way more than what we were able to provide before, while we're actually at the experience.
Yeah. I agree.
Vibes
it's going to be amazing.
It is amazing.
Yeah, my phone died. So.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. I couldn't stay away.
Something about it. Yeah. This was just supposed to be like, let's play some music and just work. But it evolved. I remember I told you, also, we started at 4:45. I remember telling you, like, by the way, I did a thing. We're currently live.
Yes.
Yeah.
And me having to run around, handle stuff on site.
Yeah. I think you did a fantastic job. Just, you were there when the moment was perfect. Yeah. Couldn't have been better. Like, everything leading up to this whole thing, Vibestar, you coming in like that. Everything. Just as it should be.
Just as
Yeah,
it
bad
should be.
timing though. I missed Lauren and Ivan and yeah.
It's not
Oh.
bad timing. Don't watch the rainy days, you know? Because this is just one. This is not gonna. They got a desire for more. Trust me. Everyone is gonna be very much knowing what they can expect when they see something like this happen again. And we simply have to do that. Like, there is no structure that we have to follow that says you have to do this in order to do that. We literally just go about the adventure and then, hey guys, what about we meet in 2 days? Hey, what if we just make it a thing? Every second week we meet in the area, and then who knows? People can be all over the world, but we meet at that one place, share stories. I know everyone that I've talked to is gonna love that. It's like a tribe talk, but with more purpose, more intention. It's now there is
More
a flow in it.
feel.
More feel. The tribe talks expanded.
Yeah, and the tribe talks or talks like today are easier if people are actually on Discord.
Yeah.
And join
More and
the
more
links.
are like that right now, by the way. For instance, 10 minutes ago. Oh, dude. Yeah, 10 minutes ago I was talking to Ellen. Moneyly I am. I'm talking to her right now. So this is going to just evolve into a whole new type of event in an energy setting, because we haven't really had everyone from the Discord server.
No.
Now they're coming.
We should make what you call it. I know a lot of people have technical issues the first time they join.
Yeah, we have to. We're gonna do a massive the cleanup we have talked about so far or so long, and also a video that actually goes into explaining how to use it.
Yeah, I remember the sound issues I had, and
yeah, that
I
too.
believe Monili also had those.
Yeah, I can't send recordings like voice recordings. They, for some reason, Discord messes up the audio, so there's a lot of things we have to just figure out.
It seems we have a comment. There's no such thing as bad timing. There's only the unexpected made into something.
Could not agree more. Welcome, Dennis.
Could not agree more.
That's amazing.
Very well said.
Good to see you too. If you want to introduce yourself in chat, that would be amazing. But because I don't recall a Dennis Drury, that is always a fun experience. To see how many people can we get to know, because so far there has been a lot, and the more people that are connected, the better the experience is going to be. It's Sam. Hi, Sam. It's good to see you. It's really good to see you, to be honest. We need to have one of these conversations with him as well, if you're up for it. All when it happens, all when it's meant to be.
Yeah, and it's in the conversations the magic happens.
It is, especially around a campfire, because then the microphone will not auto-adjust.
If you're interested, Sam, you can join the call if you'd like. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Well, this is family, bro. Oh, I feel content. Today was a good day.
Yeah, but it was your day, the thunderful day.
It was a thunderful day.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We still need to make an official video about the glossary, mind you.
Yeah.
discussing it, because there are pieces of gold within that.
I think I would love to see a video created by you with your current understanding of the glossary. Putting you on a spot there, bro.
It'll be a flowchart. I'm just warning you.
Hell yeah. That's even better. That's even better. Hell yeah. That's the magic that got us together. The flowchart introduction, that was. Yeah. I had the same reaction to that as what you had to me, I think. I see you, Panama.
Oh, it was beautiful. When I met Bob, I will never forget that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I love the fact that you're saying Bob. God.
Oh, I will never forget that. Never. That introduction was breathtaking. Really, it was unique, different.
I have to redo
Hey.
it. Hey.
Welcome, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sound issues.
That happens too sometimes. We have to see how we can minimize those.
Testing, testing.
There we are.
Welcome.
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
Pretty epic. How about yourself?
Astounding. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much.
I'm so glad you joined us.
Yeah.
Yep, just didn't want to get you copyright struck with music in the background.
I've played a few songs on this already. Like apart from our own, I played Ren's music, but I think that from what I've seen of his, I haven't received a copyright strike, but he allows the music to be shared. So I have to find a database of the epic songs that can be used and played and experienced. Or some.
I can definitely say my girlfriend's music choice would get a copyright strike.
I understand what you say.
You should reach out to Ram.
I have thought about that. Absolutely.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send him the reaction video, I think, and then just start. I'm gonna introduce myself as I would to anyone else. I'm gonna talk to Ren. That would be amazing. And Tom,
I do think that would be
Ren, as in money game Ren.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Ren.
Oh.
Violet. Yes, Ren.
Yes. His music is absolutely amazing.
Is it music? See, that's the thing. It has transcended the medium. He does it live, and yeah, it's breathtakingly beautiful.
I have almost an agreeing argument.
Ooh.
So I don't necessarily see it as transcending the medium. I see it as returning to the medium.
Oh, well put, sir. Well put. Yes. Returning to the real. The reals.
back to natural.
Yes.
With all the modern music of today,
Yeah.
Ren's music highlights a very old form of music. And I think it is an astounding step forward and simultaneously in a positive sense, back.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
The times of music telling stories and stories meaning something.
Words having meaning for once again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I come in here all deep.
No, dude, that is how
we
you
love
should.
deep.
That's what she
Have
said.
you
I'm
not seen the last 6 hours of the stream?
No,
7.
unfortunately, I just joined in.
Yeah, we are 7 hours in now, and it has been at that level throughout. It has actually been I've been talking to my past several years back self, who has been accompanying me on the stream, talking about what I'm doing right now from another location that is in the experience that I'm talking about. It's so multidimensional that I look forward to creating a very short version of it.
And I do apologize for not joining sooner. It's definitely something that's interested me. I happen to be the only server IT capable on this whole thing I run. So
I feel your pain. Oh my god, this cannot get better. Tusen tuck. Holy shit. Oh my god, I can actually, there might be a thing here when I can go on for a few more hours. I was just handed pizza. Thank you so much. It is midnight. I was handed pizza and energy drinks.
I was just reheating pizza in the oven.
But I
How's
can't
that?
believe, dude, with the context here. With the context that is so deep, this is beyond what I can express in words. Amazing day today, Thursday. My new favorite. I'm also, by the way, and just to make this even more profound for those people who know, I'm currently getting WhatsApp messages from Amsterdam. And it is from a person that I haven't talked to in years. Last time I spoke to her, she was living her life in Maui. She was creating this yoga experience. And I said that, you know, if I come down there to visit, why not just make it simple? So you live 4 kilometers from Oprah's estate. If you make it awesome enough, Oprah's going to come out to check it out. And then you can say, I know this guy, but he will come if you bring in your friend Joe Rogan. So then they can come in on a plane together. And then we can have a talk. And then, I hate to say it, but someone took those words to heart. And I'm very excited to see what's been happening since then. I think we're going to talk on Rogan, guys. Very soon.
I look forward to that.
Yeah.
Same. But first, Ren.
Big things on the horizon, certainly.
Oh, yes.
Around the corner, even.
Yeah, I was about to say over the horizon and into the unknowns.
Across the street.
Yeah. It's been one hell of an experience.
You know, Tor, even in the short time that I've been a part of the Legacy Forge, I have to argue something. I've watched you all become a rocket ship, blaring across the horizon and into the stars.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, brother. Seriously.
Dalton always telling me stories and giving me exciting updates.
Happening every day. It's like, it's kind of surreal, but it's a beautiful feeling.
Yeah, I can feel the shift.
Yeah.
I can feel the next level.
Yeah.
Not the next level, the next, yeah, rocket ship, yeah.
Dare I ask, should I be calling Lycus by their name or avoiding that?
Dealer's choice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, old habits die hard.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're not calling me Jam Jam right now.
I mean, I could be calling you Poof Poof, but that's a story for another day.
Oh yeah, that is a blog post. That is a very long, detailed, emotional blog post because that has a multitude of years of history. A trial, so to speak.
I will give you all just a brief touch of knowledge. I met Lycus Dalton here a long time ago when they were still going by the name Raven. Now, that was, what's it been? 7 years? 8?
9 now.
2016. I think it was 2016, 2015.
Oh, it's almost, yeah. It's about 8, 7, yeah.
We have had an incredible journey, and I can promise you this, that would be a long story to share.
Indeed.
Enjoying your pizza? The coincidence that is, given I just heated up some pizza.
Yeah, it was exactly what I needed. I haven't eaten since yesterday because this energy was like, well, I'm gonna just eat something good when I get in, right? But here it was. I just knew that I will eat later, and then all of a sudden it's piping hot through the door. Yeah, it's
There's a lot more to that as well because it shouldn't have happened almost. But
the connections between food.
You aren't careful, some of us might start ordering you pizzas randomly so you eat.
I live in a mountain where we haven't discovered infrastructure yet. So that, those door deliveries, that's a challenge in Norway.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting connections between food and the soul. Food and emotion as well. Taste.
Even
The
further.
discovery of spices.
Even further, I dare say there's even a inequity in personal taste that tells its own story.
Yeah.
Let's explore that.
I'd almost ask a question if I told you that one of my favorite things to eat is pretty much all forms of seafood. What does that tell you?
You love the ocean.
I love
Yes.
the nibbling of seafood. You know, taking the time to get rid of the shells. Yeah.
I find that often the people who find the most comfort in seafood tend to be from coastal regions. As I am.
Where are you from? You're South African too?
No. I am American. I met Dalton a long time ago through a mutual project. And we had an explosive friendship from that.
What coast are you on?
I was on the East Coast. I no longer live on the coast. Sadly, I live mainland. I'll just for privacy's sake, I'll avoid sharing where, but Midwest.
Yeah.
Still, Norway tour. I hear so many things about the beautiful sights and the food.
The last few days, I've been trying to tell a story of Kyle visiting me to explore it really. So from the 13th of August, I really took him through a new experience of Norway. He's from Minnesota, so he also has a little bit of different perspectives. When he came over, what he said about my country gave me new perspective and appreciation of where I am from, basically. I want to do that same thing for the US. I want to travel over there to just get the essence of the US and have him show me his lands as he feels it. Because, yeah.
Well, a little bit of a deep statement here, but perspective shared is perspective broadened.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I would love to visit Norway and see something other than my own home country.
Well,
I'd love
as it happens, we're going to have a meetup gathering late September, but it's also going to be just the first of many and also the continuation of many. So the further we develop now, the easier it's going to be for you to come and experience that in the most epic way, because this is part of it. This conversation literally right now is part of the journey through the adventure. And it starts here. Might be some mountain climbing, might be some current buildings and some swimmings in the ocean and the North Sea, but I guess you will appreciate that probably more than most. Yeah.
Yes, but I also certainly have to go through the government hurdles of a passport.
Well, I know. I have a person that you can talk to regarding that. He also found ridiculously cheap tickets and now he's planning the second trip. So maybe you can travel together, dude. What if you're living together? What if you're in the same street? We'd never know.
Well, I'll certainly say I'm not from Minnesota.
Okay, but that would be cool. We can commute, or we can just travel collectively. A group of people coming from the US would be freaking amazing.
The essence of tribe.
Yes.
I certainly say I would not just love to visit Norway, though. There are many nations I'd love to visit.
Same.
I think one of my biggest goals is to visit Ireland.
That's a beautiful place. A different energy.
I
in
learned
itself.
a term today, Irish exit. It's when you leave a social gathering without making a fuss about it. You just
Oh, yeah, without saying goodbye.
yeah.
The cliffhanger.
Just disappear.
Yeah.
Nice.
The good old Irish goodbye. I'm pretty good at that.
I'm gonna start implementing that.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
I do a whisper. I do a whisper. Just walk up to people and be like, "Hey, I'm going now. Bye-bye."
I tend to not show up in the first place. That's my strategy.
I still have yet to find information or to explore the feeling more in depth myself. But I have a extremely compelling subconscious and conscious need to say goodbye whenever I leave a room or a social gathering or a collective.
I think it's good to mark the transition, to mark the beginning and end of things. So yeah, sort of.
Oddly enough, I am compelled in the opposite to leave in the most non-intrusive way possible.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've always liked the idea of the Irish goodbye because it allows conversations to continue to flow regardless of your presence.
Yeah.
But I also feel bad because not saying goodbye leaves everybody wondering where you went. How about you, Tor? Oh.
See, I was trying the Irish goodbye there for a second.
You've been noticed. Run as fast as you can.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It depends on the situation. Like, I love to initiate a good conversation. Like me and Kyle, we had a story. Of course, there are so many stories, but this particular one was with a guy called Singe, who was called to go to the exact same place that we were at a campground and a fireplace, where I had met Michelle, the mother of my daughter, 8 years prior, on the date, during the same event. So it was a very big, occasions moment. And we're sitting there talking, and we started the fire, and people started to gather, and all of a sudden there were hundreds of people. It started with just the two of me and Kyle sitting there wondering, what should we do now? But it turns out that the embers of the fire from the day before was still alive, so we could rekindle the fire and make it a legacy fire. Continue to burn for generations, as it were. But at that point, we sparked so many good conversations that strangers met. And as I said to Ilonka earlier as well, blowing the horn has some magical capabilities to it. So I blew the horn after having swam in the North Sea, and people were like, what is going on over there? And they come and they join, and there is a group now. So just saying a few words and then travel on the journey, continue on the journey, but not before I have sneaked in a little spark key, like this game card with a QR code on it. So I might say, hey, check out the key when you're done with the festival, and we'll see each other in the future. And then all of a sudden I just disappear. Or maybe all of a sudden they hear the horn kilometers away, and it's already, too late. It's dramatic, but then we're gonna meet. So today, actually, Singe sent me the first message. That was a very Irish goodbye, but still with a little contingency to reconnect in the future. And now, he does not know what he has embarked on, to be honest. I think what we are doing, my thoughts is to create the most epic experience possible through gamifying the whole thing. And I think everything we're doing right now is just a testament to that. It's like, yeah, we're doing it. It's fun.
actually happening.
Yeah, people are
after all
experiencing the
this
same
work.
feeling.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's been happening all the time because I have these conversations every single day. I just never put them so that other people can easily take part of it and talk about the fact that we are having these talks. The more we did that, the more, the more people heard that we said that, and then all of a sudden, yeah, this time now you said that so many times, I'm gonna come in, and voila, beautiful.
Yeah, and it's difficult to create that collective consciousness if we're not connected.
Exactly. Exactly.
I will definitely say you've made a lot of room for connection and storytelling and meeting people, and it's an astounding thing.
And it's at the same time, it's so paradoxically simple. It's going back to natural. People don't socialize anymore, especially not on social media.
But it's also about the alignment.
The shared vision.
Yeah. People
I will
healing the
say,
call.
Tor, it's actually amusing to me that I'm so easily socialized with you, despite having just met you. I'm usually very introverted.
Would it surprise you if I said that I hear that a lot?
It's the same for me, Sam.
Yeah.
This is Tor's special magical ability.
Yeah.
You remind me in a lot of ways of when I met Dalton. Similar interests, similar goals, similar mindset. And I think that that's where I find the most ease.
Yeah.
Similarity, even with differences, still opens the door to magical things. Finding something to be mutually interested in, a mutual goal.
100%. Unity through the diversity.
And harmony of frequencies.
Not only unity through diversity, but university through mutual interest. See, both play a hand in this, I think.
There's a balance. Yeah.
To me, I think the most critical aspect of creating any community, any big thing, any social nature at all is there has to be a diversity, because staring yourself in the mirror would get boring, but there has to be similarity to draw your interest.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've actually met Vibe Star here previously.
No, this is a big day.
Yeah, I've been away for a while. Yeah. You joined the Discord server recently and you wrote an introduction, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will absolutely admit that I am a bit of an oddity.
Oh,
but
I'm not. I'm totally normal. Yeah.
I hear the phrase normal tossed around a lot, but I always ask somebody to define normal.
Yeah, maybe normal is the problem. To be honest.
Can you can you give normalcy an absolute definition as to what the standard?
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say that you're normal. I would say you're you.
Exactly. It was what people perceive to be normal and what they strive to be. That is a problem, I think.
I usually use the word typical and
Yeah.
not normal, but I call the typical people for normies. So
Yeah.
they follow the norm, and yeah, it's like that graph, the big.
Well, we're just being natural.
But there's no definite definition. It depends on the.
I long for the day when normal does have an absolute definition, and that definition is that one is being themselves. That is what I long for.
To me, normal is a negative word. So.
Yeah.
well, negativity, positivity, all of these matters are simply perception. How do we perceive a word?
Normal sounds so flat, you know. There's no excitement in normal for me. Normal is about.
I already like her.
I knew you would. Yes. Everyone in the tribe, in the Discord, mostly. There are, of course, or outliers that comes in because they don't really know what it is. But most of the people are like-minded. But we assume that there are no others like us. But the beauty of this is that that has been the core understanding all the way. So getting to know people and just confirming it and then introducing in the way that is most fitting to the individual. Like some people like to game. I love to game, but I don't have the time. Used to not have the time. Now I can go into Roblox. I can sit down at the freaking table and play in there while also having a team meeting because team members are playing Roblox and we're just communicating and creating some content while we're doing it and have some fun and slay some dragons and ride some dragons.
Roblox of all things. I never would have expected that.
No, that was actually something of a necessity, to be honest, because I have 2 kids, and if you see pop culture in that perspective of having young kids, it shapes how I see, at least, reality. So I figured what we are teaching in the Legacy Forge, gamifying life, and these lessons and everything that we're trying to do, the easier, the better, or the sooner, the better, if people were to have these insights. So I started with my kids, just seeing how can I support them in being 100% themselves. And this ties into so many things, like the significance of my 6-year-old being able to blow a baking horn when a 40-year-old with practice can't. There are so many different aspects to it, but I figured the best way to teach or to be or to give the experience so that they can figure out for themselves is just take part in their life. So I played Fortnite, right? I became a sweaty no-scoper in Fortnite and I kicked the ass of my son. And he became really good. So now he's ranked in like level, I don't know what. he got really good. And now I was like, okay, he got the jest. He was bitten by the bug in terms of that experience. So he got into reading books. He didn't really care for that until he saw Harry Potter, Philosopher's Stone. And then it was like, oh, is this when Snape did XYZ? Yes. Right? Just meeting him always on his turf. And now he has mastered the playing of the game. And now we're working on the expansion of reality. So he's already creating freaking physical item shops in my lawn. And he made more money in 2 days than I did because he was just forcing people to buy shit. But that's another story. I was like, dude, you're killing it. But
we have so many stories. We could write multiple biographies.
We will. That's the whole concept of a saga. We're sharing a saga, a story that goes through generations. Because of my experiences and my let's almost call it data from my kids and they being able to do what they do. I want to create an educational platform on Roblox where we just take the Legacy Forge into Lua and we just connect it in the terms that we do with Web3 NFTs. And it's just a hub where we can have another frequency of the adventure. So we can be gaming, we can be sitting here around the table, we can do all these things. We're just creating it as we go. Now my son is trying to be so good that he's going to become a skin in Fortnite. I'm like, bro, don't buy Eminem when you can just see yourself in the selection. And that's where they go. Goes beyond gaming.
I would like to take our stories and create actual games. Yeah, Roblox
Exactly.
and whatever.
Exactly.
And also some of
I'm
the
happy I
stories,
got
some
back
of
to
the
this.
experiences, turn them into children's stories. And
see, that's where Harry Potter inspires me a lot in those ways. Just Radcliffe, going through Harry Potter and growing up with Harry Potter, to have a story similar to that follows your kids. You have a story inspired by the journey of your kids. So you're creating this story every single day.
Yeah, if you could make it interactive so
Yeah.
that the story evolves with you.
Exactly. And this is what we are doing right now. People can just watch this stream and see how things evolves.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
the
just the same
beauty of
concept.
it, the additional beauty of it,
There's more?
is one thing that I want to say. To the viewers watching this, just wait until Valhalla is built and you will see my library.
Yeah.
That library will contain all of the stories.
Yeah. I already have a few people who's going to help us in creating the books and the parchments and everything. So we're going to have a lot coming into Valhalla, more than I
You know,
anticipated.
you make me want to turn around and do something so unusual, but it comes from the creative writer in me. I think I told you I have a history in written role play, correct?
Cool.
I'd love to turn around and make a
Yes.
a story, a story
Yeah.
with everyone here,
Yeah.
everyone that's part of the Legacy Forge. Something more than just, biography, but a story.
Yeah.
Almost an alternative world representing the goals, the ideas, the creations.
Sounds like a tale of transformation.
And we have to make a Legacy Forge RPG, role-playing game.
Yeah, like we have to take the things that we're doing right now, because this is
And
the
take
real
the app
life
and
role playing.
connect it to- Ooh.
Yeah, I know. But we have to do it. We can't just talk about it because I've been working my ass off doing it, and we have to make people realize that this requires work. You know, we have to put down the roles and just do it. We have so much already.
I haven't done anything today. It's the first day
So-
in years I haven't done anything. Yeah, it's been great.
See, now you make me want to take the other side of my skill sets, because you've mentioned RPGs and you've mentioned Roblox and you've mentioned all these creative factors, and the only thing going through my head is now I want to turn around in Minecraft and make the round table.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Go.
We need that. Yes.
Go for it.
My kids can play on that server, right? Many people can play on this. Yes, this has to happen.
Yeah, because we've also been talking about Legacy Junior.
Yes.
Because that's the future, the kids.
And we're innovating
they
the
are
way
into
we're doing it.
Minecraft and Roblox and yeah.
And whatever we create in the future. Dudes, have you heard, and dudettes, and everyone listening, have you heard what Midjourney's ultimate vision is? Sam, have you?
No, I have not.
Ooh, golly. Yes, okay, this is why I love X. X is amazing. I was in an X space with developers from AI, and he was a former employee and deep into Midjourney. Midjourney's ultimate vision is to create a real-time generated AI reality. So it's equally horrible as it is insane. And he used a specific example. Imagine you do this, literally what we're doing right now. You're sitting around a campfire. As the story is being told, the people around the campfire not only shares the compute, by the way, it is affecting the world around through a new technology. It's not polygons anymore. This is like light rays or something that is creating the story as it happens, real time. That is so beyond, like that is taking what we talked about earlier with Ren. Like he's going back to natural, but he's also doing something that has never been done before. And we are able to do so now. Like Midjourney is literally working on this right now. So what we are talking about in terms of storytelling, gaming, AI, technology, innovation, psychedelic therapy, conversation, communication, all of the things. I am very excited that we now have people who see the thing, because we have created something beyond epic. But with the tools at hand, mostly for free, people, we are able to create things that I can't even conceive of.
What if we could create the stories real time around the bonfire?
See, that is the thing. That's what they're doing.
Like a holographic, augmented reality.
Yeah, and that is inevitable. Like when you have created the right now, you have to wear a headset, but we already have Finnish people have created mist holograms. So it's just a matter of projections, right? And just having these strategically placed. Oh,
So
no, I have to take it back to now because this is getting too
And we
much.
have to make the portals, you know, so that we can have a bonfire in Norway, have a bonfire in
Like the ones they have in New
States,
York and stuff.
Yeah.
speaking of all of these digital tools and assets and AI and all of that, I don't know if you all keep up with the virtual reality side of things on the deeper end. Obviously, you guys probably are up to date on the standard AI, or not standard AI, sorry, the standard virtual reality. But are you familiar with the fact that they are attempting to create much more real simulated digital experiences, that they've been working on technology around that?
Yeah, and that scares the shit out of me because this is where we have to be creating awareness. People can be consumed and trapped and also liberated through the same thing.
Mm-hmm. It is terrifying, but at the same time, it has so much room for amazing use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just have to talk about it because we came from the generation before it existed. Imagine coming into a world where it already is. Like my kids have had an iPad since they were 1 year old. That has never happened before, ever. Now
In my
imagine,
case,
yeah,
I'm living it. I'm living in that moment.
exactly.
And I can tell you, it's scary.
Yeah, we have a responsibility that goes so well beyond what most people really think of, because it is legacy.
Yeah, it's about bridging the
Yeah.
The most
dimensions.
I think the most terrifying and yet amazing thing is that technology has the power to both build and undo us.
It's fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
But it is fire, much like the beginning of man, when fire was found and fire was made. We made many other things, but there was always the risk of burning ourselves.
Yeah. Imagine how many people actually did burn themselves. This is so good. It's so comforting. I'm going to lie in it, you know? Or just this mushroom looks good. Comes back. Well, Bob actually ate a mushroom. We now know we will never do that. Don't eat that mushroom.
It all circles back.
Yeah.
Too much of a good thing
Yep.
can become a crutch.
Yep.
It reminds me very much of something my parents once said. Sometimes, in order to understand the danger, you have to place your hand on the stove.
Yeah.
Exactly. You need to have been cold and for you to appreciate the warmth. Hungry before you can feel full. Truly appreciative.
Knock over the glass before you realize it'll break.
Yeah. Balance. This is also, Ren has one sentence that just rings so true in this. The more stronger you glow, the stronger light you shine, the darker is the shadow that you cast.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
I just have to mention an idea when we were on the topic. QR codes on gravestones.
I've been thinking about that.
You can show people's stories.
I've been thinking about it.
Graphic or whatever, but
yeah,
that's a way to preserve your legacy somehow. Not your legacy, but preserve your story at least.
What do you think about a motion triggered live feed? Because I have had so many.
I feel like if I'm walking through a graveyard and the hologram of somebody appears in front of me as I walk by, I might be a little scared.
Right. But see,
is that a ghost?
It's so possible too, though. Like, this is where we have to redefine how it is to be buried. Because today, right now, the technology exists where you can transfer all the data, like teraflops of data, into DNA and water. This means that now that we have been taking people and basically turning them into trees, like you're creating a tree with the ashes of the cremated person, for instance, but they have had a digital life before, so all that is compiled and now is in an iPad that is with that tree. So literally, you're then talking to the tree, which also has all this data collected and will keep on collecting and its own LLM in a sense. Then I wonder, would we actually appreciate people anymore? Would you actually appreciate the time you spend with a live human when you know that they're going to live forever?
Yeah,
this really hits on a line, an interesting line.
Yeah.
And it's a line of morality.
Yep.
I will use a game, actually, that has made a subconscious statement or an indirect statement through this very type of topic. Watch Dogs Legion.
Yeah, I haven't played that, but what? Yeah.
It has a specific quest line where the crux of it is an inventor immortalizing, as a start, their pets, deconstructing and copying, moving consciousness through the mapping of neural networks into the digital. Through the story of Watch Dogs, this inventor finds that it worked, but it takes a turn. For then the topic of immortalization comes into play. It inevitably resulted through this story in the experimentation on humans, specifically and tragically during the story, this inventor's own mother as an experiment. After that experiment succeeds, there's one topic that is explored throughout the rest of the quest line, which is this copied individual, this clone of a consciousness yearning for an end. Yearning to move on. And that is why I fear that specific portion when discussing artificial intelligence, etc. For I feel that that would be something that individuals somewhere in the world, does not matter where, can happen anywhere, but it is an inevitability that someone will attempt to do something similar.
So, taking a step further on that from the philosophical side, there's another side to the pain of immortality, the concept of it. And it's a philosophical debate that has happened many times over. What truly is the price of immortality? What is the cost of living forever? Well, certainly you will bear witness to many things that humans will never get to see otherwise. You'll learn things and have the time to learn an infinitesome number of things. Of course, certainly there's the room for learning to gain, but in that, there's simultaneously the room for loss. And the philosophical debate is the loss worth the gain? You will certainly see loss of family, friends, everyone you ever meet. You'll experience their departure. You'll also, if you're truly immortal, experience the end of the world, the end of reality. And then you'll experience the eternity after the end, whatever it may bring. And the argument really comes down to, is witnessing countless ends worth the infinitesome time, the infinitesome knowledge, the infinity of it all? Because in that infinity comes the darkest infinity you'll ever face, eternity. And there is a side of me that would argue I would love the opportunity to experience all there is to know, to learn all that I can, but I would never want to face that final infinity.
I think we're making a mistake because we're talking about the human experience, right? And the universe and the sort of the consciousness of the universe is, we never truly die with just energy that transforms, right? So the immortality is about being conscious and aware of our existence for infinity. And the human experience is just sort of a school we're going to. Do we want to be infinite students, human students of the universe of existence? Because existence goes on without us as humans. So when we talk about immortality and preserving our story and whatever, it's about the human experience, and it's kind of narrow. We're sort of giving ourselves more value than we have. And we are infinite as part of the universe, as energy and awareness.
Consciousness. That is the question.
If we are the universe consciousness, if we are having this human experience for the universe to experience itself, it's sort of a strange idea to make ourselves immortal, because
Well, while it is certainly strange, there are certainly those with that goal in mind.
Yeah.
Indeed. However, to make everybody, to have that for every individual, to have that for individuals who have already met their end. What is the stop point? And that is what I fear. Specifically talking in the sense of the consciousness aspect of it.
And I certainly
Preserving
agree.
the story. Preserving the story is very important. I wholeheartedly agree. The consciousness, though, I believe that should be up to the individual.
Yeah, for some reason I don't want a copy of my consciousness to live on. Either it's me or it's not me. But I'd like to preserve my story. Perhaps I would like to, when my human existence, when I die, perhaps I would like to be turned into a diamond and make my story, code my story into the diamond, sort of like a crystal, so people could, my story could be part of a library people could read, but I don't want sort of a holographic copy of me going around without my essence, because that's not me.
And that brings up the other interesting philosophical topic called the boat. And Sam, I'm sure you're very familiar with this one. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Let's say you have a boat.
Go ahead.
And you start to replace each plank that breaks. At some point, you replace the sails. At some point, you replace the mast. This boat is still functional. But eventually, you replace every single old part of that boat with a new part. Now, the question is it the same boat?
And it's funny that you bring this up, because that was something that I was going to respond with, the idea of preservation of both the memory and preservation of the consciousness too. And I was going to state, I would find it almost disrespectful to consider it the same thing. The AI, no matter how perfect you make an AI, it'll never be that person. And so you can never get a true representation of who they were. And then with the boat, much the same concept. Surely, yes, the boat may resemble its original self. But to me, it's not the same boat. By the point that you have replaced every part, it may have the same meaning, the same shape, even the same sentimental value, but it is certainly not the same boat. It can be the same in all regards, but still not be the thing it was.
But this reminds me how our bodies, like every cell in our body is, what is it like, in 7 years, every cell has been replaced. So our bodies are our boats that are being replaced plank by plank all the time.
I have a philosophical and intriguingly psychological response for that one. Psychologically speaking, in 7 years, you will not be the same person you were 7 years ago. Various factors of who you were will have changed. Certainly, there may be many things that resemble the old person, but your thought processes, your body, all of it will be different from what it was. So even in the case of the human body, we are the boat.
Yeah. And I like to think the room we're in now is the core. So to me, our core stays authentic.
It's such a coincidence.
Yeah.
See,
the spirit we are born with, or whatever you call it, our soul, our core, is us all the way through this experience.
And in response to that, I'd like to propose an interesting argument. And part of my justification for my beliefs. If the human body should replace every cell, and that would include brain cells, in every 7 years, then if we should remain the same despite the replacements, which will obviously be different, they may be similar, but they're certainly different, and a difference on that magnitude should result in something different altogether. If we stay the same, then I argue perhaps we're not so attached to our bodies as we think. And when I argue that, I say we are bound, we communicate through, but certainly I believe that there is a spirit beyond the body.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I like to think of us as spirits having a human experience. So yeah.
Tor, all I have to say is this experience alone is enough for me to look at both you and Dalton and say, don't let me leave. Don't let me run away. Don't let me hide. This is worthwhile sticking around for.
Oh, we haven't even started.
This is just the start.
Dalton knows how much I love to think deeply and to resonate with people who think on a similar level, and this is amazing.
Yeah, I love it. It's such a different experience from just sitting alone and having these thoughts and explore by myself. It's so cool to connect and have this collective experience.
I almost would love to hear the thoughts and feelings of viewers as well, personally.
Yeah.
Indeed. If you're watching this after the fact or live, please throw us a comment.
Yeah.
Let's discuss. Scan the QR code.
We could have a channel on Discord where we follow up on certain conversations or topics or whatever.
That's like the QR code that goes to the magic page, which is kind of like a quest page. So it says the current quests and what we're doing and where people can find more. It was the easiest thing to just point that directly to the adventures channel, because that has been very active since Kyle came here, and it seems like it hasn't even stopped. So
right now, if people scan the QR code, that's it. Follow the white rabbit, and then you will probably find yourself in this room very soon. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish we had a platform where everything is connected.
Oh, we will. We're gonna create things. Like now comes the invasion part.
Well, that was a silly me moment. I was closing out extra web pages and I accidentally caught this in it.
I see. I'm doing a memory lane thing. I'm going through a lot of different older folders and pictures. Not really videos because that would screw up the audio on the stream, but I've been trying to do this while I have the stream up, and they're just filling the adventure folder, the pictures, all of them, the collection is just, it's becoming a freaking museum of sorts, and it's really fucking fascinating. The stream now, it's not like it was 8 hours ago. This is amazing.
Yeah, I love the dynamic, the organic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's being created while it's being created. It's on brand.
So, avoiding the Irish goodbye.
Yeah.
It is about that time that I hop off so that my girlfriend can enjoy her music while she gets ready for work. It has been an absolute blessing meeting
I'm
you.
so glad you joined us.
Same.
This was
I'm so happy.
I will likely be joining in more often. I don't know how often you guys do this, though.
Pretty freaking often come of late, like very often. It's gonna be more structured.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Just hang out in the Discord server. I'm here with.
Yeah. Go to legacyforge.com/magic or scan the QR code.
I think the scariest part of this is you found out my my real name.
Oh, this is gonna just be so epic that you're gonna think this is fucking historic. That's what I feel. This is historic.
Well, I will be here more often. I definitely look forward to it. And Dalton.
Yes.
If there is another live stream, feel free to shoot me a link. I will always be happy to join.
Of course.
Now, the only problem comes down to I have to keep in mind copyright. It is YouTube.
Yeah, but dude, we are all professionals here, so that's gonna be no problem. Helping each other.
Well, it comes down to my girlfriend loves to listen to music, and of course, we all know how that goes, and YouTube does not like that.
They don't. They don't. We have to make our own music, and she has to be hooked on it. I have a link you can send her.
And you make me want to turn around and go listen to more Ren.
Yes, do that. I'm gonna do one more presentation of that right here on the stream while we're taking a little breather. So now comes the wrap up where we just go through the highlights. So I think that doing a little Ren and sharing also here in the core so that we have a full on everybody at once experience. Also logistically it's easier. But I think that's a great idea. What do you say, guys?
I like it.
Fantastic. I'm gonna just cue a few things. Let's start with the best one.
And thank you so much, Sam. Very well.
Thank you so much. Actually, I want to do a little 2-for-1. So I'm gonna share the video of me reacting to it because the more I can put this into the keywords of the current machine that is reading my dialogue, and it's just reacting to Ren, High Ren, and how epic it is, the more chance we have to speak to Ren. Just reminding you, Ren.
I should go to. I have a date with dolphins tomorrow.
Yes.
Ooh.
Swim with the dolphins. Yes.
Hold up, what? Hold up, what?
She's gonna swim with the dolphins. She's in Mallorca.
I'm in a Mediterranean. Yeah, I'm on vacation. So.
Yeah. He's traveling the world. She's
you are so lucky. I want to see videos.
Oh, dude, just go to the Adventure Channel in Discord and you can see everything about it.
Dolphins are one of my favorite creatures.
Fantastic.
Cool. I never met them before, so I tell them you said hi. You know.
Yes.
Enjoy your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vibestar.
Is
yeah,
any
likewise.
Is any of the music audible in my background?
No, but I'm gonna also start a.
Not really.
I'm gonna start a song on this stream as well, so we're gonna get muted when I click play. By the way.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. I have done this many times, but I have never recorded it, and I think I should because it's. I just had an interesting reaction, and I'm going to show you something. And I think what I'm trying to show you is my appreciation for legacy and what real is, and how if people are really themselves and really express themselves from who they truly are, new things are created. It's like we're in the age of AI, and people are misusing it as a tool when it's actually a way to reshape reality and create something completely new, never seen before. Lately, and I've seen this in many situations and conversations, we see a lot of specialities in society, right? We have experts for this and experts for that, and they are just focused on their field. And the same thing online. We have so many experts in their own niche that they have thought about in terms of marketing and messaging and all the things to attract people and gain interest and reach. It's a lot of the things that you see are fabricated after weeks of working on this specific wording to get out what you do. So there's a very like an artificial or created speciality. You are now focused on that thing because that is you, so you only do that, right? Because of that, the algorithm is more likely than not going to show you things that is not really outside of that world, that bubble. So for me, I have been blessed because I have tribe members who have their own unique view of things, and they share their own unique view. So you get these new prompts for the algorithm almost. You see new pieces of art, but sometimes you see them because they pierce through the veil. And that's interesting. In terms of what I do online, my algorithm is very, 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 about freedom and how to rewire your brain and all the things to live a life in pure freedom. That doesn't really have a blueprint. There is no real niche for that. It is a very unique, individual taste. So the algorithm is going to give you things that it believes you'd have value of seeing. So now that I've given you a little bit of context, I'm watching a song. It's not really a song, it's more of an art piece. It is by Ren, and he and Tom MacDonald, especially the last few weeks, has really, really reached into the depths of my soul in ways that it really didn't happen like that the first time. If you've heard Hi Ren by Ren, you will understand. You will know what I'm talking about because it was a paradigm shift. And it's now kind of, it's been out there for a while. But now people are picking up, and the whole genre, there's a new genre that comes up from this, and it is in different perspectives and different styles and different voices and magic. So it's my appreciation for magic that has me create this video right now so that I can see if I'm onto something, to be honest. Because if I really go into the song, I feel things in a way that I wouldn't be able to without him putting the words and the whole journey into it. It wouldn't happen like that. It's good to see that people are waking up like this, or not even waking up like this. He's so fucking awake. He just now shares his message and it's being heard. It's being caught on, right? And knowing what that can provide for years, legacies, generations to come, like far into the future. Knowing what seed that this can plant, just looking at where we came from, right? We're now in an era where we're defining the future, for good and bad. And what they're doing, these people who are sharing their authentic voice in this way, they are allowing us to really see what is possible. Because I have this experience, nobody has really talked about what that experience felt like. Here comes a person who knows, and they were able to go through it, so I should probably just listen. And when that modality, when the format of how you're getting that message is through a song, that's a completely new language. So music has really taken a new shape lately. And that is a whole topic on itself. But let's go in and I'm going to play from about 2 minutes into this video because it's a 10-minute video with other creators reacting to Ren. So it's a very fascinating piece of art, to be honest, to see the reactions of them as they go in and see if they actually feel the same thing that I feel when I see these things. Because it's paradigm shifting. I'm not going to drag it out anymore. Here we go.
Okay. Hi there, Ran. It's been a little while. Did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back. Deep down, you know that. Deep down, you know I'm always in periphery. Ran, on your pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Ran, I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately. And I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect to always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate, this time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kinda doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one. So you see, you gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not left with dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Where are your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting.
That's amazing storytelling, man. Wow.
And for me, that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ran, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it.
Forget it. Yeah, right. That's all you. That's all that voice ever says.
Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man. You're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious. Eminem did it. Played on guitar. Plan B did it. Man, you're not original. You criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you. I don't need you. I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself. I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath it. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots, and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside.
Uh-oh.
Newsflash. I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason. Beheading all kings. I am sin with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistopheles, truth in a blender. Deceitful pretender, the banished avenger. The righteous surrender when standing in front of my solar eclipse. My name is stitched to your lips, so you see I won't bow to the will of a mortal. Feeble and normal, you wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, Ren.
Wow.
Huh. Wow.
Hi, Ren. I've been taking
Homie seems well read too, jeez.
I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? 'Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So coward the man I've become, when I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retire or stand in your fire, inspired by me to be strong. And when I am gone I will rise in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different side. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, into a blank canvas, that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences. With autoimmunity, illness, and psychosis. As I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare. But there were victims and there were students. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast.
Bars.
It was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid I became, the harder it got. The more I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. So I got older, and I learned to relax. And I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, from gods. And I must not forget, we must not forget, that we are human beings.
One of the most important things that he comes through there is he lets us know it's okay to be human. Don't forget that. You know, we're not immortals. We're not gods. We're not perfect. We're not angels. And we're not as terrible as demons. There's light and dark within us all. And there's a beauty having that light and that dark. And I think the key is finding that balance and accepting those flaws that we do have and finding a way forward and using hope to help guide us. What a powerful impact. And I always say this about songs like this with people who have been through it, who have been there. I love when someone makes a song like this because it lets others know, hey, you're not alone. You know, there's help.
Yeah, there are many ways to provide that. We are not alone. It's fucking powerful, man. Also, yeah, he's only human. Dude. Ren is next level. It is interesting to behold. And you saw, I don't know how to explain what experience I had, but when I really connect with what he's going through and how he's communicating his own journey and how you see the battles, we are only human, right? But to see someone have been there and they have gone through and they are creating, transmuting, alchemizing, that's not even a word, alchemizing that whole energy and experience and all that stuff into who they are now with what they can share, how they can share it, and how they can impact and elevate people and forge a fucking legacy. See, that's why when I talk about what we do, it's not a fucking statement for marketing. It is what we do. It is what deeply resonates with the core.
And the best way to explain how that feels is just to show you how that impacts the feels. You know, how I feel when I deeply connect with my why, with my vision, with my purpose, with my essence, with my humanity, with my limitless creativity, with everything that comes with being you. I look forward to where we're going because I think that Ren and Tom MacDonald and so many more are just the start. Just like the song says. If you want to be part of this at all, I look forward to see you inside.
Just
So funny to see that the things have been created.
agreed.
Certainly. I wanted to say something, jumping in on something you said. The only predestiny is to be what we are, to be human. Everything else is subject to our will.
Yeah.
And I love that you promote that.
We promote that. We're like-minded.
Well, you're right. We promote it.
The beauty of it all.
I can't help but give you a lot of credit, given that this project would have never been thought of if you hadn't thought of it.
Yeah, it did require a journey, and it is a long one, but it was worth it. It is starting to dawn on me. I actually, just last few days, have said that I'm trying to accept the fact that we have created something with infinite possibilities. And it's quite a liberating feeling because everything that we have been doing has just been to create the foundation for what we wanted to do. And now we are doing what we wanted to do so we can take it to the next level, of which was only theoretical up until this point. So I look forward to that. That's literally what's happening right now.
I love something else about this too. I feel like I can turn around, clean my house while actually having a chat with you guys, and it's an amazing feeling.
Right?
It's so relaxed that, and I can be so myself that I'm not feeling like I have to focus on being something other than what I am.
Exactly. Beautiful. Beautifully put. Dude.
You know how hard it is to be someone you're not? It makes it almost impossible when you're focused on that to do anything else.
Yeah, so many people are depressed because they're too normal. We talked about this. Normal might be the problem. Yeah.
I wouldn't even argue that normal's the problem. I think that setting standards, setting expectations that everyone is obligated to follow is the problem.
Yes.
To predetermine somebody's path for them before they've had a chance to be themselves.
Yeah. 100%.
The only thing that is predestiny is your humanity.
Yeah.
And that is all that you're predestined to be. And I think that humans have taken it upon themselves to forget that.
Yeah, and in doing so, forgetting what we are capable of, because it's quite astounding when you're seeing it in real life. You're seeing the results happening. You're seeing the magic happening, the conversations being had, and seeing how it was kind of all there, but we have been pointed slightly in a different direction, so we don't see it. It's so paradoxically simple. Here we are. So what is human, right? What are we capable of doing after this? Just in terms of breath work and meditation and metaphysical travel. God damn, there's a lot of things that has been opening doors, I guess, to new projects now that we are at this point. This is where we kind of maybe start preparing to begin. I love that.
You know the interesting thing about beginnings? We think the beginning is just that. But there's an infinite number of beginnings that you face every single day. And one beginning leads to another.
Exactly. As does an end. You know, we talked about this earlier as well. You have to kind of be prepared to die. A part of you who does not align with your fullest authentic self has to go away, and that feels like you're really losing a part of yourself. It's hard. It's hard work, but it's so liberating and so elevating to go through that and just be willing to have infinite beginnings and infinite ends.
Actually, from my perspective, I'm not losing a part of myself. I'm gaining myself back.
Yeah. Remembering
I've spent so many years learning to wear masks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is an interesting topic. Being that I am autistic, I've learned to mask my whole life.
Yeah.
I've spent my whole life learning to try to fit in, so not having to do so is refreshing. And this, I think that this ultimately, this project is
huge.
Opening the door to that, and opening the door for many others like that who feel they can't be themselves.
Yeah. Like you started to learn how to be human at an early age, and there are people right now who are learning how what we have been taught might not be the case, and seeing that these superpowers are latent in a lot of kids these days, and allowing them to express themselves in the way that they align with. God damn, I've seen miracles, honestly. So yeah,
I want to be able to say something, and I want to say it not just to you, but to the viewers. In many cases, autism and other forms of mental health turn out to not be your greatest weakness.
Exactly.
In fact, oftentimes you'll find that you have many strengths behind what seems to be a weakness.
Yeah.
I personally can say that that has been my experience. While I may not be the best at some things, I found myself to excel at other things that most don't.
Exactly.
Don't put doubt on yourself simply because you've been told you are something or are not something. Define your own paths.
Write your own story. And play the character, the main character of your saga, while forging a legacy. Had to, sorry.
Just remember, we're all writers.
Yeah.
Because somewhere our actions get written down.
Yeah.
Somewhere everything we do is recorded.
Yeah.
Our messages, everything.
A massive
and that
log file of life. The life
so
log.
that considered, be your own writer. Don't let anyone else write for you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Beautiful.
Tor. It has been an absolute pleasure so far. And I want to highlight this because it's funny, after you started playing your video, Dalton and I started talking about it, and Dalton made a good point. I came in here with the feeling of, I'm not going to fit in. I'm going to feel so awkward. I've got to put on a mask. And then the conversation flow just said, why are you masking? I didn't know the people here when I first met you, or the community. So I thought, I'm going to have to be fake. I'm going to have to pretend something. And no. This community does that to you.
Yeah.
I'm putting a lot of emphasis on this for others as well. It's not as hard as you think.
No.
You can be you here. And we're not going to condemn you for it. We'll open up our arms and say hello.
What has the frequency been like?
Good question.
Because there is a storm brewing outside. A calm one.
Yeah. Like, hey. God damn.
Me doing the one thing I've never done in my entire life and addressing an audience and saying the truth.
Yeah, see that as well. I love that. I love how natural
Beautiful.
it comes because it's literally people have a stronger fear of speaking in front of people than they have of death. And I think that I have seen enough people crossing that stage in their fullest glory and seeing how fucking amazing they are by doing so that I can say this allows you to speak your truth, to spread your wings. It is a beautiful honor to just witness that as a freaking thing that I do for what people would consider a quote unquote job if I was to use such horrible words in my mouth. Damn.
Wait. I gotta do myself a favor because now I'm terrified.
Yes.
Remove. No one gets to know. If you're wondering, I just removed the hint at who I am.
And
Oh,
it's
boy.
about time. It's about time that you speak your mind to an audience.
I think that truthfully for me, the biggest fear has always been the dangers of fame.
Yeah.
The dangers of being known rather than unknown.
The dangers of change.
My greatest fear has always been as a writer, a lyricist, even doing some of my own singing and making some of my own music and a bunch of other things has always been, if I put it in front of a crowd, what is the cost?
Yeah.
Because while I want to be able to creatively express and show the world a different way of thinking, a different thought process, a different mind, I also recognize that oftentimes in that comes the paparazzis, the more scary aspects of part of what's being human. But I'm tired of being afraid of that. And this kind of opened a door that I unintentionally took and opened.
I'm happy for you, man.
And in a sense, it's relieving, but in a sense, it's terrifying. So I will see what comes as I do this more often.
We have a whole process for it. It's Ragnarok all the time, and there's an epic adventure to be had while it's happening. This is what I look forward to hear how you feel in terms of just doing exactly what you're doing right now and what's going to come from this. Because this is not merely a 8.5 hour long live stream. Oh no. This is the freaking starting shot of the rest of the journey.
If you aren't careful, my YouTube is going to start turning into campfires and let just about anyone join to hear their stories.
I think that is exactly what I would love to see you do. Because that's what it is about, right? Providing the campfires in the space. Create magic.
I think, honestly, from my perspective, this is something that I enjoyed far more than I thought I would.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
And admittedly, I never saw myself being the type to be a YouTuber, a streamer, a TikTok, or any of that.
A thought leader. A philosopher.
I'll admit, I've always been a philosopher. I've just been a very quiet philosopher in a small group of friends.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I'm about to get called out. How many hours have I turned around and tormented you with endless droning thoughts?
About 8 years worth.
So many varying topics, ideas.
Worth it, though.
Oh, we
Extremely
got
worth
here,
it.
didn't we?
Oh, that's a beautiful sentence in this context. Yes.
And this is just the start.
Yes. Shall we end the stream with that song and then wish everyone a freaking epic Friday?
I believe that is the right way to do it.
I think let's go out with a hell of a bang.
Let's go out with a hell of a bang. Because this has been one of those experiences that has kind of... It's done something to the point of what the song was in the other context. Like, this is digital. And I think that it is performing the same kind of effect.
I want to be able to say one thing before we end this, and that is, you know, it's not about making a living as a streamer. It's not about the money, the fame. It's not about any of that. I was always worried about that side of things, but you know, when I think about it, it's about the messages you put out.
Yeah.
And the messages here, from my perspective, are golden.
I appreciate that, bro.
I would like to make a request.
Yeah.
In the same way you just did Ren, can you please do the Legacy Forge song? Because Sam hasn't heard the song yet.
Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna have to have a little fight.
I'm still very new to the Legacy Forge, so.
Oh god, that actually changes what I have to do right now. I have to go for the elevating one, and not the chill one. This is gonna be freaking interesting. Okay, here we go. Let's do the full experience.
There's no camera on, right?
No, there's no camera. Pardon the background.
Into realms unknown, with plant medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars.
Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles here. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast. Embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth. Legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment. Come one day, for in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
By the end of it, you'll be resonating with yourself.
That's that.
That is that. And I'm not gonna lie. That fits right in with my music tastes.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
It's funny, I'm a metalhead, and here I am, I hear metal.
Yeah. Like a coincidence. This has been an amazing journey. And thank you everyone who's been here.
I wouldn't say it's been an amazing journey. I'd say it's the start of an amazing journey.
Exactly. Or just a continuation of one.
I like to look at it as every day is the start to a new journey. So for me, it's a start.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
For me, it is all of the above.
Yes, and all of it beyond.
Don't make me reference Toy Story. To infinity and beyond.
Al infinito y más allá. I said that too. That was one of the first things I started to learn in Spanish. Nice. Al infinito y más allá.
And to everybody still with us, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for sticking with us. And if you joined at the end there, feel free to take a look at the clip afterwards.
And
scan the QR code.
And for the
we'll
Trekkies.
see you in the tribe.
And for the Trekkies, live long and prosper.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Love you guys. Good night.
Cheerio.
See you in the next one. This was an amazing day. I just wanted to take a few words now at the complete end of this and just allow that whole experience to just sink in a little bit. Because I don't know if you realize what happened here tonight. It started before it was even night, and now it's like 8.5 hours. And I could probably go for many more hours right now. I'm filled with that energy. But I'm gonna have an adventure tomorrow. And everything that you've seen during this event that just spontaneously got forgotten about, just watch the beginning of this. I had completely forgotten about this whole thing, and it turns out to be a record breaker. So I think there are things that I can say about that at a later stage when we have reflected, slept a bit, had a shower, all the good things. And then see what this became. Because it's a big thing. I think silence is the thing there now. Silence and allowing it to set in. Thank you so much for being here. And if you want to be part of anything like this, scan the QR code. As I'm going to call him the serpent said, it's easier than it seems. And it is made so by design. So all that's keeping back is the insecurities or uncertainties or any thought about why you shouldn't. Silence those voices. Just do it. Let's have a decent conversation, and let's show you a world and a reality that maybe you didn't even consider existed. That was my feeling, at least. It is way more than I could possibly have perceived. And I'm happy for everyone who's getting to experience that now as they begin the rest of their journey. Ah, epicness. Good night.
Gazing at the garden, nestled beneath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where medicine's guidance, all spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time to get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to the mission so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found in this sacred space.